Today we are going to show you a recap of Regressor's life after retirement. So, let's get started. There was a party in honor of our main character's retirement. Ethan had only risen to the B rank, so only a few guests came to congratulate the hero. He is already dreaming about retirement. He has accumulated a good amount of money in his account over 20 years of work, and he has already bought his own home. But the hero wakes up in another reality. He's in a shabby room and looks much younger than his 40 years. Ethan puts his head in his hands and tries to understand what happened last night. The hero turns on his phone and finds out that he ended up in 2018. He throws the phone at the wall in a fit of helplessness and anger. In despair, the hero curses loudly. Returning to the past was not in his plans. Ethan continues to loudly lament the quiet life of retirement that has slipped away from him. On his hand, he notices a powerful artifact from the future. An unusual-looking watch. They were given to him as a gift by Ethan's friend at that very party. According to rumors, the watch belonged to a powerful magician, and the hero assumes that it was they who transported him to the past. Suddenly, there is a knock on the door. It is the son of the owner of the hostel where Ethan rented a room. This fat guy was always causing trouble, throwing loud parties and being rude to the main character. Opening the door, Ethan notes that the fat man has a nice monster skin jacket. As compensation for the noise, the boar demands a watch from the protagonist. But Ethan pushes the fat man's hand away and hits him in the face with all his might. The bull begins to sink to the ground, his nose oozing blood. Ethan grabs the stunned guy by the head, barely containing the desire to kill the scoundrel, and he knocks out the fat man with a powerful knee strike right to the nose. The bull falls to the ground. Several fractures are guaranteed after such blows. Ethan takes the jacket he likes and says that he won't live in the dorm anymore. The fat man refuses any claims and begs not to kill him. Ethan goes outside and walks along familiar alleys. He remembers that it was at this time that he woke up and an accident occurred at the construction site. He feels the mana begin to fill his body with strength again. A mysterious energy permeates Ethan from head to toe. He notes to himself that his body is not yet ready for such overloads and he needs to do something with his diet. An empty stomach immediately reminds you of itself with a loud rumbling sound. The hero notes that the construction site is cluttered with structures and equipment, due to which the gates that opened that day went unnoticed. Ethan hears a heart-rending scream from the street. These very gates have opened and passers-by are running away from them in all directions. Hellish-looking and colored dogs begin to fill the streets. An elderly man running past advises the hero to run away as quickly as possible. But the hero notices a young man who has clearly lost someone in the crowd. He clearly needs help. With a deep breath, Ethan takes off his backpack and prepares for battle. Grabbing a crowbar that was lying nearby at the construction site, the hero runs towards the dogs. 3 monsters surrounded the little girl, who fell to her knees and began to cry. One of them had already jumped and opened its huge mouth, intending to devour the child. But a split second before the bite, Ethan manages to pull the girl by the collar of her blouse. He tells the girl to run to her father, and he himself remains in place to fight off the monsters. The dogs begin to attack. They rush towards the main character, growling angrily. The crowbar moves at great speed towards the bared faces. The first blow lands on the temple of one of the monsters, instantly incapacitating it. The second hellhound comes from the side, taking advantage of the hero's distraction. But Ethan notices the movement and is already swinging for the next blow. The crowbar goes deep into the monster's jaw like a fishhook. Ethan lifts the dog above his head like a stuffed animal and swinging, he throws it with force towards his relatives. There are about 10 dogs left on the street, slowly surrounding the prey. Gradually, the monsters begin to realize that they are turning from hunters into victims. Ethan looks at the remaining opponents with a hungry gaze, a creepy grin appearing on his face. Even hellish monsters feel uneasy from such a human reaction. The hero remembers how delicious the stew made from the meat of such dogs is. He decides to finish off the monsters as quickly as possible, before hunger finishes him off. Even though the hero wins, he realizes that he has lost a lot of his skills. A huge dog jumps on the main character from behind, but he dodges a split second before the bite. The monster's jaws click loudly. Pushing off the ground, the hero delivers a crushing kick to the monster's head. Dodging the Hellhound's attack, Ethan quickly removes the watch from his hand. He takes the expensive accessory in his hand like a knuckle duster and he hits the hesitant monster in the cheekbone. There is not a single scratch left on the watch and the hero notes its durability. The monsters have already lost more than half of their pack, but animal instinct and numerical superiority do not allow them to surrender. Finally, the police arrive on the scene and help get rid of the remaining monsters. Not noticing the officer, the hero becomes upset because his recently acquired jacket managed to rip in his first battle. The policeman asks the hero to give personal information so that Ethan can be thanked for saving people. The hero replies that he has not yet registered as a superhuman and can only give a phone number. Snatching the notebook from the officer's hands, he quickly writes down the contact information and runs away from the crowd and onlookers on the way. He thinks that his actions have probably attracted the attention of the superhuman guilds. Finally, the hero reaches a small restaurant and can calmly have a bite to eat. Hot food seems very tasty to him and allows him to restore his strength a little. In the middle of lunch, notifications start coming to the hero's phone. The hero understands that the information has definitely reached the guilds and that they are the ones who are blowing up his phone with job offers. In the years to which the hero returned, superhumans had just begun to appear and were worth their weight in gold. Offers are pouring in on Ethan one after another and his phone keeps vibrating. He leans back in his chair and decides to wait until the guild representatives find him personally. Along the way, the hero thinks up a plan on how to effectively use his knowledge of the future. Messages with offers continue to pour in on the hero and he is clearly flattered by this. Finally, Ethan is called from behind by a young man in a business suit. He introduces himself as the manager of one of the guilds. Meanwhile, an expensive limousine pulls up to the cafe. A beautiful girl flies out of it. She bursts into the cafe and speaks loudly on the go. She also came to invite Ethan to join the guild. But the girl does not have time to finish her speech. A huge man, clearly an experienced warrior, appears in front of her. He introduces himself and begins to offer the hero his terms. Gradually, the cafe fills up with representatives of different guilds. The main character sits calmly at the table and continues to remain silent. Soon the cafe becomes too noisy. Ethan can no longer hear the chattering managers. Finishing his tea, the main character suggests moving to another place and listening to everyone in turn. The first to begin is a young man from the ruling family's guild. But Ethan interrupts him and wishes him a safe journey home. The hero adds that he does not want to join a guild with such poor management, especially since he knows about the imminent disappearance of the organization. Another representative immediately gets involved and starts loudly naming the amount for the contract. The other managers are vying with each other to offer large sums as if they were at an auction. Flattered by such attention, the hero continues to sit at the table and listen to proposals. Finally, it's Linda's turn, representing the White House Guild. This is one of the youngest guilds, which will soon enter the top 3 in the entire country. The hero continues to listen attentively to the girl as she lists the advantages of the guild. He asks the other representatives to leave the cafe and leave their business cards just in case. Left alone with the hero, Linda mentions that she has already watched the recordings of Ethan's fight with the dogs and is impressed. The hero notes the seriousness of the guild's approach to selecting candidates. The girl places the contract on the table and invites the hero to read it. Ethan quickly scans the standard guild contract. He asks permission to make some edits and the girl agrees. Seeing the conditions, Linda can't help but laugh. Her gaze becomes stern and she asks if the main character is joking. Ethan dispels doubts and says that there is no joke in his conditions. The girl was clearly surprised. She did not expect such confidence from a newcomer who had just awakened. The protagonist convinces her that his conditions are quite fair, considering what a valuable employee the guild will get. Linda suddenly gets up from the table, slamming it loudly, her stern expression on her face betraying her displeasure. But then he replaces his anger with an angelic smile and politely says goodbye to the hero, promising to ask his superiors about Ethan's additional conditions. As she leaves, she suggests that next time they meet, not in a cafe, but in a bar and have a drink. The protagonist ponders the proposal for a few seconds, resting his head on his hand. He has been through more than one interview and knows very well that this is just a trick. In the end, he agrees and gets up from the table because it's time for him to leave too. Ethan goes to a nearby disaster management center to register as a superhuman. He is met by a timid girl who has never undergone such a complex procedure, especially since superhumans are still quite rare. She calls her boss and clarifies the instructions for conducting the superhuman tests, then invites Ethan to come with her. The hero decides to hide the fact that he possesses not only physical superpowers, but also magical abilities, because magic is practically unknown in the human world. The testing will take place in a gym, where the hero will have to lift a 200 kilograms barbell. Naturally, Ethan handles the task with ease and lifts the projectile with one hand. The girl is surprised by the main character's abilities and notes that he is truly a superhuman. Eventually, the hero is given a certificate and is about to leave the premises. At this time, the head of the center enters the reception area. Ethan begins to quicken his pace. The hero has already met this person in the future and knows that nothing good can be expected from him. Ethan thinks that he shouldn't come to the center anymore if he doesn't want to get involved with this thing. Not so nice, man. The head of the center seems to already be aware of the unusual newcomer who recently went through an awakening. After the hero left the hostel, he began to live in the pollution control center. A year from now, the abandoned area will become the center of everyone's attention when a dimensional gate connects Earth and Gaia, a fantasy world of magic and swords. The hero approaches his tent, continuing to think about the portal. He decides to buy the pollution control center with the money he received from signing the contract with the guild. Suddenly, Ethan hears the voice of a small child threatening someone. He activates his camouflage skill and decides to scout out the situation. Moving lightly like a shadow, he heads towards the voices. Arriving at the scene, he sees a little girl surrounded by 3 bandits. The child threatens to hurt the thugs if they come closer. Flames burst from her hands and the bandits rejoice that they managed to find the owner of magical powers. The fire in the child's hands begins to fade. It seems she does not have enough strength to fight off her opponents. Ethan recognizes the strange language the girl speaks, Guy, and decides to help the child. He notices a tattoo on the arm of one of the thugs. Ethan has seen one like this in the future and knows very well people who wear similar designs on their bodies. The Red Snake Gang are hardened thugs who deal in drugs and people. Deciding not to waste all his mana, the hero breaks his disguise and jumps down. He takes out his knife and prepares to start a fight. The hero runs up and stabs the first bandit in the back with all his might, leaving him no chance to survive. Ethan uses his remaining mana to speed up his movements and emerge victorious from the fight. In the blink of an eye, the hero cuts the throat of the second thug, who barely has time to utter a word. The third bandit does not have time to understand why his comrades fall dead. The hero's actions are so fast and honed. The scream gets stuck in the girl's throat. She is scared to the point of trembling and awaits her fate. The hero pauses and clears his throat before speaking. He asks if the girl knows about Gaia, a mystical continent that no one on Earth knows about yet. The girl is surprised that the hero speaks her native language. The child's stomach loudly protests. She hasn't eaten for perhaps several days and has spent a lot of energy fighting off the bandits. The hero understands that the conversation will go better if the child is fed and asks if she eats meat. The girl thanks the hero for saving her strength was not enough to fight off 3 adult thugs. Having decided to get at least some information, Ethan continues to ask the child about her native land. The girl's gaze is filled with sadness. She is exhausted and does not want to speak. The hero understands that he won't be able to get answers and sits down on the ground next to the child. The girl asks the hero to help her get used to a new planet, because she doesn't even know the local language. Flame appears in her hands. Such a gift was not uncommon among the inhabitants of Gaia. The same warmth inside. My dear and beloved YouTube viewer, I feel inside when I see your comments and likes. If you do this, I will be very pleased. I tried for you. Enjoy watching, and I wish that your wealth system is activated. But maintaining and using magic takes a lot of effort, and the girl hasn't gained enough experience yet. The hero declares that he has a lot to do and he is not going to take care of the girl just like that. He agrees to help her for exactly 1 month, during which he promises to teach her the language and tell her about life on Earth, and the girl is delighted. To begin with, Ethan asks the child to wash the dirty dishes left over from last night's dinner. She is ready to carry out all the hero's orders and finally introduces herself. The girl's name is Lily. The hero tells the child about her new responsibilities and tells her where to take the dirty dishes. Suddenly, an image of an adult girl pops into his head. A powerful sorceress, incinerating everything in her path. He notes that the girl and the child are very similar, literally like two peas in a pod. In the hero's future, the girl was kidnapped by a criminal organization and raised as a witch, who became one of the 6 disasters that almost destroyed the Earth. The hero goes to the market with Lily and promises to cook her a special dinner. At this time on Earth, they had already begun to use the monsters that came here through the gates as food, but people did not yet realize the value of meat, which replenishes mana reserves. So, they gave it away for next to nothing. Sweet Lily looked so exhausted that in every shop the hero was given more food than he asked for. After eating, it was time to buy clothes and the girl stopped at a cute dress. But the more practical Ethan buys her a tracksuit, saying that dresses are not made for life in a landfill. Returning home, the hero prepares his signature dish from the meat of various monsters. The brew looks threatening. The girl is afraid to try even a spoonful of the suspicious dinner. Ethan takes out the fried chicken he had been saving for later. Lily takes the leg in her hand and takes a large bite, tasting chicken for the first time, and she remains completely delighted with it. The girl is ready to eat only chicken for the rest of her life. But cunning Ethan takes away the remaining portion and says that first they need to eat soup. The hero himself eats the monster brew with difficulty, but reassures himself that such food has a good effect on mana and the body as a whole. The girl eats both the soup and the chicken and can barely move. Ethan tells her to wash the dishes and then read. The hero himself goes to a secluded corner and sits down to meditate. He uses the Great Sea of Reason technique, which allows him to increase his mana reserves and take more precise control over his magic. The rate of mana growth exceeds all the hero's expectations. He thinks that this is most likely due to proper nutrition, and the hero's already accumulated 20 years of experience. Ethan promises to do more tech and constantly cook monster food to become stronger than his future self. He finishes his lesson and Lily peeks at him from around the corner. The hero's stomach rumbles and the girl happily asks if it's time to buy more chicken. But instead of fast food, Ethan replenishes his strength with the soup he prepared earlier. He wants to achieve results in his preparation as quickly as possible. 2 days later, the hero notes that the diet and training are not in vain. His body is filled with mana. Ethan's thoughts are interrupted by a ringing sound coming from his jacket pocket. This is Linda. She reproaches the hero for not being at all interested in the process of revising the terms of the contract with the guild. Busy with training and raising the girl, Ethan had already forgotten about his intention to join the organization. Linda has been silent for a long time. It seems there are some complications with the contract, but the girl still managed to persuade the head of the guild to consider the hero's candidacy if he agreed to be tested. The next day, Ethan arrives at a huge, ornate building, the headquarters of the White House Guild. He takes Lily with him so that she doesn't cause trouble or get into trouble herself while the hero is away. The girl likes the interior of the building and the friendly Linda, who communicates pleasantly with her. The hero introduces the child as his half-sister. Ethan explains to the girl that he came to get a job to earn money, and Lily immediately begins to dream of buying more chicken. Linda assures the hero that the guild does not interfere in the personal affairs of employees and offers to go up to the floor where the testing will take place. There the heroes are met by the head of the White House Guild, Donald. Ethan shakes the man's hand, noting that the leader spares no effort in training. Donald begins to discuss the terms of the contract and is a little surprised that the hero asked to double the number of payments in case of successful passing of the test. Although the guild leader does not have magical abilities, his energy is extremely strong. The hero notes that Donald can suppress mana users with his aura alone. But Ethan is already strong and experienced enough to fall for such tricks. He dispels the energy of the guild leader with his mana and promises to prove that he is worthy of such conditions. Donald senses great potential in the hero and is surprised by such a powerful aura. He asks Linda to make new amendments to the standard guild contract, promising to triple the reward if Ethan passes the test. Moreover, for the full completion of the testing, the hero is promised an additional 20 billion and the hero can't wait to get started. The test consists of a battle against 3 guild representatives. The leader asks the participants not to overdo it and not to kill each other. The hero's first opponent is John, who despite his young age has achieved impressive success on the battlefield. Ethan refuses to use any weapons, stating that his watch will be enough for him. The head of the guild announces the start of the battle and wishes the participants a fair and beautiful duel. Ethan read about John in a journal and knows that his superpower is based on his incredible speed of movement. Moreover, the opponent becomes stronger the longer he moves without stopping. Ethan understands that he needs to defeat the enemy as quickly as possible before he becomes too strong. John is in no hurry to attack. He clearly wants to gain as much energy as possible before striking. Running past Ethan, the rival arrogantly threatens the hero and considers himself invincible. Finally, John decides to strike first, jumping at the main character at great speed, raising his sword along the way. But Ethan was just waiting for this. Unlike his opponent, he was extremely focused and managed to hit him right in the nose. Lily screams with joy and Linda is very surprised that the hero needed only 1 hit to win. Donald is pleasantly impressed by the spectacle and praises Ethan for his amazing results. John almost lost his life and is taken away for rehabilitation. The guild leader thanks the hero for his wise use of force. Ethan smiles at the remaining competitors and wishes them a fun challenge. The hero's next opponent is a more experienced member of the guild nicknamed Buffalo. The hero noticed him in the stands and noted to himself that the knight was serious and ready to fight to the death. Ethan gets into a fighting stance. He is ready to start the fight and understands that the fight will not be easy. The buffalo draws his sword, not yet revealing his true feelings towards the protagonist. This time Ethan doesn't wait for the enemy to make the first move, but launches a lightning-fast attack first. Clutching the watch tightly in his hand, the hero tries to play on the clumsiness of his armored opponent. Ethan lands a mana-boosted attack, but the tank shields himself at the last moment. The enemy immediately counterattacks, almost cutting off the protagonist's head. Buffalo wants to use a shield attack before Ethan can get back on his feet, but the hero has already run behind the enemy and is preparing to deliver the next blow. Using his future experience, Ethan uses the Falcon's Claw technique. The buffalo manages to repel the attack again. He did not expect such pressure from the newcomer and is sure that he trained a lot even before he woke up. The knight raises his heavy sword to deliver another blow, but Ethan is faster and dodges the blade whistling over his head. Taking advantage of the momentary gap in the enemy's defense, the hero hits Buffalo with his shoulder in the side with all his might. The air rushes out of the knight's lungs loudly. The blow is so powerful that the heavy tank flies to the other side of the arena, knocking down trees along the way. The buffalo rises and pays tribute to Ethan, who has proven to be a formidable opponent. The main character was going to use magical abilities, only as a last resort. He wanted to keep them a secret, but the cunning Donald clearly squeezed every last drop of juice out of the hero to see his true potential. Buffalo likes the newcomer's drive and says that he will ask to take him into his team after the testing is completed. Ethan clarifies who decides the issue of distributing newcomers among teams. The knight says that only the winner can decide, and the head of the guild confirms these words. The protagonist says that in this case, he wants to lead his own team if he can defeat the buffalo. Donald agrees to the terms, but specifies that in case of loss, the hero's monetary reward will be halved and the duration of the contract will increase. Using his knowledge from the future, Ethan begins to provoke Buffalo. He mentions the knight's love for Linda, the guild leader's daughter, and believes that this is why the big guy wants Ethan dead. When the tank loses his temper, he activates the Buffalo mode, in which his mana and physical stamina become even higher. Having lost his cold mind, the buffalo rushes towards the main character with the intention of trampling the impudent fellow. Ethan uses the lightning fist technique, charging his punch with a huge amount of mana. Luckily, the tank manages to block the blow with his shield, otherwise he would most likely have lost his life. The buffalo flies back to the edge of the arena, his shield broken and smoking, his consciousness drained from his body from the overload he had experienced. The main character sits down on the ground, complaining along the way about how difficult it is to earn money in the modern world. He is unhappy that he lost so much strength after just 1 hit from the lightning fist, since he was much stronger in the future. Without wasting time, The hero sits in the lotus position to use the Great Sea of Reason technique and restore his lost strength. Linda congratulates the newly appointed commander of Team 7. The hero's next opponent is the head of the guild himself. He did not expect that a newcomer would be able to defeat the buffalo. Ethan immediately refuses to continue the test. Greatly surprising Donald. The hero understands that after so many battles, he will not be able to defeat the experienced and extremely strong head of the guild. In the office, Ethan clarifies that he would like to gradually recruit his own team of superhumans. He says that he has already found the right candidate. Lily, the girl, looks up from her drawing of a chicken in surprise. Ethan asks the girl for one favor, to create the largest flame she can. The girl refuses because she hasn't eaten for a long time and is completely exhausted from hunger. Ethan immediately promises her a lot of tasty chicken for demonstrating Lily's abilities. Inspired by the promised dinner, the girl agrees. The girl runs to the center of the room and begins to work magic. Linda is surprised by Lily's abilities. She did not suspect that the girl was also a superhuman. Lily has achieved impressive results in controlling magic. Although the pillar of flame takes up almost the entire room, it does not scorch the heroes or the interior. The hero moves on to discuss the terms of the girl's contract, but she interrupts him and reminds him of the promised chicken. Finally, the contract with the new member of the 7th team is signed and the girl enjoys the most delicious fried legs with delight. Linda offers to give a tour of the guild's massive complex. The hero is not impressed by the equipment, because in the future he used much more advanced models. But he liked the weapons workshop, especially since the specialists can create special equipment to order. The hero chooses 2 blades that he likes for the first time and asks if the inspection of the building is finished. But Ethan's exit is blocked by the head of the guild, who asks the hero to go on an urgent call. Ethan privately thinks that he wouldn't mind leaving early on the first day, but agrees to continue working. A new gate has opened in the middle of a busy city street, and monsters are starting to spread throughout the area. The teams of superhumans who arrive at the scene encounter such monsters for the first time. These slugs themselves are extremely weak and pose no threat, but the stench emanating from the monster slime is so strong that it barely allows one to breathe. Lily can't concentrate. The pungent smell is eating away at the girl's eyes and nose. Thanks to the hero's experience before rebirth, Ethan knows how to deal with this scourge. Using mana, he cuts off the smells and shows the girl how to use this technique. Lily is immensely grateful to the teacher for such useful advice. It makes her feel much better. The hero's task is to collect living samples of monsters that can be sent for study. But inexperienced fighters kill the slugs. Ethan notices a monster trying to hide in the tree canopy. With a strong kick, the hero knocks the slug down and the monster flies to the ground. Ethan carefully picks up the monster with magic and spins it around until it loses consciousness. And with a deft movement, he puts them in a bag. Collecting 3 turns out to be an easy task for the hero. Ethan sends a report to Linda that the mission is now complete and he is going back to headquarters with the necessary samples. His path is blocked by members of other guilds. They get to know the newcomer. One of the commanders notices that Ethan has already achieved impressive results. The team leader's armband is adorned on his right shoulder. This is the captain of the 5th team of the Blackhound Guild, the same one in which the hero worked before returning to the past. Moreover, this young upstart was Ethan's boss in his past life. Lily stands to the side, barely holding the heavy bag with the monster inside. The rest of the mission asks to share live samples, because they are unable to collect even a single slug. The situation is heating up. Linda watches the situation on cameras and advises the hero not to obey, as this is a gross violation of the regulations. The other commanders are already preparing for a fight. The hero understands that they will try to take his bag by force. Ethan is not going to give up without a fight and sits down on the bag of loot. The Black Hound commander is just waiting for this. He's already ready to get into a fight. Ethan whispers to Lily to use fire magic to scare the rest of the superhumans on cue. The girl, surprised, asks if she should burn the people standing in front of her. The hero simply asks to set the earth on fire to discourage the rude people from taking someone else's loot. Suddenly, the portal changes color and the hum from its depths becomes louder. A giant slug's head emerges from the gate, this one clearly more dangerous than the others. The monster that appeared already poses a serious threat. Its size is comparable to a small building. Another guild member advises to stay away from the slime if Ethan doesn't want to get hit during the fight. The hero happily follows the advice and suggests that Lily take the bags of loot to the car. Meanwhile, the situation on the battlefield is becoming increasingly desperate. The main character checks the situation and grins. Inexperienced superhumans will not be able to defeat the slug. The monster continues to gain the upper hand, destroying the city along the way. The defenders flee in panic. Ethan and Lily calmly wait for the members of the other guilds to leave the battlefield. Regular weapons have no effect. The monster's slime corrodes swords and armor. The monster manages to grab one of the hesitant tanks and immobilize it. He cannot escape from the deadly grip and asks his comrades for help. Another second and the slug will send the guy into its mouth full of sharp teeth. Ethan decides to intervene, cuts off the tentacle of the monster and reproaches the comrades of the guy in trouble. The hero knows a young man who was captured by a slug. 20 years later, he will become much stronger. Ethan leaves the rescued tank and tells Lily to prepare for battle. The battlefield is surrounded by a wall of fire, preventing other guild members from entering. The main character decides not to wait for support, because then, the loot will have to be divided between all participants in the battle. Linda asks Ethan to stop, because his life is much more important to the guild than some loot. The main character is confident of his victory, because in the future, there was already a guide to fighting monsters, which described the weaknesses and tactics of fighting monsters. Ethan knows that the slime's main weakness is its fear of fire, so he asks Lily to create a wall of flame. The hero starts an attack and asks the girl to cover him. Ethan begins to methodically cut off the monster's tentacles, which are capable of quickly regenerating. The protagonist shouts to Lily that it's time for her to use fire magic. The girl cauterizes the monster's stump so that it cannot regenerate its tentacles so quickly. The tactic works, but it is too early to celebrate victory and the hero continues the attack. After the tentacles are cut off, the monster hides in its shell. He closes the only hole in the armor and begins to vigorously repair the damage. Ethan brought with him some huge nails, part of the equipment provided by the guild. He explains that with their help, the heroes will be able to open the monster's strong shell. Ethan begins hammering nails into the slug's shell one after another. After a few minutes, the hero completes preparations for the final battle. He uses the Great Mind technique to power up his final blow. With a powerful attack, Ethan finally cracks the monster's strong armor, spending almost all his strength on it and flies to the side. Luckily for the heroes, the monster loses consciousness, while Ethan comes to his senses to collect the precious loot. The girl kicks the main character to check if he's alive. Finally, he's dead. Ethan gets up from the ground and begins to cut the slug into pieces, throwing the valuable meat into Lily's bag. With a devilish expression on his face, Ethan tells the girl that the monster's meat is soft and nutritious. He deftly wields the blade, trying to extract as much of the monster's mana-filled flesh as possible. Before ordering Lily to remove the firewall, the hero takes the most valuable ingredient from the slug's carcass. The flames dissipate and the arriving support team sees the defeated monster and the unharmed heroes. The head of support asks the heroes how they managed to defeat such a strong monster. Ethan replies that he had to give it his all and only narrowly escaped death. The members of the rival guilds cannot believe their eyes, because they were unable to defeat the slime even with their combined efforts. Ethan asks the head of the support team to spare him the tedious cleanup after the battle, because he has already spent a lot of energy. In gratitude for her good work, the hero buys Lily's favorite dish, fried chicken, for dinner. The girl cannot believe her happiness. She feels like she's sleeping. She rejoices and says that she's ready to catch snails every day for such a tasty reward. After a hard day, Ethan himself is happy to relax, eat well and drink cold beer. He loudly puts his glass down on the table and curses. Lily thinks that this curse word means enjoying delicious food and repeats after the hero. Ethan asks not to use unfamiliar words without knowing their meaning. The next morning, the hero again uses the Great Mind technique to recover. He is distracted by a call from Linda, who literally screams into the phone at him, because Ethan has not been in touch for several hours. The girl tells the hero that it is time for him to hire his own support team, which will include doctors, operators, and even secretaries. Not wanting to waste time on dozens of interviews, the guy asks Linda to select personnel to his taste. The girl is flattered by such trust and promises to recruit worthy employees, and the hero mentions that he would like to hire one superhuman to join the team, a tank from the Black Hound Guild, whom he saved in a battle with a giant slime. Next, Ethan receives a call from the head of the White House Guild himself. He offers the hero to rest for 3 days after such an exhausting battle with a powerful monster. Ethan is only too happy to miss a few days of work and quickly agrees. The hero suggests that Lily celebrate the beginning of the weekend with a delicious dish. The girl immediately gets inspired, imagining delicious chicken. But Ethan is going to cook a new dish from fresh ingredients obtained in yesterday's battle, even using the heart of a slug. After a few hours, the hellish snail soup is ready. Lily claims that she's not hungry yet after eating all that delicious chicken yesterday, and the soup looks threatening. The main character pretends that the dish turned out very tasty, and the little girl believes the teacher. He asks Lily to finish her portion, but she snatches the plate from his hands. The girl tries her first spoon and understands the bitter truth in every sense. Lily laments the memory of last night's delicious dinner. Ethan reassures her by promising to treat the girl to a new dish for dinner, pork belly. After lunch, the heroes go treasure hunting, and Ethan tells them on the way how the demons stuck on Earth after the opening of the gate settled in secluded corners of the planet. The orcs, for example, united into a tribe and set up camp in a dense forest not far from the city. In the center of their camp is a relic from another world which the main character is hunting for. He uses binoculars to assess the situation from a safe distance. Ethan is about to infiltrate the camp and asks Lily to use magic when the hero gives the signal. He explains that if the torch in the orc camp goes out, Ethan wheezes the exit from the settlement will need to be set on fire. Ethan uses his stealth skill to sneak into orc territory undetected. Lily is also hidden from the eyes of strangers. She watches the hero from a convenient ledge and waits for the signal to act. The main character easily passes. The guards, ordinary orcs, are not able to sense mana. The relic is guarded by a dozen green skins positioned around the perimeter of the statue. The hero does not consider them a threat and is ready to deal with the enemies alone. But the leader of the orcs emerges from his tent, a huge mutated monster, who in the future brought many problems to humanity. The hero decides to act more carefully and picks up a stone from the ground and throws it into a torch standing nearby. Lily realizes that Ethan gave the signal he spoke of before setting out on his sortie. As promised, the girl puts on a fire show at the entrance to the camp to distract the guards. The orc leader, growling with displeasure, sends his subordinates to check what happened. The hero decides to take advantage of the situation and quickly destroy the statue to take the treasure inside. But his plans are disrupted by a mutant orc. The thug sensed the hero and went behind him to deal with the intruder. A swing of a huge sword almost cuts Ethan in half. The hero dodges only thanks to his superhuman reflexes. The guy decides to retreat in order to carefully think through the second attempt and not fall victim to the mutant orc. Lily is surprised that Ethan was spotted. The hero asks her to leave the position. Having made sure that their pursuers have fallen behind, the heroes sit down to catch their breath. Suddenly, Lily realizes that the place seems familiar to her. She points to the entrance to the cave. It was from here that the heroine emerged after the portal transported her to Earth. The girl remembers that the thugs from whom Ethan saved her tried to catch her here. The hero guesses that we are talking about bandits from the Red Serpent and assumes that this is their secret hideout. He decides to take advantage of this fortunate coincidence, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and he is going to take a look at the bandits' hideout from the inside, hoping to find something useful there. Lily refuses to go inside. She's afraid of meeting the scary bandits again. Ethan suggests that she hide in the bushes with a walkie-talkie and keep an eye on the situation outside. The hero begins his journey into a dark cave. Using his stealth skill, Ethan slips past the guards. Inside the cave, he discovers an entire underground laboratory where about 36 people are working tirelessly. They produce some kind of white powder. The laboratory turns out to be quite large. Ethan figures out that they are producing a drug called Serpent. It is a powerful substance that makes people go crazy after the first dose. The hero walks around the laboratory, counting the number of guards on duty. He discovers boxes of the finished substance. No less than 50 kilograms of drugs worth a huge amount. The manager of the underground production facility scolds the head of the laboratory for low performance, who awkwardly makes excuses. The hero watches with disgust as the merchants of death are taken apart. The lights go out at the production facility and the staff doesn't understand what's happening. The hero, in camouflage mode, takes drugs out of the cave. Only traces on the floor give him away. Ethan calls Lily out of hiding and prepares to escape. The girl jumps into the box with the drug. The hero carries her on his shoulders. Finally, the laboratory security catches up with the heroes. The leader demands to capture the fugitives alive or dead. Without thinking twice, the guards start shooting at the heroes with all their guns. But Ethan is too fast and not a single bullet reaches him. Fleeing from pursuit, the hero leads armed bandits into orc territory. The mutant orc recognizes Ethan by smell and becomes enraged. He doesn't like this impudent stranger. A minute later, the security of the underground laboratory catches up with the heroes and meets the orcs face to face. Ethan orders Lily to get out of the box and the girl quickly obeys the hero, throws the box deep into the ORC camp so that the guards have motivation to enter the dangerous territory. The bandits think that Ethan has gone crazy and are trying to come up with a plan of action. For a second, the orcs are distracted by a box flying past, which lands in the middle of a crowd of green-skinned monsters. The security commander orders to deal with the monsters, leaving Ethan for later. The bandits panic and start shooting at the advancing orcs. Surprisingly, firearms prove effective against the greenskins, but not against their leader, from whom bullets bounce like peas. The mutated orc cuts down the helpless bandits one by one with his sword. The heroes can only watch as their enemies kill each other, making the hunt for the treasure much easier. Ethan carefully analyzes the situation and calculates the best time for a surprise attack. Finally, the last guard remains. He begs the huge orc to spare him, but such a thought does not even enter the leader's head. He deals with the last enemy and raises his sword high, celebrating his victory. Taking advantage of the mutant's weakened attention, Ethan plunges his dagger into the monster's back, piercing its heart through and through. The bleeding leader falls to his knees and the hero thanks him for the work he has done. The orcs can't believe their eyes. Their strongest representative has fallen at the hands of an ordinary man. In panic, the crowd begins to scatter in different directions, not wanting to share the fate of their leader. Finally, the hero reaches the desired statue and begins to wield the hammer. After some time, he obtains the relic stored inside. These are 2 bracelets that allow you to use a shield in exchange for a small amount of mana. The hero puts one bracelet on his hand, and it instantly adapts its size to the wrist of its new owner. Ethan gives the second bracelet to Lily so he can keep an eye on the girl from a distance, not to mention the useful properties of the artifact. Lily is delighted with the gift and likes how skillfully it is executed. The girl examines the bracelet from all sides, while Ethan removes the skin from the killed orc leader. It will be useful for making new armor. Before leaving, Ethan asks Lily to burn down the orc camp, promising that they are almost finished and will soon go home. Lily lights a fire in her hands, preparing a powerful spell. She gives it her all, shouting something about delicious food, for which the girl is ready to do anything. The protagonist notes to himself that hungry Lily is capable of terrible things and he should be careful. The heroes return to the underground laboratory to finish what they started. Along the way, Ethan demonstrates how the bracelet works so the girl can learn in the field. Lily tries to use her bracelet. The hero suggests that with practice, the girl will be able to create a shield of any shape. The cunning Lily comes up with her own way to use the shield. She crushes the guards with a clot of energy. One of the bandits asks to have mercy on him and promises to tell the heroes everything they need about the group. But Ethan is only interested in the location of the safe with money and valuables. Having cleared the laboratory, the heroes blow it up to stop the production of the drug and at the same time cover their tracks. Ethan thinks that the sortie turned out even better than expected, because he managed not only to get a powerful artifact, but also to take money and valuable items from the laboratory. The hero tells Lily that she can already remove the shield that covers the escaped bandits if the girl is finished blowing up the laboratory. The hero calls one of the bandits Rice Cake and orders him to follow him. He forces the rest to surrender voluntarily at the nearest guard post. Otherwise, he threatens to kill every bandit. The thugs follow the order and surrender to the military guarding the restricted area. Ethan thinks that the police will most likely have questions and the thugs might talk about the hero's adventures. He does not want to quarrel with a certain powerful titan in this life and decides to establish connections with him. On the way home, Ethan thinks that Lily has worked hard today and deserves a delicious dinner. The girl spent a lot of energy on the outing and throws a tantrum in the middle of the forest. She is so hungry. Dissatisfied, Lily makes a claim to the main character. He promised to feed her something no less tasty than chicken. The hero shows the contents of the package, but the girl is skeptical. Ethan asks Hot Pie to make grilled pork belly with garlic and olives. The dish tastes as amazing as it looks. Lily really likes the new sensations and even compares pork breast to her favorite chicken. For days off passed very quickly and the hero begins to do business. He buys a plot of land on which his temporary shelter is located. While swinging in a hammock, Ethan orders Hot Pie to build a log house and the former criminal happily gets to work. He thanks Ethan for not taking his life and allowing him to start living an honest life. Ethan says he will let Hot Pie go after just 3 years of hard work and Lily praises his culinary skills. Holding back tears, the former bandit continues to build a new home for his saviors. Linda volunteers to be the assistant to the new 7th team of the White House Guild. She hands Ethan a thick folder of documents that he needs to study before the end of the day. Linda also introduces the hero to a new task: clearing the gate. Portals are divided into 2 types. The first ones open and close after some time. The second ones won't close until superhumans enter them to clean them up. To close a Type B gate, someone must get inside and destroy the core powering the portal. Ethan recognizes the gate from the photograph. It is one of the catastrophic gates, the Gate of Fallen Spirits. In the future, the hero was an instructor and always cited these gates as a sad example. Many superhumans died while carrying out the task of closing them. Linda suggests passing the task to other teams if the hero does not want to work side by side with representatives of rival guilds. But Ethan assures her that there will be no problems. The heroes arrive at the Black Hound Guild building and the driver bows deeply to the hero as he exits the car. Ethan asks not to do this. He's embarrassed by such an attitude of people who are honest and hardworking. The driver promises that he will remember the hero's request. At the threshold, the heroes are met by Kyle, a representative of the Black Hound Guild. They sit down at the negotiating table where the fate of Arthur, the tank that Ethan wants to hire for his team, will be decided. Linda starts the conversation and mentions that the 5 billion figures may be a bit of an exaggeration. But Kyle interrupts her and says that the conditions have changed. Now he is asking for twice as much, 10 billion, to terminate the contract. Ethan believes that this is a provocation and that the guild members are deliberately trying to provoke a conflict. Kyle smiles and says that Arthur probably isn't that necessary to the hero. He adds that Lily should call an ambulance, since the expiration date of the pie she was fed had long since expired. Ethan can't stand such impudence and slaps Kyle in the face. One of the Black Hound Guild members stands up to defend the boss. He is ready for a fight. Ethan delivers dozens of blows with great speed, instantly immobilizing the impudent man. With the final blow, the hero sends him into the corridor, knocking down the door. Ethan demands that the circus be ended and that the head of the guild be called. Linda, although she tries to stop the hero from doing something rash, clearly looks pleased. The hero looks menacingly at Arthur and says that he will deal with the tank later. A deadly energy permeates the negotiation room. It's the head of the Black Hound Guild who arrives in person to discuss business with Ethan. Jin overwhelms everyone in the room with his blood-red aura, and only an uneasy sense of threat emanates from him. The hero brushes off the dark energy of the leader and asks to be left alone with him. Ethan tells Lily to go with Linda and wait in the hallway until he finishes. And the girl asks permission to burn the entire building to the ground. She doesn't like it here so much. Ethan orders her not to joke like that again and adds that if she plays with fire, she will never get chicken again. Ethan asks directly what the guild leader wants from him in exchange for Arthur. Jin likes this approach and invites the hero to join the guild. Ethan notes that he has excellent conditions in the White House Guild, and the head of the Hound will have to pay a huge amount for the transfer. But Jin wants to get the hero not as an ordinary employee, but as a spy on the affairs of the White House Guild. The leader of the Black Hound promises a generous reward for the transmission of information and threatens the hero with physical violence if he refuses. Donald shouts loudly in the street. He challenges Gene to a fight, threatening him with problems if he refuses. The leader even took a weapon with him. He is ready to use force to pull such a valuable hero out of the tenacious clutches of his competitors. But Ethan is already on the street, asking Donald from behind what he is doing at the Hound's Guild and why he is so aggressive. The head of the White House Guild explains that his daughter told him about the conflict that had occurred, and he immediately came to the rescue. But the hero assures that everything ended with sincere apologies, and he was even given gifts. In fact, Ethan resorted to a risky but effective trick. He used his knowledge of the future and mentioned that information about Jin's affair with his brother's fiancée could become public knowledge. Ethan adds that problems can be avoided if the leader agrees to the hero's terms. At the White House Guild headquarters, Donald continues to rage and threatens to kill Jean. The enraged chief is besieged by his daughter, and Ethan notices that Lily has become suspiciously quiet. The hero reminds Lily that it is not necessary to use fire every time to resolve a conflict. In Guy, the girl says that she is hungry again, and that is why she is behaving this way. Linda suggests that Lily has been under a lot of stress during the day and is probably a little depressed because of that. But Ethan calms the girl down and says that Lily's mood can easily be improved with fried chicken. The hero thinks to himself that his decision to join the White House Guild was correct, because the leader himself was ready to fight to pull the hero out of the clutches of the Black Hound Guild. The next day, Arthur arrives at the team's field camp ahead of schedule. He apologizes for the problems with the contract. He was forced to rewrite the contract. The hero seats the tank at the table, hands him a glass of tea, and asks him to call him commander from now on. Arthur agrees, and Ethan reflects on the fate of the young man who was called a weakling and treated with contempt in the Black Hound. Arthur tries to demonstrate his skills to the hero. The tank is sure that he is practically useless, but 10 years later, the boy was destined to become a hero respected throughout the world, nicknamed the Moving Fortress. Ethan tests Arthur's body for strength. He has already met such a superhuman and knows what they can do. The hero promises Arthur that in a year or even 6 months, he will become the best tank in the country. The newcomer is grateful to the commander. Ethan already appears as a saint in Arthur's eyes. By this point, Pi is finishing up Ethan's special order. The soup made from the monster's organs and inner core, as always a healthy food for superhumans, looks terrifying. The whole team looks at the pot in horror. Ethan says that everyone will have to eat 3 plates. 2 days later, the entire team sets out on a mission to hone their skills before the expedition into the gate. Ethan is fighting a one-horned tiger and Arthur stands behind him, afraid to move. The main character orders the tank to do its job because it must take the brunt of the damage. Ethan sends Arthur into close combat, telling him to immobilize the tiger. The tank activates stone armor on the way to the enemy. His body gradually turns into a boulder. Arthur grabs the massive monster's front paw and tries to hold it in place. With its free paw, the tiger strikes the tank's back. An ordinary person would have been torn to pieces long ago. Tears come to Arthur's eyes from the pain. He is almost ready to give up, but Ethan knows how to scare the team. He threatens them with 6 bowls of monster organ soup. Next, Lily must enter the battle. The hero orders it to begin. The girl protests and states that she refuses to attack because the main character does not feed her chicken. To be continued, Ethan promises to buy Lily's favorite treat for dinner, and she rushes into the attack, forgetting about bickering. A pillar of flame bursts out of the girl's hands for the sake of the chicken. She is ready to incinerate anyone who gets in her way. Finally, the huge tiger is defeated, its body cooling in the middle of the roadway. Lily overdid it and almost turned the monster into coal. So, collecting samples will not work, and Ethan asks headquarters for the coordinates of the remaining tigers. The monsters are 2 kilometers away from the hero's team, and he will have to hurry if he wants to arrive at the place before the Warriors Guild. The hero orders the team members to move to the location and he himself speeds up to arrive first. Cutting through the air, he hurries to take the prey before his competitors. Along the way, he notes that he has already made significant progress thanks to training in mana-rich food. The members of the warrior guild had almost reached the one-horned tiger, but Ethan rushes behind them and shouts that he will take on the monster. The hero uses the crescent body technique and quickly attacks the monster. The blade flashes in his hand. Ethan's eyes search for the tiger's weak spot and strike to kill. A second later, the monster is defeated and the members of the Warriors Guild are left wondering who this superhuman is. Ethan reports the end of the hunt and requests the coordinates of the next monsters. Lily learns to control her power and this time kills the monster more carefully so that samples can be collected from it. The 7th squad support team arrives on scene consisting of medics, operators, and equipment specialists who get to work. The head of the medical team asks if anyone needs urgent help. Ethan replies that everything is fine and only Lily was slightly burned. While the operator shows the commander a spectacular scene that was captured using a drone, the equipment specialist helps the hero replace his worn-out armor. Linda is pleased with herself. She managed to hire some of the best for the support team of the 7th squad. Ethan thanks his subordinates for their excellent work and promises bonuses and extra days off after the task of closing the gate. He asks all employees to continue in the same spirit, because his life depends on their well-coordinated work. The whole team is delighted by such warm words from the commander, and the cameraman says that he captured the leader's impressive speech. Ethan's driver notes that he is popular among his subordinates. The hero explains that he has come a long way from the very bottom and knows how important words of support are and additional bonuses are to maintain his ability to work. He himself was a puppet in the hands of the head of the Blackhound Guild and does not want the same fate for his team members. Linda informs the hero that preparations for the mission to close the gate are almost complete. The equipment will be ready in a few days. She was also able to find out who the main character was interested in. This is a child, a superhuman with a specialization in the production of equipment. Lily dresses up in a cute dress. Her mission today is extremely important. The heroes set out to recruit a newcomer to the guild's team of specialists. They arrive at an unremarkable barbershop. Ethan sits down in a chair and explains to a middle-aged woman what kind of hairstyle he wants. At this time, Lily pretends to be an ordinary restless child. Ethan asks her to be more careful with the toys that fill the hair salon. A girl finds a toy chicken that she loves to eat for dinner. The hairdresser doesn't mind the girl taking the toy for herself, because her son makes new ones every day. Harry suffers from a rare savant syndrome. He is extremely poor at socializing. But at 13, he becomes a brilliant inventor and jack of all trades. Ethan believes that he will have to approach the boy carefully, and to start with, he needs to visit the barbershop more often. Testing Harry's sensitivity to superhumans, the hero uses mana. The boy immediately detects fluctuations in energy. He comes out of his workshop to check what's going on, and his mother is extremely surprised by such behavior, because usually you can't drag a boy out of the room. Lily realizes that it is time to put Ethan's cunning plan into action. She flies up to the boy and asks how he was able to make such a cute toy. Harry answers the girl hesitantly. He doesn't often interact with children his age. Lily continues to play the role and does not stop showering the boy with compliments about his talent. The embarrassed guy tries to answer something, but the words get stuck in his throat. Ethan notes that the promise of 4 servings of chicken does wonders for Lily's productivity. The boy's mother is simply amazed by her son's activity. She has never seen him talk to anyone so much. The main character notices that, judging by Harry's look, he has already fallen in love with Lily and therefore makes contact. The boy immediately joins the guild as an equipment specialist, just to avoid parting with Lily. A few days later, the girl already received her updated costume. Harry embroidered chicken and pizza on the sleeves. Lily's and Harry's favorite foods. Arthur envies the heroes. With his ability, he has no need for form. Most likely, it will simply tear on his petrifying body. Linda reports that the support squad has completed all necessary preparations, and Ethan orders the team to move out. Upon arrival, the heroes are met with unpleasant news. Representatives of other guilds have already gone to the portal. The guard was told that the order of the teams had changed because the White House Guild was delayed on the road. Ethan suggests that they skip the unnecessary bickering and just stick to the original plan. Linda laments the missed opportunity, as the others are likely already finishing clearing the gate. But the main character does not give up. He suggests going in and checking it out for themselves. For convenience, the entire squad moves in cars and moves quickly enough. But even after 2 hours, they did not find any monsters or people inside the gate. Ethan is the first to notice suspicious activity ahead and orders a stop. He goes out to scout out the situation, leaving Arthur to keep an eye on the cars. The peculiarity of the Dungeon of Fallen Spirits is that people who are careless risk turning into zombies. Ethan orders Arthur to activate the stone armor and start attacking the zombies, because if the monsters scratch any other team member, he himself will turn into a zombie. While encouraging the tank, the protagonist gives him a magical slap charged with mana. Arthur begins to use his ability and the hero notices that the training has benefited the tank. His armor becomes thicker and covers almost his entire body. In the middle of the fight, Ethan reminds Arthur that there are still people in front of him whose minds are clouded and they cannot be killed. The tank tries to attack the zombies in such a way as to deprive them of consciousness, but not of life. Arthur is beside himself with happiness. He was finally able to hit the monster and it turned out not to be as scary as he thought. Lily loses her patience, gets bored and suggests burning the zombies, but Ethan forbids this. The operator doesn't waste time. He records what's happening on camera. These video materials can be used in court to obtain compensation for competitors' disruption of the queue. The equipment specialist prepares special protective suits for the entire team, and the head of the medical team takes out a suitcase with the vaccine that Ethan asked to take with him. Arthur gradually begins to lose strength. He was able to fight off most of the members of the Red Shark Guild. Even though they have become zombies, their strength still remains at the level of superhumans and the tank will not last much longer. Ethan gets involved and begins to render the monsters unconscious using a special technique. Arthur is surprised by the commander's skill and is filled with even greater respect for the experience of such a young leader. After a few minutes, Ethan finishes clearing out all the zombies lying motionless. The hero asks Arthur to arrange the victims in a row. The tank begins to carry out the order. Ethan carefully prepared for the task, and it was not without reason that he asked to bring a vaccine against zombie poison. The members of the rival guilds have been under the influence of the poison for well over half an hour, so even after the antidote has taken effect, they will be mentally impaired for some time. Ethan asks the team to step aside to focus on the next technique. He begins programming zombies to help his team. The hero remembers the experience he gained in the future. In one of the worlds he visited, he learned to control the minds of animals with low mental abilities. This skill is perfect for the current situation. Ethan commands the zombies to obey him and his team. From half-dead people, zombies, under the influence of technology, begin to look like crazy fans of the main character. The first task for the new team members is to hunt bees that inject zombie poison into people's blood. That's why Ethan asked to bring suits that protect against insect attacks. Arthur catches the queen of the zombie bees, and Ethan allows Lily to finish off the remaining insects with fire magic, then offers them a snack. Hearing about the food, the girl cannot contain her emotions and a column of flame bursts out of her hands, incinerating everything that falls under the powerful spell. A member of the equipment team wonders how the Shark Guild representatives agreed to help their competitors so easily, but the protagonist says that they are simply grateful to him for saving them. The insect suits are checked. The queen bee is captured and the hero orders to continue the journey through the gate. Ethan's team is blocked by members of the Warriors Guild, who have also turned into zombies after being stung by bees. The hero acts according to a proven scheme and creates even more assistance for himself. Who will come in handy in a dangerous adventure? Ethan begins to be overcome with doubts. The great and terrible gates of the fallen spirits seem too simple to him. On the fourth day, a member of the support team notices that the monsters have managed to devour all the food supplies overnight. The team quickly finds the culprits of the disappearance of provisions. Huge demonic rats. Lily impudent monsters. The main character thinks that everything is going smoothly for now. But he shouldn't relax. because the strongest monsters are located closer to the center of the dungeon and the intermediate boss doesn't keep you waiting. It's a huge bat with a magic mirror between its horns. Ethan orders the attack to begin, sending a tank forward and ordering the rest to provide support from afar. The mirror hypnotizes ordinary people and makes them fight on the side of the bat, but brainwashed zombies are immune to such magic. The bat's minions also go on the offensive. Ethan warns Arthur not to look in the mirror, but the tank freezes in place for another reason. It is simply afraid to go on the attack. The hero asks Lily to create a wall of fire to stop the advance of the mouse's minions. The girl suggests burning down the entire room, but Ethan stops her. The protagonist grabs Lily in his arms and uses his camouflage skill to sneak attack the mouse. The hero tries to get the monster with throwing knives, but the agile mouse dodges the attack. Turning around, the monster uses the magic mirror in an attempt to take over the minds of the protagonist and Lily. Ethan manages to cover the girl's eyes and turn away to avoid falling under the influence of powerful magic. The hero returns to the support team to regroup and watch the mouse from afar. He explains the plan to catch the dangerous monster to his subordinates. The protagonist goes forward, observing the situation in the dark rooms of the dungeon. He notices a mouse and orders the team to get ready. Zombie allies use thick shields that protect them and the rest of the team from attacks from the mouse and its minions. The superhumans enslaved by the mouse advances if they do not notice the obstacles. Taking advantage of the fact that the monster is left without support, the main character tries to reach him in the air, but misses. Lily comes into play, sending a dozen fireballs towards the enemy, but the mouse has enough agility and speed to dodge the projectiles. The smug monster flies away, a semblance of a smile appearing on its face. Taking advantage of the fact that the mouse has weakened its attention, the hero uses the bracelet to create a shield right in front of the monster, and it crashes into the obstacle with all its might. Lily lifts the hero to the ceiling using the magic of the second bracelet. Finally, Ethan cuts off the bat's head with a quick movement. He rejoices. Another obstacle on the way to the gate core is left behind, and besides, the artifact from the mouse's head will be useful to the hero in the future. Finally, the heroes reach the end of the dungeon. The zombie allies open the heavy gates of a huge hall. In the center of the room stands a figure in a long cloak, the monster's face hidden by a hood. Finally, the figure begins to move. The room is illuminated by a bright light, and the team sees an ancient skeleton nicknamed the Spirit Hunter. Arthur and the horde of zombie allies begin to close the distance. While jumping, the tank activates the petrification ability. But the hunter strikes with his huge sword. It has enough power to easily push back the heavy Arthur. Ethan notes that the tank has become much braver. His abilities have increased significantly. The skeleton uses a powerful spell that turns everyone caught in its spell into puppets. Luckily, the brainwashed zombies are immune to this kind of magic and continue to attack the hunter. In addition, Ethan creates additional protection for Arthur with the help of a mirror obtained from a bat. The Spirit Hunter begins to cast the next more powerful spell, Devil's Summoning. Demonic monkeys emerge from numerous portals, the sight of which alone sends shivers down your spine. Using his knowledge, the hero prepared for such a situation. Lily becomes his ace in the hole. The girl instantly incinerates the little demons, and their owner begins to understand that tactics need to be changed. Lily can't wait to finish passing through the gate, because her favorite fried chicken is waiting for her outside. Even the ancient demon is at a loss from this turn of events. It seems he doesn't know how to proceed. Ethan praises Lily for her spectacular disposal of the dangerous monkeys and makes her the one in charge of such cases in the future. The enraged hunter throws his huge sword at the heroes, with Arthur still sitting on the blade. It seems the horrors of the dungeon and ancient magic have had a bad effect on the tank's head. He keeps kissing the Spirit Hunter's sword. The protagonist sends his newly acquired minions to attack the skeleton. His goal is to close the gate as efficiently as possible with minimal effort, so he waits to the side. And he decides to join only after the zombie allies have exhausted the enemy. An hour later, the skeleton lets out a roar of despair that seemed to reach all the way to the entrance of the dungeon. The hero decides it's time to join the fight and uses the whistle to order the zombies to retreat. Ethan turns to the ancient monster, offering him to finally end the fight. The hunter curses in a language unfamiliar to the hero, but it seems the demon called Ethan a cowardly bastard. The skeleton begins a series of powerful blows, each of which could easily make a hole in a stone wall, not to mention a human body. The hero understands that a creature of such a high level cannot be influenced by the mirror of illusions. But Ethan's goal is only to distract the skeleton's attention. The plan works. The demon is distracted by the artifact for a split second, and the main character takes advantage of this. He uses the lightning strike fist technique, instantly closing the distance and delivering the finishing blow. The ancient monster's armor can't withstand the load and crumbles, revealing a blue glowing crystal inside. In his past life, the hero never had to fight the spirit hunter, and he is pleasantly surprised by the find. Ethan knows that this jewel is a spiritual stone that allows its owner to perform a miracle. Pulling the artifact out of the enemy's chest, the hero thanks the skeleton for such a valuable catch. The guy is already immersed in his fantasies about how he will dispose of the stone, and Lily asks if they can go back. With the help of the relic, the hero will be able to use the transformation skill, which will strengthen his body several hundred times and allow him to better master martial arts. But Ethan doesn't need training. He plans to use the stone to extend his life so he can enjoy his retirement as long as possible. Lily loses patience, approaches the hero and asks how tasty the stone is and whether it is edible at all. The hero replies that the stone is dangerous to eat and can kill you, although Lily is sure that Ethan just tried to swallow it himself. The hero tries to come up with an excuse for his actions on the fly, and the girl intends to wait for an answer. But Ethan stops mid-sentence. He notices that the stone has literally melted in his fingers and disappeared. The hero freezes in his tracks. He stops noticing Lily and responding to her questions. The boy falls to his knees, his vision clouded, and the girl asks if he needs medical attention after the fight. The hero silently laments the lost prophet. Even if he had decided not to use the stone, he could have sold it for a lot of money. But a sudden sound distracts him from these thoughts. He notices that the hands of the watch given to him in his past life have started to move. Not understanding what this turn of events could lead to, Ethan is not happy with his discovery. The news reports are disappointing about the raid on the Fallen Spirit's Gate. 10 days have passed since the start of the mission, and Linda is worried about the heroes. They should have returned long ago. The girl is distracted from her sad thoughts by a question from a man who approaches her. It's Linda's Uncle Jack, and he asks the girl to go home and rest, promising to get Ethan and his team out of the gate alive. Denise does not doubt her relative's strength, but asks him to be extremely careful on such a dangerous mission. Jack and his team approach the portal. The leader orders the mission to begin. Suddenly, the portal starts making loud noises and starts moving. Ethan emerges from the gate carrying a starving Lily on his back, with the rest of the team moving behind him in cars. In a fit of emotion, Linda rushes to embrace the hero she has been waiting for almost a week. Ethan is embarrassed and asks to let him go, especially since Lily almost fell off the hero's back. Linda refuses the guy's request because she was very worried about the heroes. On the way home, Ethan's driver tells how the whole country followed the fate of Team 7. The hero looks out the window, wondering if it rained in the city during the foray into the gate. The driver replies that there was no rain and the rainbow appeared 4 days ago. Ethan is sure that magic is involved, and he doesn't like such a bad sign. He knows that the rainbow will soon begin to gradually fade away until it disappears completely, after which the great disaster will begin, the night of the 7 moons, during which hundreds of portals will open from which demons of all stripes will pour out. In the past, the hero barely survived. He managed to hide in a bunker and wait out the disaster. But now the disaster of fire is on his side, and he decides to change the course of events. Ethan himself has become stronger and more experienced. He is already surpassing his future self, and the magic watch absorbed the energy of the magic stone, making the hero even more powerful. Lily dresses up in an elegant dress, noting that she is going to eat a lot and the outfit is a bit tight at the waist. Ethan suggests that the girl change into a jumpsuit, but she says that it is ugly. It turns out that Linda was outraged that Lily's wardrobe only contained tracksuits and that the dress was her gift to the girl. In honor of the hero's return safe and sound from such a dangerous mission, the guild throws a party. Donald hugs Ethan tightly, and the hero complains that such a hug will kill him sooner than any monsters from the gate. Linda compliments Lily on her dress, which suits her very well. Harry is also present at the party and invites the girl to dinner naturally. Lily immediately agrees. Linda thinks to herself that Harry has most likely fallen in love. She smiles at this thought. Lily and Harry leave for dinner, the girl chatting about her favorite food the whole way. The party is enjoyed by all the guests and Ethan himself, and he thinks that he could not even dream of such treatment in the Black Hound Guild. The hero is distracted from his thoughts by Donald calling out to him from behind. The head of the guild, liberated from alcohol, asks the main character what he dreams about. He is interested in the aspirations of the youth. The hero replies that he plans to save up a lot of money, retire, and build himself a mansion of 9,000 square meters. Relaxing carefree after many years of hard work. This answer surprises Donald because he expected to hear about unrivaled power, rare artifacts, or immortality, and not about a pension. Linda says Ethan has a wonderful goal. Donald begins to offer the hero to train with him to gain incredible strength. But Linda interrupts her father. The hero reflects that he planned to use knowledge of the future to avoid dangers. But now he has become stronger and has acquired reliable comrades. He decides that even the great disasters can be turned into benefits. The heroes go on vacation to the lake, and the guild leader is surprised that such a beautiful place is located in a forbidden area. He takes off his shirt and runs into the lake in his pants. Donald hasn't been on a nature vacation for a long time. Linda calls Ethan. She is sitting in a swimsuit on the beach. The girl asks to put sunscreen on her back because she can't reach it herself. Ethan suggests that she practice her stretching, since the hero can reach his back without any problems. The guy suggests that Linda turn to Arthur or Pyrojock for help. The girl notes that she never met Pyrojock and asks what he does in the team. The guy gives his real name but says that Linda can call him Rice Cake. The girl is embarrassed and says that she doesn't know enough yet to call him that. Ethan threatens to rename the servant Organ Pie if he says such a stupid thing again. After finishing the conversation, the main character invites the head of the guild to swim race. Donald agrees. Linda starts the competition by throwing a pebble into the water. Both participants take off, rowing vigorously at incredible speed. Ethan thinks to himself that Donald is the first superhuman and he is very fast. The head of the guild confidently breaks ahead, and the hero is no longer confident in his victory. Suddenly, Donald sees something under the water and stops. A giant octopus emerges from the lake, clearly about to have a snack on human flesh. The head of the guild is outraged by such behavior of the impudent monster. Donald bursts out of the water and raises his menacing fist over the monster. Enraged that the octopus interrupted the competition, the leader unleashes all his might on the sea monster. The deep-sea hunter did not expect such agility from his prey and stops the attack, and Donald is just getting started. A series of fast and powerful blows literally crushes the monster's body. Ethan, floating nearby, notes that the leader is fighting barehanded. A few minutes later, the defeated monster floats to the surface, its body covered in dents from blows of incredible force. Ethan says he didn't expect a monster to appear in such a place. But Donald didn't relax in the restricted area. The guild leader suggests turning back to check on the others on the shore, while Ethan stays behind to inspect the bottom of the lake. The hero has already cleared the shore and is not worried about his comrades, and Donald asks him to return for dinner. Using the power of the bracelet, the hero creates a shield around his head, which will allow him to calmly explore the lake. He is confident that the giant octopus was not the most dangerous monster in the lake, and the real test will begin at the bottom. The hero is also sure that the most valuable treasures are always located near the greatest danger, and continues his dive. The guy finds the entrance to an underwater cave and plans to return later, taking Lily with him. But his plan is not destined to come true. Out of the corner of his eye, the hero notices movement. An unknown force begins to pull Ethan deeper. The hero tries to resist and rows with all his might. The force of the flow is so great that even the shield around the head shatters into pieces. The hero is pulled into a cave. He loses control of his movements and swears. Almost losing consciousness, Ethan remembers that he promised his comrades that he would return soon. On the shore, Harry brings Lily a tasty drink. He asks her to drink it before the main character returns and makes them eat the healthy junk. They don't suspect that the hero has disappeared into the depths of a mysterious cave. A drop of cold water falling from the ceiling brings Ethan to his senses. He hears someone's voices and opens one eye to assess the situation. 3 mysterious creatures hover in the air next to the hero. Their leader asks where the stranger came from and what he wants in the cave. Ethan gets up and easily tears the seaweed that was entangled around him to prevent him from escaping. The creatures begin to panic. They are sure that the hero has evil intentions and that now their end will come. The embarrassed protagonist calms the kids down and assures them that he won't harm them. Ethan recalls his experience as a guide on the continent of Nostal, where he first met the same harmless fairies, snowflakes. He begins to speak to the creatures in their native language and the surprised fairies fly closer. The hero thinks that in the future snowflakes were not seen on Earth and the course of events could have changed greatly. He asks the magical creatures how they ended up in this cave. The fairies tell Ethan about the carefree life they lived in the lake until they were transported to another dimension. They remember with horror how the huge octopus that Donald had recently dealt with devoured their relatives. So, the snowflakes moved into this cave and finally lived in safety. The hero sympathizes with the fairies about their difficult fate, calming himself down. There was no information about them because they were practically exterminated. They complain about their fate. In the cave, they don't have enough sunlight and they are getting weaker and they can't get to the surface because of the octopus. But the hero tells the fairies that the monster is already dead. The magical creatures do not believe Ethan and he suggests that they verify the truth of his words for themselves. Snowflakes can determine whether a person is lying with the help of their magic and the green light convinces the fairies of the truth of the hero's words. In a fit of joy, the creatures begin to circle above the protagonist's head and he asks them to stop before he vomits. On the way out of the cave, the fairies announce Ethan as their new friend and he contemplates a trip to the bottom of the lake. The hero's original goal was the jug of unearthly power, which is guarded by a mysterious and powerful guardian. But instead, he got along with the snowflakes. Ethan figures out how much revenue a fairy theme park would bring in if he opened one on the lake. Dreaming of fabulous profits, the hero does not notice the trap that the snowflake warns him about. At the last second, Ethan manages to jump over a switch hidden in the floor. The hero thinks to himself that, without the fairies, he would have had a hard time on the way back. The magical creatures ask to stop to say hello to their friend, who allowed them to settle in the cave. Ethan asks if the fairy's friend looks like a short white robot. Snowflake replies that this is exactly what he looks like and thanks to his strength, the octopus could not reach the fairies in the cave. The hero decides to wait until the fairies say goodbye to their friend, but the company has already reached the right place. The robot slowly rolls out into the middle of the hall, despite its harmless appearance. It is a formidable guardian who protects an ancient relic. A friend of the snowflakes reports that he has discovered an intruder and must close the passage into the room. The giant steel doors begin to slide open with a loud hum, cutting off any escape route. The robot meanwhile assessed the danger posed by the intruder and took the appropriate form. Ethan asks the fairies if they are sure that the robot is their friend, since he intends to destroy the main character. The small, harmless robot is already transformed into a huge fighting machine that looks like both a human and an insect. Ethan decides to test the watch, whose power has increased after absorbing the magical stone in the gate of a fallen friend. The robot is the first to start the attack, trying to strike with its sharp claws, each of which is almost the size of the main character. The hero barely manages to repel the attack with his new watch armor. He understands that his opponent's weight greatly exceeds his own, but the armor has coped well with repelling the blow and the chances of winning are high. The blow was so strong that part of the mechanical guard's claw was torn off and it is reassessing the threat. Ethan doesn't wait for the robot's new form. The hero attacks first. The robot activates its self-healing ability to repair the damage it has sustained and restore its combat capability. The hero did not expect such a turn of events. He thinks that defeating the mechanical guard will be more difficult than he imagined. Having repaired the damage, the robot begins to chase the main character around the hall. Ethan decides to break through the wall to return to the surface and bring reinforcements. Suddenly, one of the fairies stands between the robot and the main character and asks the guard to stop. Snowflake tells the robot that Ethan helped her and her kin and does not need to be destroyed. In the robot system, the fairy is marked as a target that cannot be destroyed. Taking advantage of the moment, the main character delivers a crushing blow straight to the guard's head. Snowflake is shocked. She didn't expect such an act from Ethan. In horror, she screams that they are all friends and friends don't do that. The fairies all leaned over the immobilized robot. They thought that it was finally defeated. The snowflakes accuse the hero of killing their friend, to which the hero retorts that he is also their friend. Ethan sits down next to the robot and asks the guard if the hero has proven his qualifications. The chest compartment of the relic protector opens and the protagonist takes out a key from there. The fairies unfriend Ethan for killing their first friend. The main character says that the robot is still alive and can be restored. The magic of the fairies confirms his words. Ethan is delighted with the find, and with the golem restored, he can help Harry with his super ability to handle equipment. The hero continues his journey to another room in search of the relic. After some time, Ethan finds the long-awaited jug with the elixir of life. The hero is simply delighted. Potions had not yet been invented in this time, and he has already found one of the most powerful. The guy imagines how he will save humanity on the night of the first 7 moons disaster. He greedily swallows the elixir, and one of the fairies flies into the smell of the delicious drink and asks to try it. Ethan shares a few drops of the magic potion with Snowflake. Her body is filled with a magical glow, and the hero is surprised by such a strange effect. The fairy feels like her body has become lighter, and Ethan notices that she has decreased in size. Finally, the hero emerges from the depths of the lake. He thinks that the sun has heated the water enough. But when Ethan looks up, he realizes that it wasn't the sun that warmed the surface of the water. It was Lily who created a huge, fiery whirlwind that seemed capable of draining the lake to the bottom. The girl is surprised to notice the main character rising from the depths. Ethan asks Lily to stop using fire magic and come downstairs. Donald asks from the shore where the main character has been for so long. Ethan explains that the situation at the bottom of the lake was extremely important. Linda and Arthur run to the shore. They ask if their commander has been found. The girl throws herself into Ethan's arms and asks where he disappeared to. The fairies decide that the hero is in danger, and the head of the guild in turn sees danger in the snowflakes. An enraged Lily hits Ethan in the chest with her head while running, asking where he was. The girl starts hitting the hero with her fists. She says that she was very worried about him and she can't disappear so suddenly, and the worst thing was that she had to skip dinner to start searching for Ethan in the lake. The entire team surrounds the heroes, and Ethan apologizes for taking so long to return. The vacation quickly ends and Team 7 returns to their daily duties of fighting monsters. The gates on the city's territory have opened again, from which hundreds of bloodthirsty orcs are emerging. Arthur easily holds off 2 monsters. His skill has increased significantly. Ethan is pleased to see such rapid progress, as the tank could play an important role during the first calamity. The protagonist orders Lily to finish the fight in 1 minute, and the girl begins to create fireballs. Shouting the name of her favorite food, Lily attacks the orcs with a dozen fireballs. A happy girl asks for a monster burger set as a reward. But Ethan reports that Lily has failed the test again, and there is no tasty reward to be expected. Arthur asks if he can join for dinner tonight. The main character suddenly runs behind the tank and throws it back to protect it from a blow to the back. Arthur missed the shadow goblin, who was waiting for the right moment to attack. Ethan asks to focus on the task and not on dinner. Arthur apologizes for his mistake and says that he will eat some more healthy soup for dinner, and instead of resting, he will do some training. The protagonist praises the tank for his right attitude and asks him to continue in the same spirit. Ethan has finally reached a level of ability comparable to his future maximum development. He is confident that the shadow goblins are no longer a problem for him, and his mana reserves have increased significantly. The hero looks at the rainbow. Lily notices that it has lost its red color. To survive the night of the 7 moons, Ethan will need Lily's firepower to destroy the monsters, as well as a special command to destroy the gate's core and a plan to minimize the destruction of the city's infrastructure. Medical assistance is also important. The hero has already dealt with this by obtaining the elixir of life. The hero set up production of potions for sale to other superhumans. Linda is confident that to achieve good sales of such a useful consumable, you won't even have to spend money on advertising. The girl wonders if she managed to please the main character. Ethan ignores the question and asks if Harry managed to fix the golem from the cave. Linda doubts that the boy can handle such a complex repair. Getting into the car, the hero asks the girl not to doubt Harry. After all, Lily promised the boy to go to the zoo if he managed to restore the robot. From the guild, the hero takes with him a dossier on his future friends, those who attended the retirement party. Linda asks if there are any other assignments. She wants to work as efficiently as possible before Ethan's vacation. The hero asks the driver how long it takes him to get to work. The driver replies that it takes him an hour. Ethan says it must be hard to spend so much time on the road, but the driver is happy with it. The protagonist suggests that the driver move to an apartment closer to work and asks Linda to prepare everything necessary. The girl happily agrees to carry out the assignment. The driver is uncomfortable accepting such a generous gift. He tries to refuse, but the hero asks him not to worry. After all, he has enough money. He thinks about the upcoming first calamity. After the launch of potion sales, money is no longer a problem and the guy wants to save as many friends and acquaintances as possible. He's confident that the hardest work is just beginning. Pi wishes the heroes a pleasant trip. He glows with happiness. Before leaving, Ethan orders the guy to keep a close eye on the house, and Lily adds that he shouldn't even think of running away. The heroes go looking for Arthur and stumble upon him in the nearby forest. The tank stands with its head bowed in front of a huge stone covered with cracks. Lily wants to call out to Arthur, but Ethan stops the girl and asks her not to interfere. The guy trains and curses himself for being slow. There is no place for people like him on the main character's team. Arthur is sure that Ethan simply won't tolerate such a weakling. The main character doesn't understand why the guy thinks he might get kicked out, but he decides not to interfere. Motivation is motivation. The hero wants to cover the rest of the way on a shield. Lily offers to create it. Ethan is surprised when the girl learned to master the bracelet so skillfully. He is amazed by her talent. The heroes arrive at a cave in the Forbidden Zone. This is Ethan's treasure trove where he collected his arsenal. At the entrance, Lily is greeted by a snowflake from an underwater cave under the lake. The hero asks the fairies to look after the treasury in his absence, and the eldest one reports that everything is calm. After the elixir of life, all three became faster than sound and are now able to report to the hero about the situation outside the cave almost instantly. Lily looks at the shelf with artifacts with interest and asks why the heroes flew to the treasury. The hero begins to collect the necessary relics and talks about their effects. The mask enhances charisma and changes the voice beyond recognition. The sage's robe emits an aura that makes it difficult for people to notice. The wooden staff emits a bright light when interacting with mana. Finally, the heroes change their clothes and are ready to set out on a special operation. The next gate with orcs is almost cleared. The guild members complete the task. A human leg in typical magician's attire appears from the portal. This is the main character and Lily. They go out to meet the superhumans. This isn't a typical situation. No one has ever seen people leaving the gates rather than entering them. Ethan whispers to Lily that they will be lucky to have plenty of witnesses to the show. The hero begins to speak to the crowd. He introduces himself as the magician Eximus from the distant continent of Gaia. He makes a terrifying face and shouts that a terrible disaster will soon fall upon the earth. To make his point, the hero speaks in the Gaia language and no one present understands him. He pretends that the staff in his hand can use translation magic. Ethan introduces himself to the guild members again and tells them of the impending disaster. A certain phrase from the hero serves as a signal for Lily, and she begins a small trick. She creates a flying shield, and now the crowd has no doubt that they are facing a real magician from another universe. Ethan continues to broadcast. He claims that the rainbow is a sign of a terrible curse. Another phrase gives Lily the signal to continue the show. The girl creates portals from which fiery meteorites fly, and Ethan speaks of the resurrected dead and hundreds of thousands of victims. The superhumans cannot tear themselves away from the performance. They begin to believe the mysterious magician. Ethan and Lily manage to draw the attention of the people around them to themselves and the rainbow. The crowd begins to think that it really does look strange. The policeman asks the hero how humanity can avoid the disaster, but he replies that it is only possible to minimize its destructive consequences. The boy asks for an audience with the King of Earth to fill him in on the details. The heroes are brought to the interrogation room of the Blue House. Lily is already exhausted by the performance and has managed to fall asleep at the table. The questions will be asked by the head of the Superhuman Support Center, the same one the hero met when he registered as a superhuman. Ethan asks not to waste time and take him to the King of Earth, because the matter is of utmost importance. But the leader counters that perhaps he is the king, since the cultures of the two worlds can differ greatly. The hero does not stop acting out the scene. He says that he can read people's destinies. To make it more convincing, Ethan creates an aura of mana around himself and says that he sees the head of support trying to become the King of Earth. This statement shocks the head, because he really was going to apply to participate in the presidential elections. Ethan chuckles, he just saw the election race on TV. An assistant enters the interrogation room and reports that the current president wishes to meet personally with the mysterious magician. The head of support returns the staff to Ethan and asks him to follow him to the president. The hero remembers how the first gate opened right on the roof of the Blue House. On that day, the monsters killed the president and most of the parliament. Now the Blue House looked more like a secret military fortress than an ordinary building. Finally, the heroes are brought to the president's office. The room is filled with guards, and in the center, there are two chairs. The president introduces himself and greets strangers. The heroes bow to the main man of the country, as if they had met the king on their native continent. Ethan notices that the chairs look unusual, and he has never seen anything like them before. The president explains that these are special devices for detecting lies, to which the hero inaudibly says that it would be a good idea for the president himself to sit in one, pretending that the translation magic was malfunctioning and that the main character hadn't said anything like that. Ethan and Lily sat down in the chairs. The head of state begins to ask questions about the purpose of the hero's visit. Ethan and Lily take turns answering each question, their chairs not signaling a lie. The entire interrogation. Lily thought about food. She still didn't understand even half of the questions, and the main character is so trained that he easily controls his breathing and sweating, which allows him to pass the test. The president asks the heroes to leave the room for a while. Ethan and Lily return to the room, and the president apologizes for the long interrogation. The head of state is interested in one more detail, his personal initiative. He asks if the heroes can send him to their home continent, Gaia. The president is confident that it is safer there than on Earth, which will soon be overtaken by the disaster. Ethan did not expect such a development of events. Continuing the game, he asks if such behavior is worthy of the King of Earth. The president offers any money for the opportunity to be saved. He says that he is fed up with the Earth, where danger constantly looms over him, and asks to take him and his relatives to a safe place. Ethan is offended by this proposal and is about to leave the building. The president asks the hero to stop, but he is deaf to his pleas. Suddenly, one of the head of state's guards begins to remove the mask hiding his face. Hidden beneath it was the first awakened Titan Axel. He crosses the room from one end to the other in an instant and blocks the hero's exit. The strength of the Titan is simply incredible. A huge Superman looms over the main character. Ethan feels Axel's powerful energy and thinks to himself that he can't even look him in the eye. Pulling himself together, the hero lets out a laugh, and the Titan asks what made the magician laugh. Ethan asks how long Axel was going to pretend to be a security guard, since he is the real president. The Titan shrinks in size and asks how the protagonist figured out the trick. The hero replied that he saw the president's huge star of fate as soon as he entered the room. Having completed all the checks, Axel brings the heroes to the emergency meeting room. Ethan goes into detail about the first calamity. He didn't expect all the big shots to be in the room. All of the First Awakened are present at the meeting, including Donald, nicknamed the Monster, Demon King Jin, representing the Black Hound Guild, Ice Queen Cynthia, her hero, did not know personally, and the young Winchester, nicknamed the Iron Wall. He is also not familiar with the hero. The next day, the president is going to declare a state of emergency in the country. He asks superhumans to help in protecting the Earth. Jin and Winchester openly say that they do not trust some unknown magician. Axel states that he has already checked the heroes and asks them not to forget about the catastrophic consequences of opening the very first gate. The president says it is better to be prepared and not encounter a single monster than to lose thousands of people in a surprise attack. Suddenly, Winchester jumps up from his seat and rushes like a bullet towards the heroes. Ethan raises his staff. He thinks that the guild leader has decided to attack. But Winchester grabs Lily and is about to remove her mask to find out who is underneath it. He is sure that the girl is simply hiding her identity from those present and is afraid to show her true face. Winchester manages to remove the mask and it falls to the floor with a loud thud. The guild leaders can't believe their eyes. Lily has turned into a fiery red cat and is hissing aggressively at everyone around her. Winchester mumbles something in confusion and Ethan picks up the mask from the floor. He asks the cat not to be angry with the guild leader because he did not know about the purpose of the mask. Ethan looks at Winchester with hatred and explains that the Purr race considers it a shame to show their true faces. In fact, the hero had thought through this development of events. The cat mask not only changes the voice, it is also enchanted to transform the wearer into a cat. Enraged by this behavior, Axel demands that Winchester apologize immediately. The guild leader complies and offers his deepest apologies. Ethan is pleased that Lily has taken to the role of a cat so well. The next day, Titan declares a state of emergency via television and radio broadcasts. This statement caused a stir, but the military and superhumans were able to prepare for the upcoming confrontation. The Blue House librarian asks Ethan to look at some books before the hero heads back to Gaia. The guy promises to do everything in his power, but notices that there is little time left. The assistant says that he has selected only the best preserved specimens, showing a dozen shelves. The hero does not promise any great discoveries, because his skills are quite meager. Ethan walks along the shelves, studying ancient and not-so-ancient books from different continents. Suddenly, his eyes come across a volume of the secret records of the Sword Emperor. He opens the book and begins to carefully study the contents. The keeper asks if everything is okay with the book, because the main character's face has changed dramatically. Ethan decides to scare the keeper and says that the volume was written by the devil himself. He asks to find out if any artifact, such as a sword, was found near the book. The custodian is informed that only a worn-out uniform was found next to the book. Under the pretext of the misfortunes that the book brings, Ethan takes it and promises to seal it in a safe place. The hero begins to read the book of the Swordmaster. The first pages talk about the difficult childhood of the protagonist. Ethan turns the pages impatiently because he already knows the beginning and the end of the book. Lily loses her patience. She is completely bored and asks the main character to play with her, but he refuses and offers to read a book. Naturally, the girl is not interested in reading and she runs off for a walk, and Ethan asks her to return by the end of lunch. The protagonist continues to read the book in silence and solitude. Finally, the hero finds the chapter he needs and carefully reads the Swordmaster's story about the heaven-destroying mind technique. After carefully studying the records, Ethan decides to try using the technique. He sits in the lotus position and begins to meditate. Mana flows throughout the hero's body. Ethan is extremely focused in his attempt to master a powerful skill. The method described by the Sword Master combines the perfect harmony of all levels of meditation. Unable to achieve balance, the hero decides to stop and try again later. It was already past lunchtime and Lily still hadn't returned from her walk. The hero's attention is drawn to a sharp sound coming from behind him. A portal opens on the street right in front of the Blue House building. A huge monster with a spiked mace in his hands appears from the gate. The Minotaur. People on the street are running away in panic. They did not expect an attack in the middle of the day. The hero uses the power of the bracelet to protect passersby. He barely manages to stop a blow of incredible force. People thank the great sage who saved them from certain death. Ethan is left alone with the Minotaur and prepares for a tough fight. Trying to maintain the image, the hero activates the staff and pretends to charge the spell, and he himself quietly hits the monster with his left hand. The hero is surprised how he managed to inflict such damage on the huge monster with just one hand. Ethan easily dodges the Minotaur's powerful attacks. The monster tries to figure out where the hero went, while the guy repeats the trick with the staff. Ethan deals another crushing blow to the monster, pretending to use magic. Finally, the hero understands that the Minotaur only seems weak to him, but in fact, Ethan himself has become much stronger. The lost Lily finally flies to help the main character. Ethan asks where the girl disappeared to, and she replies that she flew out to eat with a friend. The portal emits a low hum and continues to transport monsters to Earth. Dozens of Minotaurs, relatives of the first monster, appear in front of the Blue House building. The hero did not want to use powerful magic so as not to harm the Blue House building, but he has no choice. Lily uses fire magic and Ethan pretends to help her, not forgetting to use a practically useless staff. The monsters that have broken through into this reality are dying one after another under a hail of fire. The head of superhuman support does not hide his surprise watching the performance. He believes that this is the highest magic. The president personally thanks the sage Aximus for protecting the Blue House. As a gift, he presents the hero with a suitcase full of high-level magic stones. Ethan tries to refuse the reward, but the president insists on accepting it. Otherwise, he refuses to let the wizard go. Having finished their performance, the heroes create a shield and leave the Blue House square. Lily says goodbye to her new friend, Cynthia the Ice Queen. Clutching a suitcase containing a valuable gift, Ethan bids farewell to the president and guild leaders. Finally, the heroes return home after a major operation. Lily can't wait to eat rice cakes cooking. The former gangster crawls out of the tent in tears, panicking over the declaration of a state of emergency. Realizing that nothing else had happened during their absence, the heroes just smiled. Rice Cake explains that Arthur has gone to an emergency meeting. Ethan thought his servant would escape, but he was glad to be wrong. Therefore, the hero suggests that the former bandit pack his things and get ready for the trip. Looking up at the sky, Ethan notes that there are almost no colors of the rainbow left and there is a little less than a week to prepare. Linda is unhappy with the hero's behavior. A state of emergency has been declared in the country, and Ethan has even turned off his mobile phone. The girl asks the hero if he even understands how serious the situation is. Ethan replies that Rice Cake alerted him to the impending danger. The hero asks to find free rooms in the guild because his entire team is moving here. Linda takes Ethan's hand and begins to lead him to the meeting room to meet with the guild leader. The girl says that Donald was furious because the hero was not present at the emergency meeting. In the corridor, the heroes meet Arthur, who is also heading to the negotiation room. For a second, the tank freezes as if it saw a ghost. He shouts the main character's name and quickly runs up to him in an attempt to hug him. Ethan dodges, deciding that Arthur has gone crazy and decided to attack. But the tank is just happy to see the commander. The hero replies that he swears never to leave Arthur, no matter what happens. Tank is touched by such a promise, and Ethan thinks to himself that it would be stupid to refuse such a useful member of the team. Lily also encourages Arthur and says that she will never abandon such a strong, kind man. Finally, the heroes get to the negotiation room. They are met by Donald, who offers them a seat. Linda explains that Ethan was out of network coverage, but the guild leader asks her to drop the excuses. Donald shares a prediction that was personally given to him by the sage Aximus. The magician asked to leave the 7th Night Squad to the Wheel of Fate, so that it could lead everyone to the light. Ethan is embarrassed. His words sound much more stupid than he thought. The hero asks Donald to follow the prophecy and give his team complete freedom of action during the disaster. Ethan thinks to himself that clearing the gates that the guilds will target is a waste of time, because he already knows why the disaster is called the Night of the Seven Moons. Along with the regular gates, this time 7 special gates of different colors will open. These portals are connected to dozens of other regular gates that will close along with the main ones. The hero told Donald the location of gates of all colors except red. Hidden within this portal is a valuable spiritual stone that Ethan plans to use to his advantage. Donald and the others begin to doubt that the prophecy can be so simple. They look for hidden meaning in the words of the magician from another reality. The hero hurries to dispel doubts, because the sage in general did not give any complex prophecies and everything should lie on the surface. After much persuasion, the hero's team is finally given permission to act completely. Ethan begins serious training of his subordinates, starting with Arthur's ability to control mana. The hero uses the Sword Master's notes to practice proper breathing techniques. Arthur tries to use the skill with all his might, but he can't figure out how it works. The sword master wrote that even a monkey can learn this technique, and the hero cannot understand why the tank cannot do it. Ethan is losing patience, because this is the 30th time he has shown Arthur how to use the technology. Tank promises to continue training on his own until he achieves the desired result. The rainbow is almost gone and the beginning of the calamity is already on the nose. The team needs to be ready for this challenge. The hero asks Lily if she liked the chicken she bought. The girl nods her head happily. Ethan brushes chicken pieces off the heroine's face and says it's time to work off the tasty food and training. The protagonist knows the structure of the red gates on the way to their core. The team will have to overcome the Valley of Flame, overcoming the heat of the lava erupting from the volcano. For this purpose, they will need a powerful artifact, the Ice Dragon's Fang, which is located where the hero worked in his past life, in the Black Hound Guild. The hero takes Lily with him on an important mission, having first changed her hair color with a special potion. Ethan remembers the hellish days in the Black Hound Guild, when the only way to get a vacation was to get seriously injured. But thanks to this work, he knows the layout of the headquarters in detail. Every nook and cranny and every surveillance camera. Ethan enters the main building through a window and holds the glass open so Lily can get inside. There are 2 people left in the headquarters observation room. One of the employees complains that everyone else is already in the evacuation zone. The second one agrees with his colleague. He believes that it is high time for them to be in a safe place and not watch the empty guild building. One of the guards notices that the infrared camera has stopped working for some unknown reason. The guards realize that the camera shows the entrance to the security room where they are. Ethan immediately gets inside and knocks the guards unconscious. He remembers the past and says that he hasn't been in this room for a long time. The hero uses loudspeakers to inform the guards that someone has entered the guild leader's room. He orders all employees to immediately go and check out the situation. The hero caught all the guards in a clever trap by closing the security shutters behind them. Ethan leans back in his chair and decides to turn on some music for the guards so that they won't be so bored being locked up. The heroes break into the Black Hound Guild's vault. Lily is stunned by the number of artifacts stored in the treasury. What attracts her most is a chicken statuette, which looks like it is cast from pure gold. Lily dreams of getting something valuable for her collection, but Ethan stops the girl from collecting unnecessary junk. Finally, the heroes find the storage location of the required relic. The ice dragon's tooth lies in an expensive box on a silk pillow. Having taken what they need, Ethan suggests returning home and Lily asks if they would like to look behind the wall. She senses a secret vault behind which a lot of magical power is hidden. Ethan activates the watch and is about to blow the wall to pieces to see what is hidden behind it. With a powerful blow, the hero breaks down the barrier and the contents of the secret room are revealed to the heroes. Hundreds of high-level spiritual stones are stored behind thick glass. Ethan praises Lily for being attentive and promises to buy her 3 cheese balls for dinner. He allows the clock to eat all the stones, as he himself is going to use the spiritual stone obtained from the Red Gate. Despite the fact that the armor takes hundreds of stones, its appearance practically does not change and the hero wonders if he made a mistake. Finally, the deed is done. Ethan invites Lily to return home and the girl happily agrees. The next day, the rainbow disappears completely and the cheese balls never come, which clearly doesn't please the young sorceress. Ethan can't stop smiling. He can barely contain his joy and giggles constantly. One of the team members asks the reason for the commander's good mood. The hero replies that he was finally paid everything he was supposed to at his previous place of work. Meanwhile, the head of the Black Hound Guild is clearly not in the best mood. Ethan finishes the story about his previous job and asks the team to check the equipment. The staff respond that everything is fine with the connection. The hero checks with the team with which he will go to the gate whether they are ready. Lily replies that her armor is terribly uncomfortable and Arthur is embarrassed to wear such tight clothes. Linda informs Ethan that all the people the hero asked to evacuate have been delivered to a safe zone. These are the protagonist's future friends who attended the retirement party and who lost their family in the protagonist's reality. The head of the White House Guild is excited about the upcoming battle and is ready to deal with the monsters. Ethan heard that Donald was so excited that he didn't sleep a wink all night, and Linda confirms these rumors without hiding her displeasure. Thanks for watching. The hero remembers how the first disaster took the entire country by surprise and thinks that, with such preparation, it will be possible to get by with little bloodshed. The assembled defenders of Earth notice the mechanical monster. The hero immediately understands what is going on and silently praises Harry for his excellent work. It was the golem from the cave under the lake that came to the aid of the guilds, which the boy managed not only to restore, but also to modernize. Lily asks the robot his name, but a familiar voice comes from inside. This is Harry. He drives the car personally from the cockpit. Lily is also interested in sitting in the robot, and Ethan asks if Harry's mother allowed him to be present on the battlefield. The boy promises to protect the team at all costs. The protagonist begins to explain that this is not the right place or time for reckless actions, but Linda interrupts him, pointing to the sky, which is lit up with all the colors of the rainbow. Ethan realizes that the time for battle has come and asks the girl to return to the command post. Portals of different colors open one after another in the sky above the city. Frightened crows fly away from their nests, creating an even more apocalyptic picture. The military is pessimistic. They are already worried about their lives, and this is only the first wave. The hero decides to raise the morale of his comrades. He reminds them that guilds deal with similar monsters almost every day. The troops take up firing positions, clearly inspired by Ethan's speech. The tanks take up a combat position and begin to hit the portals. Superhumans deal with the monsters that manage to get close to the base. The city is ablaze with explosions. Hundreds of monsters emerge from the gates and head towards the Earthlings' fortifications. The head of the White House Guild finally gets a chance to fight properly. He hadn't been in a real battle for a long time and already missed the feeling of adrenaline in his blood. Donald selects the blue gate to destroy and moves steadily closer to it. All the main gates were distributed among the first awakened, while the hero himself plans to allegedly accidentally get into the red gate. Ethan asks Harry to be careful while covering the base, but the boy says that he will go with the team. The hero agrees and asks Harry to cover them from afar. The guy immediately agrees. Ethan orders Team 7 to take position and their special operation begins. From this point on, the heroes need to pretend that they are moving without any particular purpose. The support team reports that monsters are surrounding from all sides. The case was special, so the main character took with him a combat weapon, which he used quite rarely. Huge werewolves block the convoy's path, but Ethan orders the driver to keep moving while he clears the road ahead. The hero's skills have greatly increased and only bloody shreds remain of his enemies. Ethan orders Lily to prepare for an attack. She has to destroy several monsters. After a few minutes, the hero indicates the exact place where to attack. The girl immediately reacts and launches a fiery whirlwind towards her opponents. The driver of the armored car is afraid to move through Lily's fire magic because it could burn the car. But Ethan orders them not to stop, and the girl makes a movement with her hands. The fire parts and creates a protective wall around the convoy. Lily can't wait to get to dinner. She loudly screams that she will eat as much as she can. Ethan is pleased with the girl's fighting spirit and orders the convoy to move at maximum speed. The hero was not mistaken with the coordinates of the red gate, and the team will soon reach them. The guy orders the whole team to get ready to enter the gate. But a column of energy bursts out of the portal and hits the ground in front of the convoy. The red mist clears and a huge Tyrannosaurus emerges from it. The protagonist orders not to slow down and sends Arthur forward. The dinosaur opens its huge mouth, runs towards the convoy and roars so loudly that the tank is almost knocked off its path. Arthur grabs the monster's giant fangs and prevents it from closing its jaws, his body filling with golden streams of energy. Ethan is surprised that the tank has finally mastered the complex technique of the Golden River Stream Mana. The protagonist orders Harry to go to Arthur's aid. The boy rushes forward in his high-tech armor to stop the monster from eating the tank. Harry grabs the T-Rex's tail and tries to immobilize the monster, or at least distract it. But the robot's impressive power allows it to flip the monster onto its back without much effort. The whole team is surprised by this turn of events. They did not expect that Harry's armor would give him such an advantage. Ethan cuts through the Tyrannosaurus chest with a precise blow from his halberd. He wants to get the treasure that should be inside the monster's body, and the hero is not mistaken. The dinosaur contains the Chi energy core, which has an amazing tonic effect. Arthur warns the commander that it is not time to relax because the monsters continue to attack from all sides. Ethan says that in that case we need to jump into the gate as soon as possible. Inside the gate, the heroes change into special armor with a cooling effect, which will be useful to them in this fiery world. The head of the equipment specialists is amazed at the skillful execution of the armor from such a young but talented Harry. The boy in the golem calls out to Lily, and she quickly turns in his direction. He asks the girl to press the button in the center of the robot's palm to receive a surprise. A capsule of liquid food flies out of the ancient guard's inner compartment and falls right into the girl's hands. She's very grateful to Harry for thinking of even such a small detail. The boy is embarrassed, but happy to be of service, and says that there is no need to thank him for such a trifle. The heroes continue to advance inside the gate, and a pack of fiery dogs appears on their way. Arthur rushes forward without orders, ready to tear the dogs apart with his bare hands. Ethan is glad that the tank has finally started to take the initiative and decides to practice shooting with energy weapons for now. Arthur is ready to face the monsters one-on-one. He expects an attack. A pack of dogs pounces on the tank, engulfing it in hellish flames. The main character begins to shoot at the monsters. Dense clots of blue energy burst from the gun. They freeze the fiery dogs in place, turning them into blocks of ice. Ethan mentally thanks himself for his foresight, as the gun came in very handy on the way to the gate core. He orders Harry to finish what he started, and the boy silently activates the golem's engines. With a powerful blow of his steel fist, the robot shatters the frozen monsters into thousands of tiny pieces. Ethan orders them not to delay and to continue their journey deeper into the gate. Lily lets out a deep sigh, and the protagonist takes notice. He asks the girl why she is sad and if she feels okay. Lily replies that her fire magic doesn't work in the fire world, and she doesn't want to be useless. But the main character asks the girl to relax and wait her turn. She will have a lot of work after passing the gate. Lily can do nothing but silently watch the team's progress through the fiery fields. The convoy approaches a huge volcano gushing lava. The main character orders the team to stop, and they immediately turn off the engines of the armored personnel carriers. A lava lake stretches out before the heroes, which will be difficult to pass even with their equipment. Ethan asks to bring him some medium-sized monster. The main character throws a cross between a rabbit and a rat into the middle of the lake, when suddenly, a fiery snake appears from the hot lava, swallowing the bait. Ethan asks the equipment specialist for a similar fishing rod, but for a larger catch, and the young assistant rushes off in search of the necessary equipment. While the guy is looking for a fishing rod, the main character invites Arthur and Harry to play rock, paper, scissors. The team members look at each other in silent confusion. The end. The tank loses the competition and screams with tears in his eyes, while the boy using the golem's power throws Arthur on a thick rope into the middle of the lava lake. The snake suddenly breaks out of the fiery liquid and grabs the bait. The protagonist orders Harry to pull with all his might. With the help of jet engines, the golem manages to hook its prey, although not without difficulty. While inside the monster's mouth, Arthur remembers the instructions given by the commander. It activates a double-sided blade that pierces the monster's jaws from above and below. Harry begins to pull on his prey with redoubled force in order to pull the snake to the shore. Finally, he succeeds, and the monster flies out from its fiery shelter. His heavy body leaves a large crater where it lands. Ethan asks Arthur if he's okay. The tank jumps out of his mouth and reports his condition. The heroes hear a sound that clearly does not bode well. A huge hand appears from the mouth of the volcano, which does not bode well. Soon the owner of the hand rises, a giant lava golem. The team finds itself in a difficult situation. The snake is still full of strength to resist, while the golem begins its descent. The monster is agile enough to attack Ethan with its tail, each blow tearing chunks of earth from under the hero's feet. Arthur grabs the snake's tail and shouts to the commander that now is the best moment to attack. Ethan orders Harry to attack from the side as the monster tries to shake the tank off. The boy delivers a powerful blow to the monster's body, but the scales prove too strong. Enraged, the fire serpent begins to spit green liquid from its mouth. A dangerous acid bursting out of the reptile's throat corrodes the mechanical golem's hand. Ethan orders Harry to retreat. He doesn't have enough experience to fight a monster of this level. The boy tries to refuse because the robot has an armor restoration mode, but the main character insists on his own. The commander orders Arthur to abandon the snake and retreat to regroup. Harry grabs the tank and carries it away on jet engines to the camp. The hero is left alone with the snake and the giant golem. He is ready to fight to the last drop of blood. The support team reports that they have scanned the area with cameras and that compared to the snake golem, it does not pose much of a threat. The hero understands the complexity of the situation. He guessed that the giant was much more dangerous than the reptile. While Ethan fights with the fire-breathing snake, a golem quickly descends from the mouth of the volcano. The protagonist remembers that, in the future, the first awakened entered the gate and even they barely survived the battle. Lily and Arthur listen to Ethan's orders over the radio, worried about his fate. The protagonist's plan was to first deal with the snake monster and then plunge the ice dragon's fang into the fire giant's chest and finish off the monster from the crater while it is weakened by the ancient spells. Unfortunately, the perfect plan on paper went awry and the hero asks the team to remain in the rear until further instructions. Arthur cannot accept such orders. He is ashamed to sit idle while the commander dies. But Ethan is trying to implement another much more cunning plan. The hero uses mana to enhance reflexes and movement speed and begins an attack. He runs along the body of a huge snake towards the head of the reptile. The monster is not going to give up and again throws dangerous acid from its mouth. Taking advantage of the moment, Ethan cuts out the tongue from which a corrosive liquid erupts. The stunned monster retreats in a fit of pain and rage, and the hero tries to lure him into his cunning trap. Ethan checks with the team to make sure everyone has managed to move to a safe distance. In the earpiece, a girl's squeal is heard, refusing to sit in the rear and demanding to be let go to help the main character. The commander demands that Lily be held at all costs. She will most likely suffer on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the fire giant descends from the volcano and approaches the main character. Ethan finds it difficult to breathe near the source of scorching heat, even with special cooling gear. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices movement and turns to check. The snake, having come to its senses, catches up with the hero and again begins to attack with its heavy tail. The monster rushes past the golem in an attempt to grab Ethan, but his plans are not destined to come true. Perceiving the serpent as a threat, the fire giant attacks the monster with a powerful blow to the side. The reptile turns to the offender and growls angrily, intending to respond to the offender. The giant monsters look at each other as if before a boxing match. The golem strikes first, its blow capable of breaking the snake in half, but the reptile dodges. The monster uses acid spit again, trying to hit the fire giant's face. But the stone golem manages to cover himself with his hand and the acid does not cause him any damage. The main character waits in cover behind the rocks, guessing the right moment. He prepared the ice dragon's fang, which must be thrust into the golem's heart area. Ethan puts on special gloves that protect his hands from ancient magic and prepares to strike. Taking advantage of its speed, the fire serpent wraps itself around the giant's arm. He continues to crawl over the golem's body and grabs its neck, immobilizing the monster from the crater. Ethan realizes that this is his best chance to attack. He uses the camouflage skill and begins his journey to the heart of the fire giant. Finally, the golem regains control of his body and glares at the snake in rage. The giant spews fire from within in an attempt to throw the reptile off his neck, and he succeeds. The snake growls furiously, experiencing hellish pain under the influence of fire magic. The golem finishes off the monster from the lake with a powerful blow to the chest and finally gains complete freedom. On the way to the giant's weak spot, Ethan notes that he has never seen such an epic fight. The hero makes a final leap towards the golem's chest, but in the middle of the jump, He feels that something has gone wrong. Displaying an agility uncharacteristic of such a huge body, the giant tries to grab Ethan. The monster's hand slams into the ground, the soil giving way with a crash from the powerful blow. The golem raises his palm, but does not find the flattened hero in it as he expected. The monster hears a thin voice, barely noticeable behind his disgruntled growl. It was Lily who came to the aid of the main character at the last second, pulling him out of the clutches of death. The girl says that she came to work off the money spent on food for her. The golem becomes enraged. Tongues of flame engulf its body and it roars loudly. In a fit of anger, Lily releases fireballs from her palms, promising to deal with the monster. The main character does not have time to stop the girl from making a mistake that could cost them their lives. The golem swallows the girl's fire blasts and spews powerful flames from its mouth. The fire monster feeds on this type of magic and only enhances its abilities. The girl did not know that using her skills would only make the monster stronger and was surprised. Ethan suggests retreating and developing a different tactic before the heroes lose their lives. But Lily comes up with a new plan on the fly and immediately sets about implementing it. Taking a deep breath, the girl begins to noisily inhale air. The golem's flames are directed towards the heroes. But this is not another attack. The monster doesn't understand what's happening and tries to hold back the fire with his hands. The girl uses the shield to fly closer, continuing to suck out the magical powers of the ancient creature. The golem, in confusion, tries to leave the battlefield. He cannot resist such a cunning plan. Finally, the flame leaves the monster's body completely, and the defeated giant falls to the ground. Lily eats the last of the flame from the monster's body, and Ethan is unable to utter a word. The first disaster was averted much faster than it would happen in Ethan's future. The 7th team volunteered to help ordinary people rebuild the destroyed part of the city. Using superhuman abilities, Arthur can carry heavy steel beams without much difficulty. Harry uses the mechanical robot to perform welding and help with construction. The builders ask Rice Cake why the superhumans volunteered to help, since they usually don't do manual labor, and the guy replies that the guild members should help ordinary citizens in everything and not just fight monsters. The grateful workers suggest that the whole team take a break and have a drink, because they have worked hard. Questions only arise for Ethan. The builders do not understand why he does not help. The main character simply lies on a sun lounger and sunbathes under the rays of the pleasant summer sun. The workers conclude that Ethan has never seen any hardships in his life. Because his skin is so good, it's as if all he does is visit beauty salons. The conversation is interrupted by Arthur, who slams his hand down on the table where the company is sitting, and he says that it's time for them all to get back to work because there's still a lot of work ahead. The builders agree with the tank's words and also get up from the table. The great sage Aximus did not lie. After the first calamity, the gates do not open and the townspeople have enough time to restore the city, and the superhumans are busy studying new monsters. Linda's voice interrupts Ethan, who is reading a book in a lounge chair. The girl asks the main character if he is bored of doing nothing, to which the hero replies that he is ready to spend his time like this for the rest of his life. Lily says that being unemployed with a ton of money is the best profession. Linda raises her eyebrows in surprise. She notices that the main character's skin has become perfect. Ethan is glad that Linda has noticed the change and runs his hand over his refreshed face. He activated the flesh change skill using the stone he had extracted from the fire giant's body. Now he can enjoy life in a body with beautiful skin even after retirement. He tells Linda that he underwent several procedures in one clinic, and the girl asks for the doctor's contact information. But the hero assures that the clinic has already closed due to bankruptcy, specifying the reason for which the girl visited him. She brought a report on sales of magic potions and adds that production is expanding and demand exceeds supply. Currently, health elixirs are supplied exclusively by the White House and are extremely popular, and they saved hundreds of lives during the first disaster. Even crippled ordinary people are cured of injuries that should have confined them to bed for life. Next, Linda takes out the autopsy report on the fire giant's body, but the hero asks to leave only certain parts for him and to use the rest at the girl's discretion. Linda's final question is whether Ethan will attend the funeral ceremony for the warriors who died during the first calamity, and the hero refuses, having prepared a special surprise for the grieving family members. Hundreds of people gather at the memorial square, all of them coming to mourn the victims of the first disaster. The president gives a speech of gratitude to the brave defenders of the country. Amid the sobs of the relatives of the fallen soldiers, Titan lights the ritual candles. In the crowd, a girl asks her mother when her father will return, but the woman only cries loudly. The child asks his mother not to cry and hugs her tightly. Axel thinks to himself that after so many losses, he will not be able to look the great sage in the face. The president's attention is drawn to an unidentified object flying through the sky and leaving behind a magical trail. This is the main character's sleigh, pulled by snowflakes, which the head of state mistakes for monsters. A girl hugging her mother sees Santa Claus in the sky and looks in surprise at the miracle happening in the sky. Using fire magic, Lily creates a ring of fire around the sled. The president orders security to remain alert and protect civilians. He begins to use the Titan power that he received at the moment of awakening. But the ring of fire turns into a whirlwind, which is crowned with something like a golden star on a holiday tree. A girl from the crowd points her finger at the performance and joyfully shouts that it really is Santa. The whirlwinds of fire finally rush upward and scatter into bright fireworks, similar to real ones. The snowflakes begin to sing a song and send down soap bubbles mixed with large snowflakes. The children enjoy the wonderful performance, forgetting for a few minutes the bitterness of losing family members. The president cancels the order to attack. He understands that the people behind the show mean no harm. He agrees with the children and says that it was not a monster, but Santa Claus who attended the ceremony. The protagonist lands the sleigh on the roof of the White House building. Linda meets the heroes at the landing site. Ethan thanks them for finding the suits and sleds. The girl replies that it was not difficult, but asks to explain why the hero put on this show. After all, he not only gave the children a holiday, but also delivered a large sum of money to every home where the breadwinner had been lost. Ethan replies that he himself doesn't really know, but he understands that such families need real help the most. The state provides subsidies, but they are not enough to provide support in such tragedies. Therefore, the hero tried to help people in trouble because he has the opportunity to provide at least material support. Linda takes in the information silently, thinking about Ethan's words. She says she's seriously concerned, but not that Ethan might become a softie or a sissy, and the fact is that if he continues in this spirit, the girl will fall head over heels in love with him. Cold-blooded, Ethan advises Linda to look for love elsewhere. The heroes descend into the hall for a party in honor of the victory in the first calamity. Arthur and Pyrojock invite the main character to the table because he worked hard in the battle and deserves to rest. Harry has prepared a whole table of food for Lily and invites her to join him. The persistent protagonist ruins the evening for two and asks to bring another chair, because otherwise the boy will have nowhere to sit, and Lily pounces on the food. Ethan wipes the girl's face from the pieces of food she ate and asks her to eat more carefully. While the girl is busy eating pizza, the main character thinks that she has been talking suspiciously little about her relatives. Ethan asks Lily if she would like to see her family. Suddenly, the girl falls silent and even puts the food back on her plate. Harry thinks Ethan scolded her. Lily looked so downcast. The girl starts talking. She tries to say that she wants to see her family. The protagonist interrupts Lily and says loudly that then they should visit Gaia. Ethan already needed to go to the continent for equipment, and at the same time they could visit the girl's relatives. At night, Lily has a nightmare. She runs through the forest as if she is being chased. The girl sees Ethan's silhouette standing with his back to her and runs up to him. She tugs the protagonist by the sleeve and asks him to help Wendy, probably the girl's sister. Ethan turns around. His ears have become pointed like an elf's and he wears an orc mask on his face. Lily wakes up from a nightmare and screams. She runs into the protagonist's room and asks to sleep with him. Before falling asleep, she tells Ethan about her nightmares and how she wants the best for Wendy. The main character calms the girl down, asks her not to worry and to fall asleep quickly. Lily decided to share painful memories of their past with the protagonist. That night, the last time she slept at home, her mother held her tightly to her, sighing sadly. She hoped that Lily would be able to forgive her someday, but her daughter did not understand what her mother was asking for forgiveness for. The next morning, Lily was preparing to go to work as a maid in a very wealthy house. The mother was sure that if her daughter was obedient to her new owners, she would not have to go hungry. Lily was sure that she would not keep her mother waiting long and would return home very soon. After long farewells, the daughter got into the carriage and set off on her journey through a beautiful forest. However, after seeing the cart from the inside, the girl began to understand that something was wrong here. In the regular cargo compartment, there were several children sitting, looking as if they were being taken to execution. One of the children became interested in the name of the new girl, and Lily shuddered in surprise. The stranger's name was Wendy, and she sat huddled in the cold, dressed in a torn cape. As Lily sat down next to her, Wendy felt her warmth and snuggled closer to her new friend. The girls chatted sweetly all the way, but suddenly the carriage broke sharply and a menacing voice ordered everyone to get out. When they came out, all the children were very surprised because they were supposed to come to the city, but they found themselves near a huge cave in the forest. While they were coming to their senses, their ears were pierced by a loud bang from the blow of a whip hitting the ground. A menacing man in an orc mask, holding a huge whip in his hands, gestured for everyone to follow him. As a result, Lily and Wendy were locked in a huge cell, and the children who arrived with them disappeared one after another. After that, the memories were foggy, and one night, Lily woke up on a gurney, hearing strange words implanted fragments. There was a scarlet magic seal above her, and two people were looking at her with curiosity, discussing the appearance of symptoms. From what she heard, she understood that although the probability of failure was very high, they managed to place a brand on her. Looking at her weakened body, they were happy that their wish had come true, hoping that there would be no side effects. After that, Lily's eyes darkened. She began to see a red fog, hearing somewhere in the distance that she was destined to become a monster. Since that night, she has lost a lot of weight and her hunger has become much stronger than before. Then Wendy offered her bun, but Lily refused because it was her share for the day. But hearing that her friend would then throw her out and looking with hungry eyes at the delicious bread, Lily could not resist. She didn't like eating Wendy out of her control, but she was hungrier, so Lily greedily finished the bun, feeling guilty. One day, having discovered the magical abilities of ice in herself, Wendy hastened to show them to her friend. Lily noted that Wendy's hair color had also changed from yellow to light blue. Pounding her chest with her fist, she resolutely suggested to Lily that they arrange an escape. This proposal brought a sparkle to the heroine's eyes, and she happily agreed. Trying to escape under cover of night, they were unexpectedly caught at the entrance to the cave. The bandits were very angry when they learned that Wendy had awakened her powers and had not told them anything. But ice spears were already flying into the face of one of them, fired by a desperate girl. But they couldn't leave a single scratch, because the orc's mask turned out to be armored. The villains were already happily planning how in the future, Wendy would become their puppet and do great things. But she was ready to die, just not to return to that terrible cell. Large ice shards immediately flew at the enemies, and Wendy hoped that at least Lily would be able to escape. The kidnappers were confused by the unexpected attack, and their vigilance was relaxed for a few seconds. At that moment, Lily fried several of them with a powerful stream of flame. True, she herself did not understand how she did it. Apparently, she also developed super abilities. Then the enemies were completely taken aback, and Wendy continued to actively throw ice blocks at them, giving Lily the opportunity to escape. While the bandits were confused, this was her only chance to escape. Lily watched as her friend used her last bit of strength to wrap her enemies in cold, fighting the urge to rush to her aid. But having decided to listen to her friend, the heroine ran away, while an icy hurricane raged behind her. As she ran through the forest, Lily decided to herself that she would definitely come back for her friend and pull her out of there. Suddenly, a portal opened in front of her, and the heroine, without thinking twice, dove into it headfirst, and the portal immediately disappeared. After the story, the girl passed out, but judging by her condition, it was clear that she was having nightmares. Ethan watched silently as she slept, thoughts of people wearing orc masks running through his head. In the morning, after telling Donald his request, the hero received a powerful blow with his fist on the table in response, almost breaking it. After all, just recently everyone had experienced a disaster, and now, when other members of the guild are very busy, Ethan decided to take a month's vacation. But the main character was firmly confident in his decision and also had a personal request to the head. Donald was only willing to give Ethan a week off next month. So the hero decided to use an ace up his sleeve. The first thing he wanted to know was what the expected profit from potion deliveries was this month. Based on Linda's report, the number of orders was so great that they thought they would focus all their efforts on this alone. It's all thanks to Ethan's team, and even all the successes of all the other teams combined cannot compare to them. Donald already understood that the hero had decided to resort to blackmail, and if he was refused, he would leave the guild. Leaving him no other choice, Ethan got permission, deciding to make sure to bring Donald a souvenir from his vacation. The boss became interested in what the hero would do for a whole month, but it turned out that Ethan just needed to find one person. Then Linda decided to connect search networks to speed up the process, but the hero wanted to handle it himself. Ethan was determined to find Wendy and bring her here to the human world for Lily's sake. He also wanted to find and kill that bastard in the orc mask who was holding them captive. Thinking about this, the hero's vein on his forehead began to pulse with anger, and he could barely contain his emotions. Besides, Ethan had not yet voiced his personal request, but the leader, who had surrendered under his pressure, had already agreed to everything. However, upon hearing the protagonist's wish, Donald stared at him as if he were crazy. That same evening, in the guild's rented accommodations, Ethan showed Lily the map of the Gaia continent he had drawn, and although the drawing was at the kindergarten level, the heroes managed to determine the approximate location of Lily's house and the bandit's cave. There was a knock on their door, which was very strange, because they had not invited anyone. Harry entered the door with his mother, wanting to stay with the heroes for a short time. In fact, there was a good reason for their visit, and the woman looked at her son mysteriously. The young man in love wanted to spend his vacation with Lily, which made Ethan happy. The hero deliberately chatted about the vacation so that the news would reach Harry, because it's good to have someone with you who can make everything out of nothing. But they had a dangerous journey ahead of them outside the control zone, and Ethan wasn't sure that Harry would be allowed to go. The mother agreed on the condition that they would return her son safe and sound. Harry promised to take the golem with him and then walked quickly towards Lily, making her blush. Even though he was weaker than the heroine, Harry wanted to try his best to be useful. This made her blush even more, and her face broke into a joyful smile. Sometime later, late at night, Ethan came to the main building of the White House Guild. Taking the sword with him, the hero went down the elevator to the training ground, where his enemy was already waiting for him. When I arrived, Donald had just finished his warm-up, having smashed the arena to smithereens. The leader got so carried away that he got confused about the time and thought that the hero was late. Although in fact, Ethan arrived 10 minutes early. Donald did not expect that in his personal request, the hero would ask for a 3-day duel with him one-on-one. The whole point was that on the continent of Gaia, there are stronger warriors than now on Earth. Therefore, Ethan needed to test how effective the martial arts he mastered were by studying the records of the Sword Emperor. The leader was the strongest superhuman, with whom the hero could easily arrange a meeting. Therefore, the protagonist hoped that Donald would not hold back and would allow him to reveal himself. Deciding to start with a little warm-up, Donald immediately unleashed a devastating amount of energy. Looking at him and holding the sword with shaking hands, Ethan thought that in the last meeting with him, he was quite impudent. But it was too late to apologize, because the explosive brute was already running at full speed towards him. It flew into the hero like a grenade without a pin, creating a powerful explosion that destroyed the arena floor. 3 days later, Lily was very puzzled by the appearance of the protagonist. Considering his bruises, as if he had been driven through a threshing machine, he sat, applying cold to his head. Thanks to the 3 days of beating, Ethan was able to get used to using the Sword Emperor's martial arts. Everything was fine, but the main beating happened yesterday, when the hero unsuccessfully parried an attack and was subjected to a hail of crushing blows. As he sucked on the bottle of healing potion, he couldn't understand how the world had managed to produce such a monster. Having healed the hero's bruises, he and Lily went down to the street where everyone was already waiting for them. Today was the start of his vacation, and Donald hoped that Ethan wouldn't let anyone beat him up again. In his absence, the hero decided to leave Arthur in charge, making him the temporary leader of the 7th team. But if by the time Ethan returns, the team's reputation is damaged, then Arthur will be personally responsible to the hero. Looking at his dejected face, the protagonist understood that this guy didn't yet know that he was one of the best tanks. But just in case, Ethan asked Rice Cake to keep an eye on Arthur to make sure he was doing well. Pi happily agreed, sympathetically patting the temporary leader on the shoulder. At this time, Linda looked at the hero with shining eyes, as if she was expecting something from him. Then she closed her eyes and slowly began to reach out with her face towards the surprised hero. To the heroine's horror, Ethan did not understand the gesture and thought that she had a speck of dust in her eye. The hero didn't know that it was necessary to kiss goodbye, and in general, he didn't share her feelings. The reason for this was the furious gaze of her father, Donald, who closely monitored so that no one bothered his daughter. Therefore, having decided not to linger long, the boys quickly set off on their journey. Seeing them off with their eyes, the remaining heroes wished them a good rest and a speedy return. Donald noticed that his daughter had a very worried look and decided to find out what was bothering her. Linda herself didn't understand it, but she had a feeling in her soul that they would never be able to see each other again. But there was no need to worry about this, because Commander Ethan was much stronger than it might seem at first glance, and yesterday during sparring, even Donald himself almost got into trouble from his furious attacks. Therefore, now the leader wanted to continue training so that when Ethan returned, he could fight him again. At the same moment, when the leader thought about this, the main character was pierced by an inexplicable fear. Arriving at the hideout in the restricted area, Ethan first made sure that Harry had said a proper goodbye to his mother. On the way here, he was already let in on the details that they were going to go to another dimension for Lily's mother. But for the young romantic, it didn't matter. The main thing was that it was for Lily, and besides, he improved the golem as Ethan asked. Taking out his phone, he opened some menu and asking for attention, pressed a button. The golem began to make strange sounds and its entire body began to tremble violently. At that very moment, it turned into a luxurious carriage with an electric horse and a luxury interior. As it turned out, the golem originally had a transformation function built in. Harry only made a couple of adjustments. According to the boy, the golem had other forms, but Ethan decided to look at them later. And for now, the carriage was enough for them. With a serious look, the protagonist slowly walked forward a little, standing in front of the carriage. First of all, it was necessary to open the gates connecting this world and Gaia. A whirlwind of mana appeared in front of the hero, into which energy flowed, coming from nowhere. Having drawn a pentagram underneath it, Ethan understood that the continent of Gaia and the Earth were already connected. It was just that the passage was still closed. The fixed gates should open on their own after a year, but if you use a spirit stone, you can open them now. Squeezing the stone tightly in his fist, a stream of bright light and magic burst forth from it. Unclenching his hand, the clot of blinding energy began to smoothly rise into the sky. A portal gradually began to appear in the air, and it was time to start loading into the carriage. Having settled down comfortably, the heroes began to wait until the gates finally opened and were ready to let them in. Lily was a little nervous, remembering the events of the past and hoping that they would still be able to find her mother and Wendy. Seeing her confusion, the protagonist abruptly brought her to her senses by ordering her to leave. At that moment, she looked at Ethan's confident face, which made her feel confident too. The carriage drove into the spatial hole at full speed, dissolving into thin air. Immediately after their entry, the portal instantly disappeared, leaving behind a dim flicker. At this time, in one of the Guy villages, everything was on fire and panic reigned everywhere while the robbers were looking for someone. Enraged by their fruitless search, they killed every person they met along the way. Cries for help were heard from everywhere, and one villager begged the bandits not to touch her child. But they killed him along with her. They tied the only old man who knew the location of the man they were looking for to a wooden post and brutally interrogated him. If he continues to keep his mouth shut, it will all end badly, both for him and for the entire village. At this time, someone with a mustache was hiding behind a wall nearby, watching the torture of the headman. Unable to allow him to suffer, much less die, the man drew his sword and rushed at the offender. This was the one they were looking for, and at that moment, something huge appeared from the air above. With a roar and a bang, it landed right next to the bandits, stunning everyone around. The young guy with the mustache decided that it was some kind of teleportation spell, a very high-level one. In the cloud of rising dust, it was possible to discern that it was a carriage, from which someone began to slowly get out. If Ethan had known in advance that everything would be like this, he would have gotten into the carriage after arriving here. He saw in front of him an old man tied to a post and a bunch of robbers staring at him angrily. Lily also wanted to get out, but the hero closed the carriage door in front of her nose, causing her to hit herself painfully. The main character sighed ironically, because he had to time the moment for teleportation so well. Ethan cast a murderous glance at the bandits and looked around carefully. Next to the tired old man, a barely alive villager sat down on the ground, with a large cut on his hand. Not far from them, the older sister covered the mouth of her younger brother, who was trembling and crying from fear. The bandits were immediately taken aback by the explosive wave of energy that emanated from the main character. Ethan was furious at the bandits who attacked the village because in just a year, it was here that the portal to Earth would open, and if the village develops, the price of the land purchased by the main character will increase significantly and bring good profit. Suddenly, he heard a man's voice begging him for help, and turning around, he saw a mustachioed man in a cloak. Seeing teleportations of such a scale in an unusual carriage, the guy was sure that the hero was an unrivaled magician, and he was ready to offer him a solid monetary reward if he would protect them from their enemies. Ethan took some magic stones with him to exchange them for cash, but fate smiled on him. Having given the hero a bag of money as an advance, the guy with a mustache promised to give 10 times more if he saved them. Suddenly, it dawned on the bandits that this guy was one of those they were looking for. Then, they decided to call for reinforcements, and the magician was offered to get out of there, taking the money he had received. But the main character had no time for the banditis' shouts, because he was rereading the money in the bag. Having counted out 35 gold coins, he looked at the mustachioed stranger, deciding to clarify whether they would really give him 10 times more. The guy was happy, nodding affirmatively, but then Ethan demanded that the reward be doubled. She was taken aback, but she had no choice and had to agree to the main character's ultimatum. Ethan was going to save them anyway, but decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Then the bandits began to aim their crossbows at him, hoping to finish him off instantly. But the crossbow darts hit the hero's magic shield and flew off like peas. Then the main character finally decided to let the children out of the carriage so that they could help him. First, Lily had to put out the fire that was raging in the village. In front of the surprised eyes of the robbers, she ran into the very heat and threw her hand forward. Flames from all over the village began to gather into streams and rushed towards the heroine. The small, fiery whirlwind in her hand began to absorb all the flames, like a sponge absorbs water. After which, Lily successfully ate the ball of fire, which did not seem tasty to her at all. Then the bandits decided to bring out their trump card, namely the battle ogre, to deal with the magicians. A large monster with a club, reminiscent of a sumo wrestler, entered the battlefield. Having received orders to destroy it, Harry briskly mounted the electric horse that was driving the carriage. After performing some simple manipulations, he activated the golem and prepared for battle. The guy with the mustache was stunned by what this guy with the steel horse was doing. She couldn't believe that the horse had suddenly turned into the golem he knew. But Ogre is not so easily frightened, and the crushing axe was already flying towards the Iron Warrior. The axe blade shattered into tiny pieces as if it were made of glass when it hit the golem's armor. Life had not prepared him for such a disaster, and he was completely taken aback by what was happening. But at that very second, the golem dealt several destructive blows to the enemy's body, and finally, he slammed the hapless thug into the ground, dealing a blow of colossal power. The bandits were horrified, not understanding how this could be and quickly running away. But suddenly, their escape route was blocked by a giant wall of flame that appeared out of nowhere. Before he could recover from the shock, one of the bandits saw a hole suddenly appear in his comrade's chest. Ethan quickly eliminated the bewildered thugs by cutting them down with his sword. At this moment, the main character heard an order to stop and turn around slowly. The gang leader put a club to the old man's head, intending to kill him if Ethan took another step. The mustachioed youth began to beg the hero to save him, and then Ethan realized that this hostage was the village elder. The bandits decided to use him as a hostage in order to get out of the situation dry. But before he could finish putting forward his demands, the main character's sword was already flying towards his head. This was the first time Ethan had used both the cloak and the sky-shattering ball together, and he was pleased with the results. Having killed the enemy with one blow, the main character noticed some kind of bundle under his body. Realizing what it was, Ethan immediately took it out while no one was looking and put it in his inside pocket. Later, having set a sumptuous table, the village elder heartily thanked his saviors, and even though they were paid for it, the hero nobly distributed the healing potion to the suffering villagers, absolutely free of charge. The headman hoped that Ethan would feel at home, when suddenly, a guy with a mustache called out to the hero. He was sincerely grateful to Ethan for his help and also wanted to join his friends for the meal. The headman was glad to invite them to the table, but the main character didn't care. The mustachioed stranger introduced his wife in the accompanying night. Ethan found it funny that the man who was nowhere to be seen during the battle turned out to be an accompanying knight. At this time, Harry smiled sweetly and happily fed the happy Lily. The main character ate peacefully, but there was something that did not allow him to enjoy the food in peace. 3 new acquaintances decided to drill a hole in him with their intense gaze. Deciding to defuse the situation, the headman became interested in where Ethan and his friends were heading. Their destination was a small village in the kingdom of Teru, where the heroes wanted to find someone. Looking at those present, the main character understood that even though they were trying not to show it, everything was written on their faces. As it turns out, the mustachioed guy with his wife and knight are also heading to the kingdom, so they would like the hero to accompany them. At this moment, the headman got up from the table to bring more food to his guests. Ethan had already figured out all these clowns and understood that the headman was also involved in their affairs. The mustachioed man folded his hands and, in a pleading tone, asked the protagonist to accompany them at least to the border. But they caught themselves at their word, because they already had an accompanying knight, so why do they need Ethan? As it turned out, in the knight's opinion, the main character had excellent skills and these 3 were on his way. Hearing his commanding and dismissive tone, Ethan immediately realized that he was dealing with a noble. Having refused their request, the main character abruptly threw the piece of paper found under the bandit's body onto the table. It was a wanted poster with a picture of Jeremy looking a lot like the guy with the mustache, only without the fake mustache. Ethan knew that the connection between Earth and Gaia would be established in about a year, and after another 6 months, they would begin to interact. In his past life, the hero did not immediately go to the Gaia continent. But he knew some important events of the past, and now, they were in the town of Rowan, which was part of the Hicks Principality, located in the southeastern part of the continent. If Ethan remembered correctly, around this time, an uprising occurred in the Principality of Hicks. Jeremy clearly didn't expect to be exposed so easily, but still decided to surrender to the main character. His only request was to help get his wife and bodyguard across the border. The knight and his wife were taken aback when they heard Jeremy's words and froze in place, rooted to the spot. But the hero was interested in how long this guy would lead him by the nose. After all, the one pretending to be his wife was much more dangerous than Jeremy himself, and if Ethan understood correctly, it was Princess Helen, the last of the ruling family of this country, destroyed during the uprising. Seeing the reaction of the excited knight, the protagonist realized that he had pointed his finger at the sky and hit the mark. The knight then pulled the princess behind him, drawing his sword and preparing to attack Ethan. But the hero calmly parried his attack with a table knife. Not understanding what this knight was counting on, the bodyguard's pride was hurt and he decided to blame it all on the injury, saying that if it weren't for it, he would have shown him. For such a pathetic excuse, he instantly received a kick in the ass and flew to the other end of the room. Now Ethan wanted to talk to Jeremy, but he backed away from him in horror. He began to create a fireball, intending to attack the protagonist. But suddenly the flame dissipated, leaving the hapless magician confused. Lily enjoyed his fire with pleasure, eating the deliciousness with a sandwich. Shocked by their completely unjustified aggression, the protagonist punched Jeremy, sending him flying. After all, he just wanted to talk. But no one cared, and now the elder himself took up the sword. Once upon a time, this grandfather was a knight, and now, remembering his youth, he flew at full speed towards the hero, swinging his sword. But Ethan was already behind him and poked the confused old man in the neck with his finger. The head man immediately passed out, and the hero began to wonder when this whole circus would end. Jeremy screamed in rage that this bastard should not dare to touch the princess with a finger. After all, before touching her, the hero would have to walk over his corpse, which completely surprised Ethan. At this time, the princess humbly lowered her gaze, realizing that this day would have come anyway. She was ready to follow the main character, if only he would leave the others alone, and although everyone unanimously tried to stop her, she firmly decided to do it in order to save the others. The hero was shocked by her pompous speeches and the fact that she portrayed him as the bad guy, since they attacked first. Helen was surprised and thought that perhaps he would not catch her and report her to the rebels. But Ethan was still thinking about it. From this, she concluded that the main character is no different from the others. Now that the doubts were cleared, the princess prepared to show her true face. She jumped up sharply, snatching the knife and wanting to plunge it into the surprised Ethan. But her blow missed its target, flying a few centimeters from the protagonist's face, who managed to dodge. Then Ethan decided to try to take the weapon from her by reaching for the opponent's hand. But in the blink of an eye, the devil moved behind his back, leaving the hero confused. The princess also turned out to have a surprise, which Ethan never expected from her. Suddenly, he heard her scream, demanding that he immediately throw his weapon on the floor. Otherwise, Lily, who was held hostage by her at that moment, could get hurt. The protagonist believed that she had taken a dangerous step, and Harry heroically protected Lily's food. Lily was very irritated while in the princess's arms, because she did not have time to finish her bun. The devil didn't even have time to understand anything, as Lily, using her shield, threw her aside. While the princess was speechless from shock, the joyful heroine ran to finish her portion. Unable to bear such absurdity, the girl threw a dozen sharp daggers at the hero. But for strongman Ethan, it was like fending off a furious invasion of balloons. Using camouflage, the protagonist moved lightning fast straight to his opponent. After which, without wasting any time, he grabbed her face, which greatly puzzled the princess. She turned out to be stronger than he thought, and the hero began to slowly pull off her mask. Suddenly, under the woman's mask, the face of a young girl with large, green eyes appeared. Having given her a slap on the back of the head, Ethan was finally convinced that this was a half-elf in front of him. Enraged, Jeremy and the knight made a desperate attempt to attack the protagonist, but they were already quite annoying, and having given them a crushing slap on the back of the head, Ethan sent them into a deep sleep. Now that all the enemies were defeated, the boys needed to clean up the place, but Lily wanted to finish her bun first. Through the darkness and helplessness, Helen heard the call of her friends, causing her to wake up from her sleep. Opening her eyes and seeing that they were all tied up, the princess looked at her friends in horror. Of course, everyone was now wondering what the main character was planning to do with all of them. However, Ethan was confused, carefully thinking over his next plan of action. Helen was the granddaughter of the High Elf Elder and a member of the ruling family of the Hicks Principality. Initially, she was ultimately destined to have a terrible ending, which would later become the spark for an interracial war. But Ethan found the war extremely unprofitable, so he had three options, the first of which was to give the prisoners to the first person he met. The second is to pretend that nothing happened and go his own way, and upon hearing about this, Jeremy even offered to pay the hero for it. But Ethan could shake money out of them anyway, so there was a third option, to take them to the Elven Forest, which was their goal. In any case, the main character planned to go in that direction, but he still had to pay. If Helen allows Ethan to meet her grandmother, he is ready to lead them to the forest safe and sound. The offer was excellent, but the princess wanted to know why the hero needed her grandmother. Helen thought that Ethan wanted to harm her, but then the hero would not have offered such a deal. The purpose of his journey to the Gaia continent was to find Lily's parents, as well as to find a couple of items, and there was also someone Ethan wanted to meet with, having received assistance from the High Elder. It was the wisest dragon, Abraxas, who mastered all the knowledge and spells in Gaia and is also the longest lived of all. The protagonist was sure that if the Elder put in a good word, he would be guaranteed an audience with the dragon. Besides, Abraxas must surely know about the hero's mysterious watch, which he received at the very beginning. The captives were taken aback by the sudden request, and Helen was sure that even if the grandmother asked, the dragon might not agree, but Ethan still insisted on his own, and having made a deal, the heroes, together with their new friends, got into the carriage and set off on their journey. Along the way, local natives were amazed by the high-tech carriage with an incredible range of options, but the main character forced them to be quieter because the kids were sleeping soundly in comfortable reclining seats. The carriage was driven by a knight, and Helen knew that he was injured, so she was a little worried about him, but Jeremy reassured her. He decided to switch places with him soon because due to his age, he really needs more time to recover. Ethan wanted to find out something from the princess, but Helen abruptly and rudely stopped him, forbidding him to talk to her. She clearly forgot about the 3 rules that were established before setting off on a joint journey. Firstly, no one was going to treat the princess like royalty, and secondly, she had to obey the hero unconditionally. Thirdly, until they arrive in the elven forest and the hero meets the elder, her seal will lie as a pledge. This left Helen confused, because even her bodyguards did not know that she had the real seal. The main character was interested in what the princess would do once she returned to her homeland, but she only wanted to get the seal back. The hero assumed that she would start a quiet and peaceful life, but Helen had no intention of sitting still. She was going to gather all the forces under her command to punish the traitors and take back her country. Ethan would definitely not recommend her to do this, but the princess could not leave alone the enemies who killed her parents. But if she is obsessed with revenge, then she will miss out on all her golden years. However, this was only the grumbling of an older hero. The elf realized that Ethan was simply born too lazy and too optimistic. After that, they looked out the window in silence for a while, when suddenly they heard a loud order to stop. Helen's face was distorted with fear, and Ethan was surprised that the pursuit squad had already caught up with them. From the cries of the knight driving the cart, they heard that Marquis Michel's detachment was catching up with them. Feeling the protagonist waking her up, Lily hoped it was time for breakfast. Hearing Ethan's order, a half-asleep Harry took out his phone and stopped the carriage. The knight was shocked that the horse suddenly stopped, no longer obeying him, and the hero at that time decided that it would be better for him to hide in the carriage. But the knight did not understand anything, because a detachment of warriors from the principality was rapidly catching up with them. His fighting spirit had already begun to irritate the hero, because he could have simply obediently gotten into the carriage. At this time, the warriors just caught up with them, and a captain emerged from among them, heading towards the carriage. Seeing the knight, he greeted his old friend, Sir Vanderwood. But Vanderwood clearly did not share his joy at meeting this vile traitor, Captain Ragnar. But looking mockingly at the knight, Ragnar made an important appearance, because he was no longer just a captain but a count. Vanderwood was a hero in the past, but the count considered it empty words because the knight never became a master of the sword. So now, Count Ragnar decided to deal with this non-entity on his own, asking the knights not to interfere. Such impudence blew Vanderwood's mind, and he flew at his opponent mad with rage. The knight tried to strike with his sword, but the count calmly parried the attack, knocking the sword out of his hands. Vanderwood had not yet had time to come to his senses and understand what was happening, when the blade of Ragnar's sword had already passed over his body. The attack was brutal, but not fatal, and the count prepared to deliver the decisive blow. But at that moment, Ragnar's instincts and reflexes told him that danger was approaching. Barely managing to jump away, he almost became a victim of the deadly sword of the protagonist, who came to Vanderwood's rescue. Ragnar was shocked by his agility, not understanding where this impudent youth with a sword came from. Watching as Ethan treated his comrade to a potion, the count suddenly realized that the hero's blow had gotten to him, brazenly cutting off his mustache. While Ragnar was in shock, Ethan immediately threw Vanderwood towards the carriage for Jeremy to hide in. Then the count went into a rage, intending to chop the protagonist into pieces with his aura blade. But Ethan didn't see anything supernatural in such a clinic, because he himself could have created it. But Ragnar did not believe that such a youth could create a real aura blade and rush towards him. But the hero calmly blocked his blow, without even straining his muscles, as if he had stopped the flight of a mosquito. Ethan considered him a more outstanding fighter. But from the looks of it, the count only had a basic level of skill. Ragnar took offense at this and dealt several lightning-fast blows, after which the hero realized that the count was not so simple. Thanks to the duel with Donald a few days ago, Ethan managed to achieve the manifestation of the Aura Blade for the first time, and meditation also helped. An opponent like Ragnar was difficult to defeat with swordsmanship alone, so the hero tactfully dodged and defended himself for now. The Count considered this cowardice, but in fact, the main character was just warming up. Seeing how Ethan gradually began to disappear, Ragnar realized to his horror that he was not a knight at all, but rather a magician. Ethan delivered an invisible and crushing blow, which the Count was able to block only through miracle and instinct. However, such base behavior as invisibility was unworthy of a man in Ragnar's opinion. But, for such a daring statement addressed to the main character, the Count immediately lost another piece of mustache. Enraged by the loss of his mustache, he began to scream and furiously swing his sword in all directions. Now there was no other way out, and the Count ordered the soldiers to attack the carriage and kill everyone except the princess. But Harry decided to take care of them, mounting his trusty mechanical horse and activating the transformation. The knights were very puzzled when they saw the golem, and Lily was shocked that he decided to fight alone against everyone. But Harry alone was more than enough for these bastards, and the golem prepared to attack. From his blow, the stunned warriors flew apart like bowling pins. Ragnar was horrified by what was happening, but it was not the time to snap his beak, because the enemy was standing in front of him. Realizing how much they had underestimated the heroes, Ragnar, in a rage, decided to go to the very end. After cutting his hand and splashing his blood on the blade of his sword, he decided to at least kill Ethan. This is where the main character really got into trouble, because he didn't expect to see anything like this. Ragnar's sword turned out to be demonic and, having absorbed his blood, began to emit ominous energy. Surprised by the protagonist's awareness, the Count furiously aimed his blade at his chest. Ragnar clearly lacked the ability, so he used the cheat item, but Ethan doubted that he had enough strength to handle it. However, the Count was quite confident that he could cope with him and did not understand why the hero kept running away. Now Ethan had to strain himself to block the destructive attacks of the demonic blade. Suddenly the hero heard the sound of metal cracking and realized to his horror that things were bad for him. Unable to withstand the demonic onslaught, Ethan's sword blade cracked and shattered, leaving a stump in the hero's hand. Taking advantage of the situation, Ragnar directed a deadly beam of demonic energy at the enemy. From this, Ethan flew into the distance, knocking down trees with his body and receiving huge damage. While the hero was bleeding and coming to his senses, the villain was laughing, looking at him. Lily decided to help by sending a wave of flame at the Count while he was distracted by Ethan. But the villain's devilish sword began to absorb the power of the flame, scattering it into the air. The girl was stunned by this turn of events, and her boyfriend decided to take up the matter. Harry, sitting in the golem, prepared to attack, but at that moment, an order came from Ethan. The protagonist didn't want his friends to stop him from enjoying a real fight for the first time in a long time. Deciding to show the Count a truly cheating item, Ethan activated his watch and his hand became covered in steel. But the enemy's sword was already aimed at the hero, intending to put an end to his arrogance once and for all. At that very second, Ethan's metal arm began to be covered with explosive force. The protagonist was using this attack for the first time, and just in case, he limited its power to 25% of its maximum. Upon impact, Ethan's fist released an energy beam that crashed down on the Count like a blast wave. Watching this through the window, Helen sat in quiet shock at the incredible destructive power of the protagonist. Lily was immediately taken aback by such power, her mouth open and her eyes wide with surprise. After the impact, it felt like a drill had passed through the ground, leaving a long crater and destroying the forest into splinters. All that was left of Ragnar was the demonic sword, which was stuck in the ground, engulfed in sinister energy. Taking his hand, the hero saw that there was not a single scratch left on the sword, which spoke of its excellent durability. Based on his past life experience, Ethan already knew of a blade that was very similar to this one. It turned out to be the very same salad sword, which gives enormous power in exchange for blood, but at the same time the user goes crazy. It is said that it has the best characteristics among similar swords, but the hero did not want to use it. nor did he want to sell it to anyone. As he continued on his way in the carriage, Ethan thought that perhaps he could exchange it for the holy sword in the future. Vanderwood looked at the hero with fear, wondering how far they had left to go to the border. They were soon to arrive in Randall and there obtain a pass to cross the border, after which they would have 3 days' journey left. The knight didn't know if he could last that long, because even magic couldn't help with the loss of energy. But the mere fact that he was nearby gave Helen strength, and she didn't want to hear anything like that anymore. At this time, trying to dispel boredom, Ethan was enthusiastically reading some literature. At that moment, Vanderwood and Helen were staring at him as if they were piercing him with their gaze. Finally, the knight decided to ask the protagonist for a favor, but Ethan sharply stopped him. But realizing that Vanderwood wouldn't leave him alone, the protagonist slammed the book shut and prepared to listen attentively. But only if Vanderwood doesn't spout nonsense about the protagonist helping them reclaim the kingdom. He saw through them right away, which could be seen on the stunned face of Vanderwood. Looking at his decrepit, shaking hands, covered in burns and bruises, the knight was sad that he could not help the princess. During his life, he achieved success in several wars and was called a hero, foreshadowing that he would become a master of the sword. But in the end, Vanderwood could not rise to his rank and did not protect his highness from traitors. So now he felt like not a protector, but rather a burden on her shoulders. Therefore, after hearing the words of the main character, he decided not to offer him anything else. Several hours later, under cover of night, they approached the entrance to Randall's fortress. Ethan decided that only he, Lily, and the princess would go to the fortress and the rest would remain here to wait for them. Jeremy was terrified that Helen might be in danger, but for the main character it was a precaution. After all, he remembered very well how they brazenly took Lily hostage, which made the princess blush. Moving across the rooftops of the night city, Lily and Helen obediently followed Ethan. The princess wondered if there was a supply store nearby, but the protagonist was looking for another place. A sharp, unpleasant smell hit Helen's nose, making her want to leave as soon as possible. Looking around, she noticed to her surprise that there were also people there, sitting in the shade and dressed in clothes that were worn out to holes. The princess never left the walls of the palace and for the first time found herself in the slums, which, by the way, were also part of the kingdom. Having finally found the right door, the hero led his friends to the old tavern. The visitors looked at them strangely and the owner wondered if the guests wanted some beer, but wanting to get information and make a request to the Gate Guild. Ethan, to the bartender's surprise, threw a gold coin on the table. It was at this point that the other visitors couldn't stand it any longer and took out their knives, intending to fleece the strangers. By this sign, the hero understood that they had really come to the right place. Then, without thinking twice, Lily surrounded them with streams of fire, making it clear to the robbers that they had better not come closer. Suddenly, behind the heroes, the voice of an old man was heard, wondering what request they wanted to make. Hearing that they needed a pass and information, the old man invited the heroes to follow him. He took them to the basement, to a man whose head was clean-shaven and who wondered where his friends were heading. While Helen marveled at the sheer size of the basement, Ethan explained that they were heading to the kingdom of Teru. Baldy was ready to make a pass within a week, but after receiving extra payment, he agreed to finish it in 2 days. A pass had to be made for the wizard and 5 servants, which greatly shocked Lily and Helen. Also, Ethan needed information about a man wearing an orc mask, probably one-armed and wielding magic. The bald man's gaze flickered and he suspiciously lowered his hand under the table, under the pretext of checking the available data. This became a wake-up call for the main character that these guys definitely know something. Baldy decided to take the heroes to the headquarters, supposedly only there they can view the information they requested. On the way, the bald man only thought about how upon arriving at headquarters, his friends would immediately get rid of these magicians and take the gold for themselves. Ethan knew that unless you were a member of the Thieves' Guild, it was very difficult to find out the location of their headquarters, because most of the outsiders who got there never managed to return. But this meant that there were a lot of valuable things there and the hero was eager to see their treasure trove. After making sure that Lily's legs didn't hurt, Ethan wondered if she wanted to eat. As the main character had assumed, this was indeed the case, but he had already foreseen everything. Handing her the chocolate, Ethan hoped it would help ease her tension a little. After all, the surrounding environment probably brought back thoughts of the past that tormented Lily. Seeing her face glowing with happiness, the hero was glad that he had taken a few more bars with him. Arriving at the reception room of the Thieves' Guild, the bald man wanted the heroes to wait here for a bit while he went to get the informant. But the main character understood that this was too obvious a trap and putting on an important appearance, agreed to wait. As soon as they approached the waiting table, the bald man smiled sharply and pressed the red button on the wall. At that very second, a grate fell in front of the heroes, blocking all exits. The princess was in wild horror and screamed, not understanding what they were doing here. Suddenly, she heard the bald man greet the guild leaders, giving a report on the capture of the victims. Accompanied by other guild members, a woman dressed in rich clothes entered the room. Ethan was surprised that the man in the orc mask turned out to be such an influential figure that the head of the guild herself, Goldilocks, intervened. Helen was furious at such a vile deception, because they had probably been targeting her from the very beginning. But the Goldilocks and the bald man were completely confused. Not understanding what this strange stranger was talking about, putting it all down to a clouded mind, Ethan would have been glad if they had continued communicating with him. However, it was useless to lie, because the rumors spread very quickly throughout the kingdom and had already reached the head. Despite the fact that the girl had changed her appearance, Goldilocks was sure that it was Princess Helen in front of her. There was no point in making excuses, and the head of the guild was impatient to see her real face, as well as to pass on information about her capture. But she also remembered the people who wore orc masks and looked at Ethan with suspicion. Other than the fact that he was a dangerous mage who was looking for information about them, Goldilocks knew nothing else about him. She decided to interrogate him. But the hero thought that since he paid them money, it meant he should be the one asking questions here. However, if he was going to turn up his nose, believing in his magical abilities, then he had better immediately abandon all hope. After all, right above them, a barrier was installed, sealing away magic of any kind and type. Of course, you can't call Ethan a simpleton, but he certainly didn't foresee this turn of events. The guild members aimed their crossbows at him, and Goldilocks became curious about why the hero was looking for an orc mask. But the hero calmly rummaged around in his cloak, trying to find something and leaving everyone dumbfounded. Seeing him take out a gun and point it at them, Goldilocks and the other guild members couldn't figure out what kind of unknown device it was. But after firing a couple of shots, several holes appeared in the leader's leg and she fell with a scream. Before they could recover from the shock, the other members also received bullets in different parts of their bodies. While the hero was playing target shooting games, Helen and Lily hid behind him, taking cover under the table. The gun was made by Harry and was intended to be his original weapon. But now, Ethan calmly emptied his entire clip into the bastards who had lured themselves into a trap. He knew for sure that they didn't have such a weapon and that it was the first time they had seen something like it. However, he still remained in the cage, and the wounded Goldilocks, bleeding, wanted to return later and kill him. But it was not to be, and the hero took out from under his cloak a universal key to any cell. This key was a demonic sword, which Ethan used to easily cut through the bars. Even without using mana, the sword's power was enough to cut through metal like butter. That's when the head of the guild really got scared, realizing that it wasn't a magician at all. With the reloaded gun pointed at her forehead, it was now the protagonist's turn to ask questions, and first of all, he wanted to know where that bastard in the orc mask was. When the sun rose, the heroes still had not appeared, and those who remained were already thinking about going to save the princess. Suddenly, an explosion thundered behind the city wall, and a giant pillar of fire rose into the sky. Then Jeremy demanded to go there immediately, which greatly puzzled the main character. Ethan was just leaving the forest with Lily and Helen, who were dragging sacks of treasure with him. That explosion was done deliberately to destroy all evidence and allow the heroes to escape. Among the items recovered were an emerald magic staff and a mandrake pickled in honey. They also found a blueprint for a magical weapon and a shadow bracelet that allows one to change one's appearance, and the cutest treasure that I managed to get was a necklace in the shape of a sheep. Ethan gave each of the heroes exactly what they needed, which made them very happy. With such a harvest, one could safely say that the thieves had a good treasury. But unfortunately, for the most part, the time spent in the city was wasted. The only thing that we managed to find out with 100% was that Goldilocks had been brainwashed. Although she showed blind loyalty, not wanting to talk about her masters, in fact, she knew nothing about them. But the hero was able to get hold of a small ball, which was a communication tool and could only receive calls from those scoundrels. In general, there are a limited number of places that are willing to invest large amounts of money into experiments on children. It is either an empire or a kingdom, but if both are wrong, then the culprit is a group with no less influence. It would have been enough for Ethan to simply catch the orc mask, but the scale of what was happening was growing exponentially. Having no idea how to find it, the hero suddenly looked at the sleeping Lily and a brilliant idea came to him. The baby ran away and they must be looking for a child with fiery eyes now. So, Ethan can just wait for his target to come to him to find the girl. The border wall of the Principality of Hicks was built in the deepest gorge of the continent. This is a historical barrier that for hundreds of years has blocked the path to the monsters descending from the central ridge. The hero's plan was to cross the border wall and through the elven forest, go to the kingdom of Teru. Having voiced it to his accomplices, the main character did not understand why their faces were so gloomy, because the border was already within reach. Vanderwood was surprised that Ethan could come up with such a plan while remaining sane. After all, the idea of rushing at full speed and breaking through the barrier was insane and tantamount to suicide. However, if it was not possible to obtain a pass, then there was no other option. The knight was shocked to hear that the hero even knew that the wall was guarded by the commander of the knightly order and the master of the sword. His name was Dante, and if Ethan thought that after defeating Ragnar he could compete with him, he was very much mistaken. The princess remembered that when Ormond rebelled, Dante only had to step forward and the rebellion would have died down immediately. However, when the uprising broke out, he did not respond to the call because the wall could not be left unattended. The reason he kept the wall up for so long was because he needed to protect something. A pass system was set up at the entrance to the border wall fortress. For each layer of society, from the royal family down to the commoners, there were different gates inside and there were 6 in total. Of course, the impassable crush was right next to the gate for the poor, so Ethan wanted to enter through the other ones. The place was a clear reflection of the radical difference in attitudes towards different classes that Helen had never noticed before. Now, she was no different from those poor people who, as a result of the coup, tried to leave the country. The princess prayed that one day she would have a chance to correct this unfair situation. Seeing her sincerity, Vanderwood and Jeremy vowed to help her get that opportunity. But they were over-dramatizing and the main character thought that there was no need to complicate things so much. It was their turn to go through the gate and Harry slowly drove the cart using the game controller. At the entrance, they were stopped by a menacing guard, who demanded that they introduce themselves and state the purpose of their visit. But seeing who got out of the carriage, the guard stared blankly at the hero, speechless. Deciding that this would definitely attract the attention of the person he was looking for, Ethan put an orc mask on his face and demanded to be let in. However, the soldiers were completely confused, and seeing the lack of understanding in their eyes, the main character took out a pistol. Firing into the air, he made the guards jump in surprise and instantly mobilize. Immediately after this, the order was given to seal the gates, and now Harry had to gallop at full speed. Taking his gamepad, he activated the turbine boosters in the mechanical horse, accelerating it to unimaginable speeds. At this time, it was Lily's turn to take part, and she created several fireballs. The carriage rushed towards the royal gates, and the little girl launched her projectiles at them. From such pressure, the gates exploded, and through the raging flames, the carriage burst into the fortress. The gates were completely destroyed, and the heroes were left completely bewildered by what they saw. At this time, in one of the halls of the fortress, a messenger demanded that Count Dante accept the sovereign's decree. But seeing that he did not even move, the messenger was furious because the count must kneel before the word of the king. Then Dante approached him and looked into his eyes, causing the messenger's body to tremble in horror. Snatching the order from his hands, the count read that the princess had escaped and was trying to cross the border, so he had to strengthen his guard. Smiling, Dante crumpled the piece of paper and threw it away like trash, looking menacingly at the messenger. After all, the count never recognized Ormond as a ruler, and if he needed something, let him come in person. He asked for this answer to be conveyed. after which he grabbed the messenger by the face and threw him from the balcony. Also, the knights received orders to execute the escaped princess on the spot if they found her. There was one point in the contents of the letter that greatly interested the Count. It said that some boy was able to kill Count Ragnar, which meant that on this piece of land, there was a strong man that Dante did not know about. At that moment, a strange hum from the street pierced the Count's ears, dispelling his thoughts. Right under his windows, a carriage passed at great speed, which the guards tried unsuccessfully to stop. There were two people on the carrier seat, one of whom was wearing an orc mask and holding a sword using an aura blade. Seeing this technique, Dante was confused, remembering what he had read in the letter. At this moment, the carriage flew past the building at lightning speed and rushed into the distance, leaving only dust behind. In an attempt to stop them, the guards climbed onto the roofs of the buildings in front and prepared to attack the heroes from above. The border wall is a two-tiered structure and the distance between the sides is 1 kilometer. The plan was to break through the fortress as quickly as possible, but the guards were no pushovers. They launched a rain of arrows at the carriage, but Ethan and Lily used their shields at the same time. The magic sphere covered the entire carriage and the arrows flew off it like a bouncy ball from a wall. Then, magicians of different elements began to throw magical projectiles, hoping to break through the barrier. But using the emerald magic staff, Jeremy decided to block all the spells. Now the carriage was surrounded by emerald-colored magical shields, easily reflecting all enemy spells. After this, Jeremy, using his staff, created a storm wind that scattered all the guards trying to stand in their way. The protagonist was impressed by its power, and the magician regretted that he had not had this staff before. At this time, several riders on horseback approached the carriage, intending to break the wheels, but Vanderwood couldn't let them do that while he was still alive and began to concentrate magic into his sword. With a sharp swing, he instantly struck all the riders with an energy pulse. True, his body had a hard time withstanding such an attack, reaching the limit of its capabilities. As Lily gradually approached the second wall, she began to form new fire spheres to break through it. Moving even closer, she received the command and launched several fire projectiles at the target. Suddenly, Ethan felt something incredibly dangerous approaching them, which sent shivers down his spine. To give his friends a chance to break through the wall, the protagonist jumped off the carriage abruptly, intending to repel the attack. He felt even the air tremble, as if an earthquake was about to occur. At the last moment, the hero managed to block the crushing blow of Daint's giant sword. The Count was pleasantly surprised that Ethan was able to parry his blow and after that, managed to stay on his feet. However, it only seemed that way, but in reality, the main character had difficulty suppressing the trembling in his body after a blow of incredible force. Dante's face twisted into a malicious grin, and he looked at the hero like a lion at a lamb. The Count hoped with all his heart that the hero would be able to amuse him, after which he prepared to attack. He disappeared from his place so abruptly that Ethan could not see his movements, as if he had evaporated. Only thanks to his instincts, the main character managed to block the blow again, barely staying on his feet. Ethan was convinced that the rumors were true that Dante was obsessed with martial arts and spared no one during a fight. The Count's eyes radiated insane rage, and with each new blow, he became stronger and more aggressive. But the main character continued to successfully block his attacks, slowly beginning to see the positives around him. Although Dante's strength was unimaginable, he was significantly inferior to Ethan in speed. Therefore, taking advantage of his slowness, the protagonist pulled out a pistol and forced the Count to dodge the bullets. At this time, Dante opened up for a second and Ethan saw a great opportunity to attack. Having lunged with his sword, the Count still managed to block it. But his interest in the main character grew even more. Dante realized that his opponent's sword had been tempered in real combat and wanted to see its full power. Activating his watch, Ethan was pleased by his curiosity, but knew that it would hurt the Count. To begin with, the hero decided to strike with a quarter of his strength and began to concentrate the energy in his fist. Dante's decided to take this blow head-on, and Ethan released a deadly beam. After this, the Count was able to stay alive, but blood was flowing from his mouth and he only had enough strength to stand, leaning on his sword. Thanks to the hero, for the first time in a long time, he felt like a living person. But the hero thought that it would be better when he finally felt like a dead man. Dante decided to see the matter through to the end. But Ethan couldn't stand fights that didn't bring any benefits and decided to somehow get away from him. Just when he was glad that the carriage had probably already overcome the wall, the hero suddenly heard Lily's voice calling him. She hurried to him to help him in the fight with the enemy, shouting about it throughout the entire area. Seeing her flying on the shield, Ethan became furious because he tried so hard to save them. But Lily couldn't just leave him to die, and now, landing next to the hero, she prepared for battle. Suddenly, the main character realized that since she was here, it meant that others might decide to return. To his horror, this was indeed the case, and the carriage was already racing back at full speed to help its comrade. This place was already surrounded by a huge number of military forces, and on top of that, it was also necessary to fight with Dante. Since the heroes planned to get out of here, they had to be ready to fight to the death, which meant the hero would have to hit with full force. Suddenly, he heard a strange snort from the Count, which left the hero stunned. Dante clutched his forehead and laughed so hard that tears gushed from his eyes. With Ethan's strength, he could have easily torn down the wall himself, and they didn't kill anyone along the way. The Count decided that the protagonists considered them unworthy opponents, so he spared the lives of the warriors. But in fact, this was the customer's request, and with these words, Helen removed the camouflage hood. Having heard about the customer, Dante's face changed and he looked closely at the princess, recognizing her. In the future, all these warriors would become her subjects, so she didn't want any of the warriors to get hurt. After these words, the Count suddenly decided to end the fight and write them a pass. But in return, he wanted them to stay in the fortress for the night. The main character fell into a stupor, unable to utter a single word, and stared at Dante in amazement. The Count invited them to dinner at his residence because he was always interested in strong creatures. Ethan once heard that even superhumans from Earth were invited to this meal while passing through the wall. The main character never thought that he would find himself in such an honorable place, where, according to rumors, he could even receive a gift from Dante. Seeing Ethan's face, the Count was impressed that such a young man had skills comparable in strength to his own. He immediately realized that the main character was not from here, and he became interested in where the hero came from and where he learned to wield a sword so well. After talking to him, Ethan found out that Dante's family had maintained the wall for several worships. The Count could not leave the wall because it meant betraying the family business, and he really wanted to hear Ethan's story about himself. Listening to their conversation, Helen wondered when Dante would stop pretending not to know her. But the Count responded by demonstratively scratching his ear, without even looking in her direction. Then she became furious, thinking that he was afraid to look her in the eyes after he had failed to protect the sovereign. These words made Dante himself fly into a rage, and if the main character had not been there, he would have definitely cut her throat. She should have been grateful to still be alive and silently stared at her plate. In anger, Helen slammed her fist on the table because she was the rightful heir to the throne and Dante was a knight of the wall, and if he still remembered his valor, he should have been more polite with the princess. The Count noted that she was definitely better than her father and had plenty of courage and also spoke fluently. The princess was outraged that he dared to insult his majesty, but Dante considered her father the last coward. Besides, if he intervened, the civil war would drag on for a long time, and if the wall was left empty, there would be an invasion. Her father was a worthless ruler, and Helen, too, should not have set foot on this land after tomorrow. Otherwise, Dante would kill her, but the princess was still going to return and punish the traitors, taking back her country. The Count was skeptical about this, but Helen on her way here saw knights who had laid down their lives defending her. She also saw poor people struggling to survive among evil people. And the first thing she will do upon returning to power is make 6 local gates accessible to everyone. Hearing about the gate, Dante bared his teeth because he would never have allowed her to do that. This was the Empress's decree, and while they continued their boring argument, Ethan decided to find a place to take a nap. The next morning, Ormond's men stood at the gates demanding to be let in, but the guards stopped them. Dante decided that they should stand there for a couple more hours and then he would have to kick them out. As for the princess, the count decided to let her go for now and watch her, because one day they would meet again on this wall. Meanwhile, the heroes reached the central mountain range, which was the entrance to the elven forest. The High Elder sent Garand the Explorer and a couple of other elves to escort them. Ethan was surprised that the princess's grandmother had the gift of foresight. But now he could safely walk all the way to the village. Suddenly, Garand sensed that the protagonist had an item with demonic energy. Because of this, the way to the village was closed to him. But Ethan understood that they simply could not tolerate people. Then the hero took out his sword and handed it into the hands of the surprised elf, who looked at him intently, thinking that everything was settled and they could go. Garand suddenly stopped the hero again. Drawing his sword, he pointed it at the vile devil, by which he meant Lily. The girl fell into a stupor, staring at him in fear and not understanding anything at all. But the elf was absolutely sure of his assumption, and the main character decided to find out what he meant. Garand sensed a terrible demonic energy in her, and a huge evil lurking under the mask of innocence. He believed that the girl was suppressing the desire to kill that was burning inside her. In addition, the elf was furious that the main character was protecting her without realizing the full danger. She may have looked like a child, but inside she had already received a demonic baptism. Deciding to destroy it right then and there, Garand suddenly received a sudden and powerful flick. So, Ethan decided to bring him to his senses so that this elf would stop scaring Lily. To teach him to stop saying such things in front of the child once and for all. The main character knocked him out with a powerful punch. The other two elves were furious at such impudence, but Ethan remained silent for a long time, despite the tactlessness of this spawn. Now the heroine will go after them, and these two elves must tell the elder to come to them herself, and if they don't bring her, then in 2 days, Ethan will burn down the entire elven forest. In the evening, the heroes set up a small camp at the entrance to the forest and lit a fire. Jeremy couldn't believe that Lily had accepted demonic baptism, because even grown men die from it. The main character was surprised by his knowledge, but Jeremy just read about it in a book once. Only very powerful magicians can perform such a ritual, and it requires an incredible amount of money and materials. Most of them can't stand the hellish pain and die, which is why Ethan wanted to finish off the bastard in the orc mask. There was enough talking and it was time to go to bed when suddenly Lily called out to Ethan. Hugging a toy chicken, the girl suffered from insomnia and the main character offered her to swap with the magician. For a while, she sat silently opposite Ethan, staring into the fire with her eyes red from lack of sleep. Huddled into the chicken, she was most afraid that she would actually have to become a demon. The hero didn't want to lie and didn't know how everything would turn out, and Lily was worried that her mother would hate her now. Ethan knew for sure that in general she looked like the devil, because Lily didn't listen to anyone. She ate a lot and she had a bad character. The girl didn't understand at first, but when she heard that the main character was the same, she was very surprised. As a child, the hero did not listen to anyone or study, but was only busy having fun with his friends, and yet, his parents took care of him, which means that her mother will accept her daughter, no matter what she is like. Then Lily suggested that when they found their mother, the three of them could live together. But the hero decided that it would be better to just take an apartment for them in the guild. She still had a few questions about the hero's future life, but she began to feel sleepy. Glad that she had finally fallen asleep, Ethan put her in the carriage and getting out of it suddenly heard a voice belonging to an elf. Due to the risk of a surprise attack, the protagonist expanded the range of his senses. But even so, he did not notice her presence at all, although she was standing 2 steps away from him. Only the Supreme Elder possessed such power among the elves, and now, she stood right in front of him. To his surprise, she bowed and apologized for her children's rude behavior. She also wanted to thank the heroes for saving her granddaughter and changing her destiny. He had to apologize to Lily, but the hero still accepted the apology, and he was wondering if the elder knew about his conditions. As it turned out, she had already sent a request to the dragon, but there was no answer yet, and it could take several days. While waiting, she, in her capacity as the Supreme Elder, wanted to invite the heroes to the elven forest. Looking towards the carriage, her face suddenly darkened and the elder felt very sorry for the poor thing. If left as is, it will become a dangerous disaster for the whole world in the future. But the elder firmly decided to cleanse the child from demonic baptism, and together with the heroes, they went into the forest. They were met with suspicious whispers. The other elves felt demonic energy from the carriage and were completely confused. The only elf who was glad of their arrival and ran to meet them was Helen. Jeremy was also glad to see her. While Ethan condescendingly noted that she seemed to be doing well, Helen was uneasy about the heroes not being allowed to go with her, to which Ethan only sighed and suddenly noticed that the chapter had disappeared somewhere. As it turned out, the knight's condition had worsened. So, the elder was now taking care of him, and it would be possible to visit him a little later. Then the main character decided to return the princess's seal, which made her very happy. At this point, their contract ended and she wanted one day to definitely repay Ethan for the service he had rendered. The main character smiled and nodded, already dreaming about how, in a year, his guild would be granted a monopoly on the principality's magical goods. Helen was surprised that he decided to come and meet her after 1 year, and although Ethan himself could not fully know how everything would turn out, he did not deny such a possibility. After that, the princess smiled mysteriously and looked at the hero, deciding to also achieve her goal in 1 year. Using the royal seal to find relics and gain strength, she wanted to make a pact with the elven families. After all the work, Helen will return to the wall and receive Dante's support and then make an official proposal to the main character. Ethan was confused, not understanding what she meant, but the princess decided not to rush things and remain silent. Meanwhile, Lily changed into a white robe with a green belt, preparing for the purification ritual. The Supreme Elder understood that the ritual might be a little painful, but once it was over, everything would immediately be fine. However, the pain did not frighten Lily at all, because the girl was already used to it and the elder looked sympathetically into her eyes. At that moment, Ethan was just approaching them, wanting to know if all the preparations were made. Having received a positive answer, the main character took out the sacred sword, which would be useful during the ritual. It was time to begin, and the girl began to slowly dive into the pool of magical water, under the watchful gaze of the heroes. At this time, in one of the secret dungeons, the dim light of a torch accompanied a man in an orc mask, hurrying towards the prisoner. Until this time, everyone believed that the prisoner was lying when he said that the girl had survived. But today, everything changed. Seeing that he was still alive after all the torture, one could say that he was extremely lucky. A man in an orc mask showed him a magic ball in which a carriage with the main characters was visible. Suddenly, Lily's face appeared there, destroying the fortress wall with her fiery projectile. The prisoner screamed in horror when he saw that this was the same child of fire that he had once lost. Suddenly, he himself appeared in the ball, wearing an orc mask, trying to prevent the escape of the two girls. By showing this, they mocked the prisoner because it was after that night that he became a test subject. But today, due to changed circumstances, they decided to give him one last chance to prove himself. His body was greatly weakened by daily suffering and his mind was so clouded that the prisoner did not even understand what was said at first. The man who brought him the news took off his mask and handed it to him, deciding that he should correct his mistakes himself. Meanwhile, Lily slowly entered the pool, filled with bright blue water, shimmering like the sky. Ethan watched closely, watching as with every step she took, the water began to glow more intensely. After waiting a little, the elder touched the tips of her fingers and began to read the liberation spell. At that moment, a green magic circle appeared right under Lily, and green magic chains flew out of the water from different sides. The water became agitated and began to rise into the air, surrounding the girl on all sides. Suddenly, she screamed in pain and streams of demonic energy, dark burgundy in color, began to emerge from her body. The head of the elves certainly foresaw this, but the demonic energy was truly great and she tried her best to continue the ritual. The protagonist stood motionless, staring at the girl and holding his sword at the ready. Lily's face twisted in pain, and she screamed as a clot of dark matter began to emerge from her chest. He suddenly flew into the air, leaving a trail of demonic energy behind him as the girl clutched her stomach with her hands. This clot turned out to be a demon, and it was necessary to prevent it from returning back to Lily. Only by killing him could the demonic baptism be destroyed, so Ethan made a sharp dash, finding himself between the demon and Lily. A vile flying organic substance, humanoid in shape, with a beetle's head and blades instead of a tail and paws, looked at them furiously. Swinging his sword and activating the power of the clock, the protagonist was happy about the appearance of this demon. Looking at this disgusting creature, Ethan thought that a punching bag was just what he needed. With a lightning-fast leap, the hero rushed at the enemy, swinging his sacred sword. But his blade was deftly deflected by a swift strike from the tail blade, after which the monster prepared to counterattack. However, at that moment, Ethan was already swinging his crushing fist, intending to crush the demon's head. Noticing this, the monster sharply dodged to the side, but the hero managed to hit his body with the blade, cutting it. Before returning in time, Ethan was already pretty tired of fighting demons, and now the most important thing was to find the enemy's weak spot. Then it would be possible to quickly finish him off, but the hero did not need this. He wanted to give the demon a long death for Lily's suffering. Meanwhile, the girl had difficulty coming to her senses after the pain she'd experienced and felt a strong weakness in her body. Holding her in her arms, the elder carefully monitored her well-being, and Lily suddenly saw Ethan fighting the demon. Seeing the main character mercilessly beating the helpless insect, she thought that he must be very angry. But it couldn't be any other way, because when someone hurts a loved one, it inevitably ignites the fire of rage in the heart. Hearing these words from the elder, the girl smiled, feeling warmth in her chest, and at this time, Ethan had just finished. Seeing the vile monster writhing in its death throes, the protagonist finally relieved the accumulated stress. Even despite the wounds it had received, the creature continued to regenerate, but not as quickly as at the beginning of the battle. Now it was time to use the holy sword, because Ethan was still at the level of imitating steps. He had read about these steps hundreds or even thousands of times in the heaven-destroying mind technique. Deciding to take his enemy by surprise, the demon suddenly jumped up and flew at lightning speed towards his enemy. Using the first step of the heaven-destroying divine sword, Ethan released a colossal amount of mana from the sacred sword. Swinging his sword, he released an explosive energy pulse of incredible destructive power at the demon. The impact created a flash of light that made even the head of the fairies cover her eyes, and the power of the attack amazed her imagination. After the blinding light, when Lily's vision finally returned, she looked at the protagonist in amazement. Ethan stood surrounded by a cloud of dust with the monster's blood splattered around him for several meters. The hero felt every organ in his body scream in pain, as if he had been struck by lightning. Seeing the holy sword begin to crack and break, Ethan realized that he shouldn't use it anymore until he leveled up. From the blade, only the hilt remained in the hero's hands, and he thought with surprise that even the sacred sword would have difficulty withstanding this martial art. The demon was quite strong, so after death, a demonic core fell out of it, which the main character was happy about. Throwing away the hilt and taking out the demonic sword, Ethan thought that this core could be used for sale or production. But the hero found a better use for it, thrusting the blade of the demonic sword into the core with all his might. The sword began to greedily absorb the energy of the core, becoming enveloped in dark clots of energy, having absorbed all of his power. The blade of the sword turned black, and the red stone on the hilt glowed even brighter. But before Ethan could rejoice enough at the strengthening of the blade, he was suddenly attacked from behind by Lily's gentle embrace. The girl hugged his torso and pressed it to her, burying her face in his back, and the hero again felt pain in every organ. But even so, his soul felt unusually light, and he carefully ran his hand through the hair of the joyful Lily. After the battle, the heroes went back to the forest, and Ethan did not use any restorative magic or potions. After all, in order to imprint new martial arts skills in your body, it was better to recover naturally. Moreover, even in this way, the restoration of internal damage occurred quite quickly. The elder also helped the hero by bringing him food and taking care of the girl's condition. the effects of the baptism still remained on her body, and she was undergoing rehabilitation inside the sacred tree. The only thing that really bothered the elder was her insatiable appetite. But Ethan knew that it was not a problem, but a common occurrence. Having started eating, the main character was grateful to the head of the elves for the help provided. But the Supreme Elder believed that this was payment for saving her granddaughter and for the kindness shown. However, the hero knew that he and the princess had an agreement and the elder's help was not included in it. The leader didn't want to ask for anything, but the hero smiled and looked at her carefully, knowing that he needed to go to the foggy forest. This is a mysterious forest that at some point expanded its territory towards the elven forest. The fog in the forest was destructive only for the elves, but had no effect on the others, and the hero decided to explore it. The chief was amazed that he knew about this forest and decided to prepare a reward for him. But Ethan refused, wanting to repay her kindness. The next morning, Vanderwood sat on a bench, watching the forest fairies swirling between the trees. His face had become much thinner and older. There were dark bags under his eyes and his hair had turned from snow white to gray. Suddenly, the knight heard the sound of footsteps and turning his head, saw the main character, who decided to visit him. News spread quickly and the princess had already informed him that Ethan had killed the demon, which Vanderwood was incredibly happy about. He saw a book in the hero's hands and found out that it was written by an old man and was almost entirely filled with praise for himself. Vanderwood grinned as he recalled how, during the battle at the fortress, he had drained all his strength and mana and then seen the limit of his abilities. He wondered how things would have turned out if he had seen his limit a little earlier. 3 years, or at least a year ago. After all, to see the limit means to have the opportunity to overcome it in just one step, reaching unprecedented heights. While reading the book, Ethan suddenly saw on one of the pages a description of a method that might be useful to the knight. He began to read this moment out loud, telling the story of a certain man who found himself on the brink of life and death. Listening to his words, Vanderwood was at first perplexed, but then tears suddenly began to flow from his eyes. Because the author of the book was a swordsman and as a swordsman knight, Vanderwood deeply understood his feelings. Then, he really wanted the main character to clearly demonstrate his fencing skills. Of course, Ethan wasn't good enough at it yet, but he decided to show it once, hoping to help his friend. Having snatched the sword from its sheath, the protagonist stood in a fighting stance, preparing for a demonstration performance. Swinging his sword, he cut through one of the trees with lightning speed, then made a swift lunge and a piercing blow. After that, he turned sharply, threw the sword over himself and cut the air with a furious swing. Shocked by his movements, the knight grabbed the stick and swung it like a blade. As Vanderwood began to actively repeat Ethan's movements, he felt an unknown force filling him with each swing. Then he began to move even more actively, overcoming pain and fatigue, thereby going beyond his own limits. At some point, a powerful aura began to emanate from his body, which grew into an energy wave. Looking at him, Ethan was very glad that going beyond his own limits had proven so beneficial for him. A powerful aura surrounded his body and stick, and Vanderwood himself looked several decades younger. After a while, the mysterious foggy forest was shaken by a loud cry, demanding that all enemies appear immediately. The joyful knight, waving his sword, was just waiting for all the monsters from the forest to come running to him. The inspired hero seemed to have gained new life, wanting to defeat all enemies with his furious blade of aura. Jeremy considered his condition to be normal because he not only rose from the dead, but also rose to the level of a master. Then he also wanted to read that book, but Ethan just shook his head, because he was a magician and the book was written by a swordsman. There were no monsters nearby, but the further they went into the forest, the thicker the fog became and the heroes decided to look around. It would have been much more comfortable if it had been possible to use the golem, but Harry stayed with the elves to wait for Lily to heal. This fog has been a headache for the elves for hundreds of years, and if they golem, they will be safer. This will also help win the favor of the elves and help speed up the plan to take back the Empire. Veneer Wood and Jeremy were amazed at how Ethan had calculated everything, but the hero's true desire was to build himself a villa in the elven forest. The main character did not understand at all what their plan had to do with it and why they thought that he was doing all this for them. In any case, this misunderstanding could be quickly corrected, so now it was time to take care of more important matters. Suddenly, the heroes sensed the enemy, approaching and prepared for battle. However, renewed and full of strength, Vanderwood could not resist and quickly rushed into the attack. Instantly arriving at the place where the enemy was hiding, the knight made a lightning-fast swing with the Blade of Aura, attacking the target. The enemy dodged, and it turned out to be an elf chimera, whose skin seemed to be sewn onto his body and there was no life in his eyes. It was just a puppet whose weak point was the spirit stone inserted into its chest. Ethan already knew the reason for the fog's appearance and decided to leave the chimeras to his friends in order to deal with the one behind them. It was the masterpiece of the conversion of the Archmage Brun, as well as the guardian of this place, named Eleanor, who stood behind the chimeras. She drew her bow and launched a fiery arrow at the protagonist, but he dodged it with ease. Ethan had a significant advantage in speed and instantly closed in on his opponent. The piercing blade almost caught Eleanor, who managed to jump away at the last moment and was already drawing her bow, aiming at the hero. This time, she released 3 arrows of different elements at the same time, which rushed towards Ethan. With a sharp swing of his sword, the protagonist reflected the magical projectiles, dispersing the elements and prepared to counterattack. Suddenly, a powerful clot of magical energy formed right behind him, emitting a deadly aura. Ethan barely noticed the attack, but managed to use his shield, which deflected the deadly energy beam. The main character grinned and just shrugged, as nothing else could be expected from the original. Eleanor was a doll created 1,000 years ago by Brun, in the image of his elven lover. In the hero's past life, she was killed, and later a method of stamping living beings was discovered and many copies of Eleanor were made. But all the copies were much weaker than the original, and now the main character intended to take it with him. With a sharp jerk, Ethan disappeared from her field of vision, confusing his opponent. Noticing the shadow and feeling the vibration in the air, she realized at the last moment that the hero was already behind her. But it was too late to do anything, and Ethan's powerful fist slammed down her spine. At the same second, Eleanor delivered a crushing roundhouse kick, but the enemy again disappeared from sight. Suddenly appearing right in front of her, Ethan concentrated the destructive energy into his fingers and directed them towards her. By delivering swift blows to the pain points of the stunned enemy, the hero instantly disabled her. Seeing her lose consciousness and fall to the ground, the protagonist thought that although it was not easy, it was worth it. At this time, the other heroes had just finished with the chimeras, and seeing Ethan carrying the elf were a little puzzled. Having decided to use it to his advantage, the main character and his friends went to the hut of the Archmage Brun, where there were many useful things. To his delight, Jeremy discovered rare magical ingredients and manuscripts long lost from history in the hut. However, the most valuable item in the hut and Brun's second most important legacy after Eleanor was the small chest on the table. The hero knew about it, and opening the chest released the spirits whose power he intended to obtain for himself. Seeing Ethan being engulfed by the elements, Vanderwood decided to help. But the hero didn't want to be touched right now. First of all, he had to please the spirits, and when they chose him as their home, as rent, the hero asked them for power. Then the spirits began to circle around him frantically, after which they suddenly rushed towards the hero's right hand. When it was all over, there was no change on the outside. But inside, Ethan felt the power of the spirits. Having swept away everything useful in the hut, it was time to work on the magic circle that created fog. By evening, the fog had almost completely cleared and the forest had returned to its original appearance. Having completed all the work, the heroes decided to carefully head back to the Elven Forest. Unexpectedly, the small communication sphere found in the Thieves' Guild reacted. From this moment on, Vanderwood and Jeremy had to keep their mouths shut and not come any closer to the hero. The man in the red orc mask was very puzzled when he saw the main character in the ball, not understanding who he was and where was Goldilocks. Ethan initially wanted to use provocation, but seeing that this guy didn't know him, he decided to change his strategy. The protagonist looked confused and wondered if this was the man his mistress had spoken of. The hero introduced himself as Johnny from the Thieves' Guild, who, on the orders of Goldilocks, pursued the scoundrels who had devastated the guild. Hearing that they were hiding in a strangely shaped steel carriage driven by a steel horse, the masked man was greatly surprised. He had already heard that the Thieves' Guild had been completely burned down, so contacting his lackeys was, in his opinion, a good idea. Then the man in the mask became interested in where these scumbags were and whether there was a girl with red hair among them. Ethan pretended to have forgotten his map and compass, so he doesn't know their exact coordinates, but they should be in the area of the mountain range. The bandit became furious because this territory was very large, but as it turned out, this was not the only problem. Squeezing the ball so hard that it cracked, the hero pretended that he had damaged it on the way and did not know whether he would be able to get in touch tomorrow. The masked man was stunned by this turn of events, and to his horror, the hero only had one such sphere. The bandit understood that without this guy it would be very difficult to track them down and decided to give him the organization's contacts. The man in the mask understood that if Johnny tried to contact them, the hero would be immediately eliminated, but the situation was emergency. Ethan decided not to miss this opportunity and wanted to find out the name of the one who sent him, which infuriated the bandit. Then the man in the mask decided that the death of this impudent man would be especially painful. But even so, not wanting to voice his real name, the bandit decided to make do with a nickname, Red Orc. Having received the contacts, the protagonist immediately clenched his fist, breaking the sphere into pieces, intending to definitely contact them in the future. After those events, Ethan woke Eleanor up again with the help of the Spirit Stone, so that she would accompany them to the elven settlement. Upon returning to the village, the elves held a grand feast in honor of their saviors. Thanks to the removal of the fog, all the elves who had suffered from it came to their senses, causing general joy and jubilation. The rescuers were showered with gratitude and gifts, which puzzled the main character. But the Supreme Elder felt that he and the others deserved the rewards fairly. It was a natural reaction of the elves to the fact that the Misty Forest was destroyed, and although Ethan believed that it was in exchange for saving Lily, the Elder remembered very well that he had changed the fate of her granddaughter. The head of the elves could read the future of people, but she could not interfere and knew for sure that Helen was destined to die on the way here. The strange thing was that the fate of the main character was hidden from her, but the fates of others changed because of him. Ethan suspected that the reason might be in the mystical clock, and he wondered what the High Elder was hinting at. However, she only thought he was a good person and she liked the changes the hero brought to the world. There was nothing complicated about this because in this case, the main character had to do everything at his own discretion. Now he realized that Lily must have been faced with a hungry fate and decided to go to her aid. The Elder silently watched him go, remaining seated on the bench near the edge of the forest. Abraxas, who was watching what was happening, found the hero interesting and thought that it would be good to meet him once. After a while, Ethan lay down on a lounge chair in the sun, enjoying some fruit and thinking that their stay in this place had dragged on for too long. At this moment, the elves were working tirelessly to build a villa for the main character, so he couldn't just up and leave without seeing this creation. The fact that he had to return to the human world within a month threw all his plans into disarray. Continuing his thoughts, the protagonist suddenly heard Lily's cry, calling him. Satisfied, waving her brush in front of an embarrassed Harry, the girl was glad to finish painting. Now all they had to do was wash off the traces of paint, and in the meantime, Ethan went to load the luggage. At this point, it became clear to Vanderwood and Jeremy that they would need another cart, because there was still a lot of luggage left and the only cart was already filled to capacity with various gifts from the elves, and even so, they continued to bestow gifts on the heroes, offering them the traditional family drink and the spiritual stone. Hearing and seeing all this, to the horror of the heroes, Ethan ordered to unload half of the cart, which they had so carefully assembled. Having decided to return later for the remaining things, the main character, together with Lily and Harry, prepared to set off on the return journey. The other heroes were sorry that they had to part so soon, but there was no other choice. Vanderwood knew that they would meet again one day, and then he would certainly repay Ethan for his kindness. Jeremy was also infinitely grateful and hoped to appear as a more outstanding magician the next time they met. Helen hoped with all her heart that the main character would not forget his promise to see her in a year. Ethan was a little embarrassed by their words, and the Elder, meanwhile, also hoped to see him again someday. And at the end of this journey, during the meeting with him, she wished for the hero to receive the desired answer. From her words, Ethan realized that the dragon Abraxas would be waiting for him at the end of the journey. It was time to leave, and having sat down in the carriage, the main characters set off on their journey. For a while, Lily leaned out of the window, joyfully shouting and waving goodbye to her new friends. The remaining heroes saw off the carriage with joyful cries and waving in response. In fact, it was hard to believe that they had actually left. But now it was time to act. The princess and her companions had an urgent mission to reclaim the kingdom, and preparations had to begin. After some time, Ethan and his friends arrived in Florence, a city in the kingdom of Teru. It was easy to enter there, since Dante personally issued them a pass, and as a disguise, the hero changed the color of his hair and that of his friends. Heading towards the orc he mentioned, the heroes arrived at a luxurious building shining in the darkness of the night streets. The administrator greeted them happily, thinking that these ragamuffins would immediately run away as soon as they heard about the cost of living here. But to his surprise, the guests wanted the two most expensive rooms. After which Ethan put a bag of gold coins on the table. Upon hearing that they also needed a magic sphere for communication, the dumbfounded administrator immediately provided it to them. The place was one of the most famous hotels and gambling establishments on the continent, with 3 gaming rooms on different floors, and the lower you go the more likely it is that you will be offered to play gambling games with higher stakes. Almost the entire interior of this building was painted in gold, creating an atmosphere of luxury and prestige. Lily was delighted with this sparkling beauty, and Harry decided to make a lot of sparkles for her upon returning home. By giving them money, the protagonist allowed them to do whatever they wanted, and when they felt sleepy, they could return to their room and sleep. Ethan entrusted their escort and protection to Eleanor, whom he also called here. First of all, under the leadership of the joyful Lily, the heroes went to eat something tasty. Ethan also decided to have a lot of fun until he managed to get to the hidden 4th floor. The entrance to the 3rd floor turned out to be free, and upon entering, the main character noticed that the stakes here were clearly crazier than on the floors above. In addition, the managers began to watch him closely, probably because they saw the hero for the first time. Among them was a powerful swordsman, a mage, and several assassins, and the trap also had a barrier that sealed magic. Seeing Ethan pacing around, one of the workers wondered if he was looking for a specific game. Then, he decided to offer the main character to play roulette, explaining the rules in detail. The game seemed pretty simple. You just had to guess the number, and if you were lucky, you would win big. Ethan decided to play right then and there, and to the worker's surprise, he put all his chips on the number 7. A little confused, the employee noted the hero's incredible courage and prepared to start spinning the drum. Hearing that he had bet everything, the other customers began to look at the madman who had decided to lose everything. But Ethan watched calmly as the ball and the spinning drum bounced around different numbers, unexpectedly stopping at 7. Citing luck, the protagonist accepted congratulations from the surprised worker and prepared to continue the game. When the employee heard that he would bet on 7 again, he could barely suppress a chuckle, considering the hero a complete fool. The visitors who had already begun to watch the game were also taken aback by this decision. But suddenly, the ball landed on 7 again. The visitors, as well as the casino worker, could not believe their eyes, and the hero again attributed everything to incredible luck. The employee, barely suppressing his nervous trembling, understood that this was some kind of trick, but still decided to write a check to the winner. Then, the visitors began to approach the hero, intending to take all the chips from him. But the winnings were already in his pocket, and Ethan did not stop them, allowing them to scatter the chips across the floor. Like hyenas on a piece of meat, people pounced on the floor, pushing each other away and greedily grabbing chips. At that moment, the main character was looking at his hand, admiring the one who was sitting on it and whom no one but him could see. It was one of the spirits that had been captured in Burns' hut, created with ancient magic and undetectable. The winning amount was impressive, and Ethan was a little worried. But fortunately, the workers brought the winning check. After all, such a sum was insignificant for the casino, so the hero didn't have to worry about anything. In fact, for visitors like him, there was a separate space where, at the hero's request, he could be taken. Ethan knew that this was the secret 4th floor and happily agreed to the offer. The people who come there like things that make them nervous, so often things and even body parts are put on the line. Even without expanding his senses, Ethan could feel that the lower they went, the more distinct the smell of blood and the sounds of screams became. After a long descent down a spiral staircase, a large, gloomy door appeared before the hero, leading to the hall of the floor. Since Ethan kept choosing the number 7, they decided to take him to the playroom, which had the same number. The worker was already aware that the hero had used some kind of trick and wanted to see how he would use it here. The game consisted of throwing dice, and to win, you had to get either the highest number or all ones. Ethan was eager to get started, and one of the players decided to roll the dice first. He rolled 3 4s, which was a pretty good result and a high probability of winning. However, it was the main character's turn, and he casually threw the dice into the air. When they saw that he had 3 1s, everyone was shocked because it was a winning combination. Looking at Ethan in bewilderment, the other players decided that he was just lucky and wanted to continue playing. Ethan happily accepted their offer and happily rolled the dice, as luck was clearly on his side today. After the 4th consecutive drop of 3 units, the players began to shake, because it was definitely a trick. But the magic was blocked in this place. The hero's luck became an unbearable burden, taking the form of heavy bags with winning chips, and then Ethan decided to stop. As he was leaving, he left the other players 6 game chips as a consolation prize. Suddenly, the worker who brought the protagonist into this room blocked his path. He had a gut feeling that Ethan was using some kind of trick and he couldn't let him get away. So now it would be better for him to quietly put the bag of chips on the floor and confess everything? However, Ethan demanded proof of his theory, as it was not right to label people as frauds. Having taken out the blade, the worker decided that even if there was no evidence, he could gradually extract the truth from the hero. Hearing this, the other players became furious that he had deceived them and rushed at the hero with knives. Ethan snatched a knife from one of them and, with a lightning-fast movement, cut the throats of the attackers. Seeing this, the employee became enraged and, swinging his sword, rushed at the enemy. But the main character, with a light swing of the aura blade, cut the opponent's sword in half, leaving him stupefied. The worker was confused as he looked at the aura blade and didn't understand what the sword master was doing in this place. Ethan put on a stern face and decided that the organization's financial manager had very poor eyesight. Having taken out the communication sphere, the hero activated the secret pattern inside it, which was the symbol of the secret organization Pandemonium. It manifests itself when using a magic formula, and with its help, according to the Red Orc, one can reach members of the organization. In addition, Ethan had to keep his mouth shut since giving information about the organization to an outsider was a crime. However, now, putting on the mask of the Red Orc, the main character decided to play big. Mistaking him for that bandit, the worker was taken aback, not understanding what the priest was doing here, to whom that person had given the monster's mask. The swordsman had heard that he was currently pursuing the Child of Fire, but what exactly brought him here remained a mystery. Ethan pretended it was a surprise inspection, wanting to immediately inspect the place, accompanied by an employee. While examining the money storage, it became clear that the assumption made by the main character turned out to be correct. The money was moving all over the continent, and he couldn't understand why an organization of this scale hadn't been exposed in his past life. The hero visited the treasury, where various valuables taken as collateral from the mountain house were kept. In addition, there were many spiritual stones here that Ethan intended to obtain for himself in the future. Approaching the switch in the wall, the swordsman decided to show the master the products of their many years of labor. Having opened the secret door, the hero saw the defective lots, which turned out to be barely alive and children wailing in pain. Barely containing a flash of rage, Ethan agreed to follow him to the successful lots. In a dark dungeon, behind steel bars, sat exhausted children who were considered good luck. Although they may look normal on the outside, once they are stressed, their ugly nature will begin to emerge. After the worker decided to show the true appearance of these children, they looked at the hero with horror. Seeing their bodies begin to change, the hero remembered that his plan was simply to get information and take a few things from the vault. At that moment, the little children turned into giant wolf-headed monsters and let out a thunderous roar. Ethan knew that the original plan would have been enough to cause problems for the Red Orc, but now everything had changed. The swordsman restrained the monsters with a whip and electric shackles, causing them to whine pitifully. Once some of the defects are ironed out, the organization plans to begin mass production of such mutants. Deciding to show the hero other children, the worker called Hannah, causing the little girl to look at him with fear. She had already demonstrated what was required, but since an important guest had arrived, the employee wanted to fully demonstrate her usefulness. Snatching the whip from his hands, the main character decided to try it once, which puzzled the worker a little. Looking at the shaking girl in the surroundings, Ethan realized that Lily had once been in a similar place. Gripping the whip furiously in his hand, the hero's patience came to an end and he decided to act contrary to the original plan. The first thing he did was remove the shackles from Hannah, leaving her and the employee confused. The worker was horrified, realizing that without the electric shackles, serious problems could arise, but Ethan did not listen to him. Approaching the second child, he removed her shackles as well, which also made him confused, looking at Ethan with incomprehension. The employee could not stand it and tried to explain to the guest that this was extremely dangerous, but was immediately ordered to remain silent. At that very moment, the whip suddenly wrapped around the swordsman's neck, who stared at the hero in horror. With a lightning-fast movement of his hand, Ethan pulled the whip and cut off the head of the scoundrel, who did not have time to understand anything. The main character understood that his actions would cause him a lot of trouble, but now there was no other way out. At that moment, two clouds of dark smoke appeared next to Ethan, from which two warriors materialized. Seeing the hero wearing a red orc mask, they decided to give him a chance to explain his actions. But the reason was only that he didn't like them all, and the main character abruptly swung his whip, attacking his opponents. The warriors didn't have time to understand anything, when suddenly a whip cut the thigh of one of them, throwing them into a stupor. Thinking that the red orc had decided to betray them, the second warrior swung his sword, intending to cut the hero down. But Ethan easily dodged and sharply hit his enemy on the arm. While the bandit was recovering from the shock, the main character made a lightning-fast dash, grabbing the falling sword. After which, making a swift, devastating swing of the aura blade, he instantly cut his throat. At the same moment, the hero grabbed the neck of the enemy wounded in the thigh with his whip and made a sharp swing, lifting him into the air and slamming him against the wall. The girls were absolutely bewildered as they watched this man deal with their tormentors. Looking at him, they were shocked by what was happening and were deeply confused. After the enemies were dealt with, Ethan wanted to get all the prisoners out of this place. He began to cut up all the cages with children that he saw, and the children became curious about why the hero was helping them. Ethan decided that if they didn't like it, they could stay. But if they went, they had to protect themselves because he would have to fight. But the boys still wanted to follow him, intending to see their mothers again. Then it was necessary to leave immediately, and having gathered all the children, the main character made several crushing swings of the sword on the wall. It instantly fell apart into pieces, and behind it was a squad of fighters who offered the red orc to surrender. Although Ethan didn't like to break through enemy lines by force, it seemed that this was the method needed now. While the enemies were preparing to attack, the protagonist activated his watch and covered his hand with metal armor. With a quick dash, Ethan approached one of his opponents, swinging his arm to strike. Having received a steel fist in the face, the enemy was sent flying several meters. Then, the magicians fired several fireballs and ice arrows at the main character. Using a magic shield, Ethan successfully blocked the projectiles, intending to counterattack. Due to the large number of magical spells, the shield began to crack and the hero could not use it constantly. The bandits decided to regroup and drive their only enemy into a corner. Suddenly, something whistled over the main character, cutting his arm in the triceps area. Seeing greenish smoke begin to come out of the wound, Ethan realized that he had been poisoned. As he continued to attack his enemies, the hero realized that he could avoid the poison's effects by using the heaven-destroying mind technique. However, the curses of the mages that restricted movement, such as paralysis and fogging, posed a much greater danger. The longer the fight lasted, the more disadvantaged Ethan would be, and freedom was still a long way off. Fighting his way through crowds of enemies, the protagonist made his way to the treasure vault, leading the freed children behind him. Regretting that he didn't bring the demon's sword with him, Ethan didn't notice how one of the opponents appeared behind him, preparing to attack. But one of the little girls, having turned into a giant monster, suddenly jumped on the enemy, protecting the main character, feeling incredibly grateful for his rescue. Ethan broke through to the vault door and led the children inside. By holding the door and holding back the enemy's onslaught, the hero gave the girls the opportunity to find weapons and armor for themselves. In addition, one of them needed to take some red stones lying to the side and give them to Ethan. Having safely taken them from the hands of one of the girls, Ethan intended to finish off all the bandits at once. But to his horror, the watch shamelessly swallowed the stones again, leaving the hero in complete confusion. Hearing that the enemies wanted to attack the door at the same time, Ethan tried to activate the shield. Unfortunately, he didn't make it in time, and the blast wave of a large, fiery explosion threw the hero to the side, away from the door. Due to the curses he had previously placed on him, Ethan could barely stand up, let alone continue fighting. The thought crossed his mind that he was quite capable of getting out of this place, leaving the children behind. Having heard the order to destroy everyone except the successful lots, the protagonist understood that escaping would be a betrayal. At that moment, half the room collapsed, creating a slight shaking that stunned everyone present. Screaming with delight that she had managed to find the hero, Lily along with Eleanor jumped out from below, riding on Harry's golem. Ethan stared at her, wondering how she'd even managed to find this place. But everything turned out to be simple as pie, because their bracelets had a function for finding a lost child, and although she should have washed her feet and gone to bed, the main character was still very happy about her arrival. Amidst the confused cries of those below, Lily ran to Ethan to find out if he was injured. To her happiness, the hero was safe, and what's more, his steel arm had changed again, gaining new strength. After a while, the entire hotel lobby was shaking, terrifying all the staff and guests. It was like a strong earthquake, accompanied by explosions from below and people running out into the streets, screaming in fear. The building itself began to crack and fall apart, burying mountains of wealth and unfulfilled hopes underneath it. Suddenly, from the very roof of the hotel, a bright beam of blue light shot into the sky, accompanied by explosions. Once outside, the heroes continued to furiously destroy the enemies, sweeping away everyone in their path. Deciding to make one last farewell, Ethan concentrated a huge amount of energy into his hand, intending to attack. At that moment, the commander of the soldiers approached the burning casino building, trying to figure out what was happening. But all that was known was that the building suddenly caught fire and collapsed, accompanied by a loud roar of explosions and blinding flashes of light. The commander arrived here after receiving a message that the Red Orc had betrayed the organization. True, he didn't believe it until the very end, and even now, looking at the devastation, he doubted that it was the Red Orc who was to blame for this. At this time, the carriage of the main characters flew out of a large column of flame. Rushing into the distance, the commander clearly saw the figure of a man in a Red Orc mask towering on the very roof of the cart. Then he became furious, realizing that the rumors about this bastard's betrayal turned out to be true. Seeing off the carriage with his eyes and gritting his teeth, the commander stared at the scoundrel, completely perplexed. Realizing that he was also a member of the organization, Ethan aimed his hand at the commander, forming an energy projectile. Firing a deadly magical beam, he instantly split the enemy's body into molecules. The rest of the warriors were horrified that their commander had been attacked, and they tried to catch the fugitives. The next day, news of a traitor who stole treasure and burned down a prestigious casino spread like wildfire. The kingdom wanted the culprit to compensate for the astronomical losses, and the newspaper had his nickname, the Red Orc. At this time, the real Red Orc received an order from his superiors to immediately return to headquarters. He was at a loss, believing that he was being considered a traitor even though he was not even in the kingdom. The organization's leadership knew this, but that person had information which meant that there was a traitor in their ranks. Upon hearing this, the Red Orc was confused, thinking that the traitor was Johnny, to whom he himself had given all the information. Now, if the Red Orc ends up under investigation, he may never be able to come out again. He then transmitted to his superior through the communication sphere that he intended to continue searching for the Child of Fire. The chief was enraged that the Red Orc wanted to disobey the order to return. However, he was already on the trail of that girl and was going to carry out the order as soon as he found her. Then the superior began to threaten reprisals for disobedience. But the bandit simply turned off the sphere. Now, his only chance for salvation was to find the child of fire and tear to pieces the fake that had set him up. After that, he left the room through the massive wooden door, which opened with a long creak. Stepping out into the corridor, he was surprised by the deathly silence, which had previously seemed impossible for this busy place. As he walked down to the main hall of the tavern and looked at the bodies of the people he had killed, he kept thinking about the fake. After searching the burnt casino, the red orc found a red hair that clearly belonged to that girl. By sending it flying and using a spell, he found out which direction the heroes were. Meanwhile, one of the rescued children, Ralph, looked at the hero with distrust, thinking about what he intended to do with them. It seemed strange to him that he bought them a lot of goodies for free and seemed like a good person. At this time, having found out that one girl had a sore leg, the main character was outraged that she had not said anything about it earlier. Having instantly healed her leg with a potion, the hero wanted the children to immediately speak up if they suddenly felt pain, because he had plenty of potions. But first, they needed to wash themselves, and the stunned children themselves did not understand how they found themselves in a pleasant hot bath. In addition, Ethan bought a lot of different things and the shocked children could choose whatever they liked. But Ralph couldn't shake the feeling that he had something evil in mind and that there was a reason why he wanted them to open their hearts. But one day, while sitting in a carriage, he heard the joyful cries of a woman and the crying of a rescued child. The mother was grateful to the hero for returning her son, but Ethan warned her that the organization might come to find him. Therefore, the main character wrote her a letter of recommendation and sent her with the child to the Elven Forest. Ralph didn't understand how he could return children to their families without causing harm. But Lily noticed his confusion. She knew for sure that the hero could be trusted, because doing good deeds was his hobby. However, after her words, Ralph thought that Ethan now looked even more suspicious. But still, taking a deep breath, he decided to give the main character a chance and trust him a little. When night fell, it was decided to set up a small camp on the edge of the forest. Apart from Lily, only Ralph and Hannah remained, and it seemed to the protagonist that they were in no hurry to return home. His guess was confirmed, judging by the horrified faces of the children when he spoke about returning to their parents. Ethan thought that not all families might be happy to have children on their doorstep. Then he decided to give them a lift on the way back to the Elven Forest, which they were incredibly happy about. It was time for dinner, and upon learning that the main character wanted to start cooking, Lily and Harry were horrified. Unexpectedly, Ralph expressed a desire to cook and Lily fully supported him, puzzling Ethan. At first, Ralph thought he was eating poison, but now he knew that it was not so. But still, it was impossible to allow the main character to cook. After a while, the wonderful aroma coming from the pot filled the entire camp, causing Lily to choke on her drool. Harry watched jealously as the starving heroine continually tried to sample the drink, dangling from Ralph's arms. It was necessary to wait until the meat was stewed, and Ralph decided at this time to run for a bay leaf. He remembered seeing a laurel tree near the camp and immediately hurried to it. Having picked a few and intending to return quickly, the hero did not hear how the enemy quietly approached from behind. Suddenly a hand appeared in front of Ralph's face and grabbed him using immobilizing magic. The red orc was glad that the boy had the courage to leave the camp and decided to use him to make a trap. Taking control of the victim's body, the bandit handed him the pills, and Ralph saw a red orc mask in front of him. Realizing that this was a real enemy, he calmly returned to the camp, having lost control of himself, to the joyful cries of a hungry Lily. Unable to change anything, he threw the pills into the pot, hiding them in a bay leaf. Later, as he watched the results of his actions, Ralph desperately prayed for it all to stop. Ethan, Harry, and Lily lay on the ground, completely unconscious. Having tasted his aromatic dish, having praised the youth for his excellent work, the red orc knocked the boy out with a precise blow to the neck. After which, he immediately ran to Lily, happy that he had finally found the child of fire. The premature joy of an easy victory clouded his vision, and the bandit did not notice the sharp movement to the side. Ethan, gaining speed, delivered a crushing kick to his head, throwing the enemy into confusion. Seeing how he was spread out on the ground from the blow, the main character did not understand where the scoundrel had been hanging around for so long, because he had been waiting for him for so long. Grabbing the red orc by the scruff of the neck, Ethan decided to give him a good thrashing first. From the border wall to the casino, the hero had created a stir. So, there was no doubt that this bastard would follow them. After which, Ethan even deliberately dragged out time, taking the children home and pretending not to know anything, watching the enemy's steps. Since the hero had caused a real massacre in the hotel, the orc had to get close to him as quickly as possible, which is what happened. Using concealment, Ethan watched their meeting with Ralph, surprised that he only passed something on to him later after trying the food. The protagonist realized to his relief that it was an ordinary sleeping pill. So now, when the children were sleeping peacefully, the main character shook the scoundrel, bringing him to his senses because they had something to talk about. Suddenly, the red orc's eyes lit up, and he used a mind control technique to take over the hero's consciousness. But such a roguish trick won't work on Ethan, and the hero easily dispelled his technique. Confused by the cancellation of his technique, the enemy received a powerful punch to the face, sending him flying. Ethan was gonna knock him out a little, but the enemy turned out to be tougher than initially expected. The red orc was furious that this bastard Johnny had stolen the Child of Fire and even burned down the gambling house. The protagonist, flexing his fists, was angry that he called it theft because he had to express himself correctly. The baby was not an object, and after these words, Ethan delivered a crushing blow with his fist into the enemy's body. With the second blow, he sent the enemy into a long flight, breaking all the trees in his path. Having cancelled the concealment technique, he allowed Eleanor, who had been standing nearby all this time, to appear. Now, she needed to stay put and protect the children and also send a signal if something happened. Judging by the fact that the enemy did not react to Ethan's attacks, his fighting skills were terrible. But the fact that he can withstand them already indicates the extraordinary strength of his body, even though it is not strengthened by mana. Even now, after a series of devastating blows, there was not a single scratch on him. Then the hero concluded that this bandit was probably also a test subject, or became one a little later. From these words, the enemy's eyes became bloodshot and he became furious, preparing to attack the hero. He used a fire spell similar to Lily's magic, but his flame control skill was a cut below. It was unclear what kind of manipulation had been done to his body, but Ethan now doubted that he needed to restrain his power. Therefore, having easily blocked his attack, the main character showered the enemy with a hail of deadly blows. But the red orc did not want to give up and, remaining on his feet, prepared to counterattack. With furious cries, he decided to use an ice spell this time, hoping to destroy the traitor. He swung and hit Ethan with ice, but the hero instantly dodged the attack. At that very second, finding himself behind the enemy, the main character raised his fist to strike with all his might. At that moment, a flock of crows suddenly soared into the sky, enveloping the forest with their piercing cries. Lying on the ground and looking at them, the red orc did not understand how it happened that he helplessly endured one blow after another. After numerous baptisms, his body could easily break stones, and he didn't even need spells to wield the power of fire and ice. But Ethan didn't listen to him, but simply poured the healing potion on his face, wanting to ask many questions. The bandit was surprised to realize that it was a potion and wondered how this man was connected to the Child of Fire. After all, this child's family and relatives were insignificant people. But it was Ethan who was asking the questions here, and what he was most interested in was what was the purpose of pandemonium. But the red orc only laughed, looking into his eyes, because the hero would never get such information from him. But in that case, it would only be worse for him, and the main character began to warm up his knuckles. Thinking that he would be tortured, the enemy only laughed even louder, because he had already endured all the pain that existed in this world. But Ethan just grinned and dealt a lot of precise blows with his fingers to the red orc's body. Since he had endured all the pain of this world, the hero decided to let him experience a torture method from another dimension. After Ethan learned the art of joint dislocation, none of his tortures failed. Although there were those who could not stand it and died from pain, but in this case the enemy was quite strong. Having finished the torture in the morning, the main character carried the barely alive enemy, who was groaning from the pain he had experienced, to the carriage. Ethan was surprised that Eleanor herself, without orders, carried the children to the carriage and carefully placed them on the seats. Now, all that was left was to get rid of the sleeping pills, and first of all, the hero brought Lily to consciousness. She didn't know when she had managed to fall asleep, but Ethan just wanted her to follow him. As she got out of the carriage, to her horror, she saw a man in a red orc mask, who was tied up and sitting on the ground. She didn't understand who it was, and the man, meanwhile, was staring at her. Suddenly, he came to his senses and recognized the child of fire staring at her with fury. To his horror, Lily also recognized him, and the bandit thought that she had escaped well up until that day. However, now that she had an ally strong enough to capture him, she must be living in clover. The girl felt how painful memories of her bitter past were gripping her, as if she was behind bars again. Out of fear, she began to back away, and the bandit began to shout even louder that he would definitely get to her. Ethan knew that if he had destroyed this bastard, Lily would have remained in the dark until the very end, and then she definitely wouldn't be able to get rid of the nightmare in which he was haunting her. But the hero led her to the bandit, making it clear that there was nothing scary about him and he would not harm her. Ethan wanted her to do whatever she wanted with him, to get even with either words or actions, because it had been hard for her until now. And as soon as she finishes her revenge, the main character will arrange a grand breakfast for her. Having agreed, the girl began to take uncertain steps towards the enemy, mentally overcoming the emotional barrier and the bars of fear. Standing directly in front of the scoundrel, Lily looked him in the eye, preparing for decisive action. After a few seconds of silence, the girl clenched her fist, intending to attack the enemy. She swung and delivered a powerful blow to the red orc's face, stunning him. Looking at her in rage, the enemy could not understand how she dared to hit him. But Lily was no longer afraid of him and, stepping aside, began to form 3 large fireballs, deciding to get back at him for tormenting Wendy. The girl launched projectiles at her opponent, causing him to scream in pain. However, what happened next left him in real shock and confusion. How could she have mastered such a powerful force? Rising into the air, Lily created a miniature sun above herself, striking with its heat and energy. The bandit was amazed that the child who escaped from the test chamber showed much more colossal growth than the other children. After this attack, Ethan decided to intervene, because there were still questions unanswered and he needed this bastard alive. Casting a cold glance at the charred and smoking body of the scoundrel, Lily obediently returned to the carriage. So far, it has not been possible to extract information about the organization from him. The question of his endurance remained a matter of time. But deciding to stop there for now, Ethan sprayed the enemy with a potion, healing all the burns he had received. After breakfast, the hero planned to return to him again and try to talk. The next day, the heroes arrived at Lily's home village, hoping to find her mother. Seeing the luxurious carriage, the locals mistook them for nobility, however. Everyone was confused by the bag tied to the back and dragging along the ground. Looking at the familiar streets, the joyful girl was in awe of the upcoming meeting with her mother. She wasn't sure that after a long separation, her mother would be able to recognize her. But Harry supported and reassured the heroine. Looking at them, Ethan himself did not know for sure whether her mother was alive, because after Lily's escape, she could have been taken hostage. Finally, the heroes reached a small hut where the girl once lived. Pulling herself together and resolutely approaching the front door, Lily suddenly stopped and awkwardly knocked on it. For a few seconds, not a single sound came from the house, as if no one was there. Harry and Ralph looked at the girl in bewilderment, and the main character hoped with all his heart that his assumption would turn out to be false. Suddenly, shocking Lily, a woman's voice came from inside, wondering who had come to see her. Then the girl screamed back at her, after which the woman immediately opened the door, not believing her ears. From her wide eyes and the shock on her face, it was clear that she had already despaired of ever seeing her daughter again. Still finding it hard to believe what was happening, the woman touched the girl's face, realizing that she had grown a lot during this time. Tears of joy appeared in Lily's eyes, realizing that her mother had finally recognized her. Hugging each other tightly, they cried into each other's shoulders for a long time, not believing their happiness. That day, there was a meat party in the village, and the strong aroma of fried steaks hung in the air. To ensure that there was enough for all the residents, the heroes laid out all their meat supplies. But since Lily was happy, it was sometimes possible to make such sacrifices. Residents did not miss the opportunity to congratulate the mother on the return of her daughter, rejoicing at their reunion. Lily told her mother her entire story from the kidnapping up until this moment, leaving her in shock. Harry decided to intervene in their conversation and, as a future son-in-law, presented his future mother-in-law with a gift in the form of a toy chicken to Lily's delight. The girl, delighted with such a gift, imagined a hero who could do anything. The party lasted until late at night, after which the happy little girl fell into a deep sleep. After waiting for this moment, Ethan decided to talk to her mother alone. Walking away from the village, Ethan knew that this day would certainly remain unforgettable for Lily, because she saw her mother again. Mom was also happy to spend the next day with her, but this only made Ethan laugh. After all, she was just a fake sent by Pandemonium to capture the Child of Fire. These words left the mother stunned, and the hero was delighted with her performance, because even he himself almost believed it, if not for a couple of suspicious things. After all, a lot of time had passed since Lily escaped from the organization, which meant that the bandits should have immediately found her parents. But this fake mother looked as if she knew nothing, and there was not even a hint that she was being threatened. First of all, Ethan wanted to know where this bastard hid the girl's real mother. Realizing that there was no point in pretending any longer, she grinned maliciously. Because where, according to the hero, did she get the face of Lily's mother? At the same second, she sharply kicked the main character, but he was able to dodge. Enraged by the unexpected attack, Ethan counterattacked his opponent with his sword, but she made a sharp dash and avoided the attack. At that moment, the hero noticed how the opponent suddenly appeared to the side, preparing to strike. Holding 3 knives in her hand, the fake wanted to plunge them into the hero's body, hoping to catch him off guard. But Ethan was already well seasoned in such battles and saw every step of his opponent. At the last moment before the attack, he extended his blade so that the woman ran into him, piercing herself through. Throwing the knives on the ground and bleeding in rivers, the woman stood, looking madly into the eyes of the protagonist. He didn't need to let his guard down, because they would certainly take the Child of Fire for themselves again. Ethan didn't understand what she meant, because he had already checked the entire village and found no one who could compete with him. At that moment, he heard an explosion behind him, and the sky was covered in scarlet shades of a bloody shroud. Turning around, he saw to his horror that a multi-layered magic circle had appeared in the sky. Based on his limited knowledge of magical circles, Ethan concluded that it was a barrier and a demon summoning spell, and also, it was an object transfer spell directed towards the baby's house. Hearing screams from the houses, the hero realized that demons were summoned right into the rooms of the residents to sacrifice them. Ethan was unable to notice the spell because such magic is activated at a certain time. Within seconds, crowds of demons filled the city streets, emitting furious roars. Cutting them with his sword, the protagonist was greatly irritated by the organization's methods, which spoiled the mood. There was an urgent need to save Lily, and there was no time to fight these demons. So Ethan activated the watch. Rushing into the crowd of monsters, the hero began to furiously cut through their bodies with his sword and crush their bones with his steel fist. Suddenly, he saw Harry's golem and next to him children in the form of monsters, who were desperately fighting their way through the demonic horde. Seeing the main character, they hurried to him, hoping that he could help Lily. No matter how they woke her up, she did not wake up, and even if she was moved, the pillar of light falling from the sky followed her. There was a sign flickering on her forehead indicating who was the transfer object, and Ethan knew something like this would happen. The hero began to shake the baby vigorously, trying to wake her up from her ominous sleep. And to his happiness, she woke up. Lily felt very cold, and the sign began to flicker even more intensely, and Ethan understood that they were going to transfer her directly to the organization. The activation time for teleportation could vary depending on the size and distance, but they definitely had about 5 minutes to spare. Then, Ethan headed towards the place where their luggage was left, ordering Harry and the others to follow him. He had 5 minutes to get out of the village and dispel the spell, and the protagonist was sure that there must be a way. The enemies weren't going to sit back and watch them run, and Ethan noticed a fireball heading towards him from the side. Dodging, he saw on the roof of the opposite house a man in a red orc mask, who was glad to get even with the hero. Taking advantage of the confusion, he escaped from captivity and decided to make this place Ethan's grave. At that moment, the main character had an epiphany, because he had just found a way to free the girl from the spell. The red orc ordered several demons to destroy the main character, and they flew at him furiously. Ethan rushed to attack the enemies, leaving Lily's protection to the heroes, hoping that they could hold out for a little while. The main character was in the area of effect of a magic circle, which among other things also sealed mana. However, there was no time, so the hero would have to act at the limit of his strength. Using the demonic sword and divine technique, Ethan sent a blast of heavenly demonic crushing energy towards the enemy. Fleeing from the furious power of the attack, the red orc decided to block, hoping to avoid being hit. Even from one attack at the limit of his capabilities, the protagonist began to bleed from his mouth, but he still activated his watch. Gathering colossal power in his palm, the protagonist released a deadly explosive beam at the enemy, who was frightened by such enormous power. The red orc, who had lost his vigilance, did not notice how Ethan appeared right next to him. Grabbing the enemy by the cloak, the protagonist threw him into complete confusion, after which the hero suddenly soared into the air, holding the enemy dangling in the air with his hand. By slamming his head into the ground hard enough to crack it, creating a crater, Ethan briefly knocked the bandit out. At that moment, he looked around sharply, frantically searching for Lily with his eyes, because every second counted. Seeing her surrounded by heroes, Ethan immediately gave the order for everyone to duck. Using the watch again, the hero gathered an incredible amount of energy in his hand, intending to finish off the demons, making a whip-like shape out of his energy. He abruptly rushed between the heroes, simultaneously cutting through the bodies of all the demons in his line of sight. Ralph was shocked by his strength, but the hero needed to be given a little more time to finish with Lily. Even without magic, Ethan had the ability to use the artifacts he had obtained, and he decided to start with the ones he had taken from the Thieves' Guild. Having placed the bandit next to Lily, the hero put on him a double mask, capable of copying the desired appearance, for about 5 minutes. The enemy's face began to change and his body began to shrink, and gradually he became an exact copy of Lily. Using the spell Thief's Mirror given to him by Dante, Ethan copied the mark on Lily's forehead and placed it on the enemy. By combining this mirror and a writing pen taken from the casino, it was possible to completely copy the mark, including the transfer. After this, the main character took out a leaf from the sacred tree from the elven forest from his pocket. He timed the moment and placed it on Lily, temporarily removing all magical effects from her body. The connection was broken, and a pleased Ethan saw how the fake he had created began to rise into the air, preparing to teleport. If the hero had simply dispelled the magic without taking any additional measures, the connection would have been restored again. But fortunately, now he had in his hands a very useful bait, as well as a trap for enemies. Having taped the fake's mouth, the hero saw how the bandit opened his eyes, not understanding what was happening around him. But suddenly it dawned on him that he was tied up in chains and holding a large bag in his hands, in which something was ticking. Lily also woke up, stood up on her feet, and looked at herself tied up in bewilderment, while the hero finished his preparations. As Ethan zipped up the bag with the bomb in the bandit's hands, he really hoped that he wouldn't forget to share the gift with his friends. If he survived, they would definitely see each other again, because Ethan planned to visit them on his own in the future. The bandit's frightened eyes showed incredible horror and incomprehension. How could this happen? At that very second, he was transported to the Pandemonium headquarters, where high-ranking members of the organization were already waiting for Lily. One of the leaders approached the tied-up girl and ordered her to humbly bow her head before him. After so much time, he was curious about what she would say, and he removed the tape from her mouth. To his surprise, the girl started shouting something about a trap and that they all needed to run away immediately. Hearing her call herself a red orc, the leader burst out laughing, thinking that it was a very honest lie. But having decided that such a brazen lie would not get him, the bandit suddenly saw a bright light coming from the bag in Lily's hands. Such an explosion would have been enough to destroy an entire city, and the column of flame could have been visible for many tens of kilometers. In the end, hundreds of elite soldiers died that day. 5 leaders and many important materials were lost. Since demons were summoned in the village in order to avoid the appearance of the undead, Lily had to burn everything down with her own hands. To the protagonist's surprise, Lily guessed that her mother was a fake and thought that the real one had probably already died. But the hero encouraged the girl because until the body is found, it is impossible to say for sure. Hearing that she might be wandering around the continent looking for her, Lily looked at Ethan with a puzzled expression. She decided to go with him to look for her, because perhaps her mother even ended up in another dimension, like the heroine. The purpose of their arrival had been achieved and they needed to immediately return to their world. But first, there was one more thing to do. Left alone with Eleanor, the protagonist wondered how long she was going to just watch. After all, it was actually Abraxas, which Ethan was well aware of, after which she assumed her true form. Abraxas thought she played the role of the doll perfectly and did not understand when he noticed the catch. But the main character attributed everything to intuition. After all, he couldn't tell her that he actually filmed her looking at the carriage. However, Abraxas had not met such an interesting person for a long time, and she really wanted to know how he figured her out. She knew that the heroes in the carriage came from another dimension, and she didn't understand how he got his sword and why he wanted to meet her. Ethan knew that with her vast knowledge, Abraxas was always on the lookout for the unknown. But the hero only wanted to buy her wisdom. After which, Abraxas suddenly fell silent, looking intently into his eyes. After all, since he wanted to buy it, she could ask for any price, but what's more important is that she wasn't interested in money or jewelry. You will have to pay with your abilities, but if it doesn't work out, you will have to bear responsibility. Ethan stood there, his eyes downcast and silent, pondering what he had heard, while Abraxas looked at him intently. Although she looked like a young, fair-haired elf on the outside, her powerful aura revealed the terrifying dragon lurking within. However, Ethan suddenly looked straight into her eyes, confident that he would definitely not disappoint her. Abraxas liked the hero's confidence and decided to wait for payment, and at that moment, Lily ran out of the carriage. Seeing the stranger, the girl fell into a stupor, feeling the crushing aura of a real monster in her. Fear filled every cell of the girl's body, and she ran to Ethan with a scream, grabbing his hand. Standing behind him, she trembled with horror, not understanding who this was and where Eleanor was. Abraxas looked at her condescendingly, realizing that this was a completely natural reaction, but once again putting a sweet smile on her face. Abraxas invited everyone to visit her. The last time she hosted guests was 500 years ago, so she was happy to move the heroes to her palace. Ethan had heard that many interdimensional travelers had encountered Abraxas before returning, seeing a fountain with a suspiciously familiar liquid near the palace. The hero wondered if it was an elixir. In addition, there were trees with golden apples everywhere, in the middle of which a unicorn was grazing, and nearby, mandrakes were basking in the sun. Having heard permission to take whatever he wanted, Ethan did not ask any questions and rushed to collect rare valuables. But deciding to eat first, Abraxas loudly snapped her fingers, using magic. Ethan, who had not managed to take anything, suddenly found himself, together with the heroes, at a large table filled with a fragrant buffet. Lily said it was the first time she had tried such a delicious dish, and Abraxas wanted them to feel free to ask for more. While everyone was enjoying the food, the main character told the dragon the history of his world, starting from the most ancient civilizations. Abraxas listened attentively and with interest to his story, which continued until the plates were completely empty. When it was time for dessert, she wondered what exactly Ethan wanted to know from her. Perhaps he wants to gain immortality, or become the best sword master, or maybe he even intends to destroy the world. But putting his watch on the table in front of her, the main character wanted to know how to use this thing correctly. All he knew was that this clock consumed a lot of magic, and each of the 5 hands moved in turn depending on the amount of energy. However, it remained a mystery what would happen if all 5 hands moved at once. Abraxas immediately noticed this little thing on Ethan and began to examine it with interest. There was a protective barrier on the clock and she needed time to figure everything out. But time was limited because the vacation was coming to an end and the main character could not stay here for long. Besides, no matter how much Abraxas denied it, there was always the possibility of failure, and what if she failed to study the clock? Forced to agree with Ethan, she decided that if she suddenly failed, she would fulfill any one wish of the main character. Ethan couldn't refuse such an offer, and he became interested in what she wanted to receive as payment. Everything was simple, and while she was figuring out the watch, the hero needed to surprise her. At that moment, the dragon began to emit an ominous aura again, because if he failed, it would take his soul. But as if not noticing her crushing energy, Ethan, with a stone face, calmly agreed to such conditions. A confused Abraxas was shocked, thinking that perhaps this man was afraid of nothing at all. In order not to drag out all this, Ethan decided to surprise her right now, which completely discouraged the dragoness. Seeing what he had prepared, Abraxas did not understand how he was going to surprise her with this. Seeing a multimedia system with giant speakers in front of her, she mistook it for a weapon from another world. Thinking he was going to attack, she just smirked. But Ethan smiled, opened his laptop, and got ready to begin. In a past life, Abraxas enjoyed hearing stories about the Earth from the awakened in exchange for granting wishes. But the greed of people crossed all boundaries, and the dragon's condition remained unchanged each time, and few were able to fulfill it. One Englishman came up with a way to play music for her from the ground, which is what the main character did now. Seeing her wild delight, Ethan was glad that he didn't even have to resort to cunning or force. The next day, unexpectedly for everyone, Abraxas expressed a strong desire to go with the heroes to Earth. However, Ethan could not allow this because if such a dangerous creature as a dragon passed through the gate in a past life, when the red dragon entered the Earth, it caused major changes in the climate and almost ended in the end of the world. But Abraxas was even stronger than the red dragon, so there was definitely no escape from troubles from her. She herself understood that in a dragon's body it would be dangerous, but while she was in human form, her power was sealed, so there was no threat. The hero understood that she herself could remove the seal at any moment, but Abraxas continued to insist on her own. Seeing her gifts, Ethan immediately changed his mind, to be continued agreeing on the condition that she would obey him. Having promised to report on every intention she had of doing anything, Abraxas was incredibly happy to be on Earth. Meanwhile, on the ground, new gates opened and loudspeakers began broadcasting an urgent evacuation to the nearest shelters. From the gate emerged humanoid monsters, having a humanoid form, which had blades instead of hands. The superhuman called the Buffalo, whom Ethan had once defeated, gave Arthur the order to prepare for an attack. The hero's entire body was covered in indestructible matter, which was enveloped in a yellow aura of unprecedented power. By this time, Arthur had become quite famous and people nicknamed him the Golden Giant, which he thought was a little strange. The monsters quickly directed their blades at the enemy, but the hero calmly took their blows on himself without even receiving a scratch. Having received the order to knock them down, he began to slowly crush the monsters' bodies, squeezing them with his hands. The monsters were unable to withstand his onslaught and their bodies began to become covered in stones, losing the ability to move. Having captured all the monsters, the area could be considered clear and the team of heroes decided to regroup. Suddenly, Arthur's ears were pierced by a shrill female scream, begging for salvation. The hero immediately rushed to her aid, forgetting about the monsters and leaving the Buffalo captain perplexed. People escaped from a collapsing building in which a young girl was stuck and the hero immediately rushed to her. At the last moment before the collapse, he carried her out in his arms, taking her to a safe distance. Other people greeted him with jubilation and applause, considering him a real hero savior. But Arthur was not very happy with this opinion about him because he considered it only his duty and gave the girl a healing potion. The buffalo glared at him, choking with envy and furious that Arthur had abandoned the other heroes. He picked up speed and hit the hero in the face with all his might, since a team member could have been hurt because of him. Buffalo thought that this bastard simply fancied himself a hero, deciding to forget about everyone else. Realizing that explanations would be useless, Arthur apologized, realizing that he just needed to be patient for a little while. Later, when he returned to the guild building, he constantly received compliments from various people. Some of them decided to show him the magazine in which they wrote about him. But pretending to be in a hurry, Arthur hurried away. Entering the elevator, the hero finally found himself alone and exhaled heavily, not understanding when everything had managed to turn out like this. Previously, he really wanted to become famous, but now having entered the top 5 tanks, life has become much more difficult. He is constantly offered to join different guilds, although Arthur refuses them all every time. The managers of other guilds offered a higher rate and even insisted that Ethan was dead. When she went up to Linda's office, she met Arthur with an unkind look, because she already knew that the Buffalo commander had hit him. What bothered her most was that he didn't stand up for himself, because the hero was too kind to other people. However, Arthur did not understand why Buffalo hated him so much, because the other leaders were kind to the hero. The reason was that they were both tanks, but it was Arthur who achieved more success, even though he was younger and less experienced. He himself did not believe that he had achieved such a level, but he understood that it became possible only thanks to Ethan's help. Remembering him, Linda drooped, not understanding where she was taking him, and decided to give the main character a dressing down upon her return. But immediately coming to her senses, she patted Arthur on the shoulder, realizing that even without a leader, he was doing an excellent job. The hero always remembered how the leader, Ethan, entrusted him with the responsibility for their entire team. The words that if he gave up, then everyone would give up often flashed before the hero, and he wondered if he was doing well. On his way to training, Arthur decided to analyze today's battle. But near the hall, he saw a crowd of shocked people. He heard a strange whisper that the 7th team was apparently really having a hard time, which interested him. Upon seeing him, the people immediately dispersed and a man appeared before Arthur, lying in a pool of his own blood. Looking at him, the hero fell into complete confusion and all thoughts suddenly disappeared from his head. The Buffalo stood holding a bloody sword in his hand and looking down on his maimed opponent, bleeding to death. Stunned by what he saw, Arthur felt as if something had broken inside him at that moment. All emotions suddenly disappeared, and somewhere deep in the soul, the devil began to wake up. Taking a step, the hero headed towards the buffalo and his body began to slowly turn into a rock. Seeing him, the commander was taken aback. Seeing such rage in Arthur's eyes for the first time and realizing that this time he had crossed the line. Starting to back away in fear, the buffalo tried to appeal to Arthur's voice of reason, since that guy was the one who started the fight. That person was an intern from Arthur's team, and probably those bastards who cut off his hand will get off with compensation at most. So now, the hero was furiously eager to do the same to the buffalo so that he would feel the pain caused. The scoundrel's fear of Arthur began to grow into proud anger, because that guy was talking to him, the senior in rank. Deciding to teach the arrogant man a lesson, the buffalo made a sharp dash, taking advantage of his opponent's slowness. Finding himself behind Arthur, the enemy swung his sword, intending to pierce the tank's body. But suddenly, the hero turned out to be faster, and at the same second, his huge fist was already heading towards the bastard's head. With one blow, he sent the buffalo flying several meters, slamming it into the window. Barely able to stand on his feet after a blow of incredible force, the enemy did not understand where Arthur got such speed from. With a sharp jerk, the stone giant headed towards the enemy, wanting to finish him off completely. Grabbing the buffalo's face, he squeezed it in his large stone palm and began to press it against the super strong window of the training hall. After which, letting go of the head, he raised both hands, clasping them together, to the painful groans of the scoundrel. With a meteor-like impact, he smashed the buffalo into the floor of the hall, leaving a small crater in it. 2 members of the buffalo team stood by and watched in horror as their helpless leader was beaten. Suddenly, Arthur stopped and they watched in horror as a powerful aura once again enveloped his body. Realizing that he was now targeting them, the heroes became frozen with fear, unable to move. They were brought to their senses by an unexpected announcement about the opening of new gates and a request for all guild members to gather in the hall. Arthur stood silently, looking at the injured member of his team, thinking that it was all his fault. Taking him in his arms and carrying him to the infirmary, the hero promised himself that something like this would never happen again and that he would definitely take revenge. Meanwhile, the gate turned out to have an incredibly high rating, so everyone was on alert. Directly in front of them stood Donald, Jean, and Winchester, the first awakened, preparing to meet an unprecedented enemy. Arriving to them, Arthur first of all reported to the head about the arrival of his team, and it turned out that Donald already knew about what had happened. Winchester and Jean listened with interest to the fact that Donald would try to take his mistakes into account in the future. But now the main thing was the gate. Deciding to stop appearing like a weakling from now on, Arthur prepared himself for the monsters to appear. Suddenly, the gate's ratings skyrocketed and a carriage appeared from it, with many loaded carts. However, it was too early to let down one's guard, because no one knew who was hiding in these carriages. As Ethan walked outside, he was pleasantly surprised that so many people had gathered there to greet them. Donald couldn't believe his eyes, and Arthur stood behind him, completely stunned. Tears welled up in the tank's eyes as he had waited so long for this meeting, believing that the rumors of Ethan's death were a lie. First of all, the heroes were taken to the interrogation room, and it turned out that they had been missing on the continent of Gaia all this time. Ethan wasn't very happy that they came out of the portal right in front of everyone, because it created a lot of questions for them. According to the protagonist's tale, they were enjoying their vacation when suddenly, a portal to Gaia appeared right beneath them. They were unable to return back immediately, and the heroes traveled around the world, earning money as mercenaries, which is why there were so many carts. After this, they accidentally met the great sage Eximus, who showed the heroes the way back. Also, according to the magician, in a couple of months, the gates between the Earth and Gaia will connect. And upon hearing about this, Abraxas was stunned. The story proved quite convincing, and the interrogator was stunned to learn that Eximus had given Ethan a magical staff. The staff looked ordinary, and the hero decided to give it away, after which it was decided to exhibit it in the museum. The interrogator thought that it would be better for the president to hear the rest of this story and immediately went after him. Abraxas did not understand which Eximus was being talked about, and having decided to clarify, she greatly surprised the hero by speaking in human language. But she only analyzed the structure of the language, because she needed to listen to the songs of that group live. Just at that moment, the interrogator returned, bringing the heroes a lot of the fast food they had previously ordered. Lily immediately pounced on the fried chicken, and Harry began furiously shoving slices of pizza into himself. Abraxas was amazed by the pleasant combination of amazing structure and magnificent taste of these unknown dishes. Ethan was outraged that Lily ate only chicken legs, but the girl didn't want to hear anything, and Harry even gave her his portion. 3 days later, the heroes were released, but on the condition that they would be contacted in the future. As they shook hands goodbye, Ethan thought that he would look forward to their next meeting. These days, he told everything about the continent of Gaia to the president and eventually decided that when the gates open, the main character will become the guide. While everyone was busy studying Gaia, he planned to go back and work on the other gates that would open in the States. The personal driver joyfully greeted his commander, whom he had already missed. Ethan, along with Lily, were very happy to see their grandfather in good health. Abraxas received the status of a tourist from Gaia and together with the heroes, went to the headquarters of the White House Guild. During the trip, the dragon looked with interest at the insides of the car, amazed by the unknown thing. What struck her most was that the door of the self-propelled carriage could not be opened while moving, which slightly puzzled the driver. Ethan was surprised that Linda was so busy that she couldn't even meet him, but he was already mentally prepared to listen to boring whining about how he had been gone for too long. The hero had already heard that thanks to his guild's potions, people were quickly recovering and all the destroyed buildings were quickly restored. As he approached the headquarters, he thought that they would surely become an awakened civilization much earlier than they had in their past life. Upon arrival, Harry was the first to get out of the car and immediately heard a voice calling him. His mother ran towards him as fast as she could, happy that her little son remained safe and invisible. Falling to her knees and wrapping her arms around him, she said she felt like a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Ethan felt a little awkward about staying late and making her worry, but the woman looked at him understandingly. The heroes decided to go to their rooms and start to rest, and Lily went to show Abraxas how everything was arranged here. Suddenly, the protagonist heard Linda scream, desperately calling for him, running as fast as she could. Ethan was surprised to see her, considering how much work she had. But Linda had urgent news for him. She looked at him intently, as if afraid to start talking, because they were talking about Arthur. He attacked Team 6, sending their buffalo leader into a long-term coma. All other members were in serious condition and were taken to intensive care. Ethan was pleasantly impressed that Arthur was able to deal with the entire 6th team. However, Linda knew that there had to be a very good reason for attacking people. Besides, to be honest, he had had conflicts with the 6th team more than once in the past. The main character silently listened to all the details about the time of his absence, without showing a single emotion. Arthur was currently in custody in the guild prison and disciplinary action would be taken after the tribunal. However, the main character was only pleased with this situation because then no one would make noise in his ear. Ethan understood that because of such an act, he could not only be expelled from the guild, but also deprived of his awakened status. As soon as the hero saw him after arriving, he realized how desperately Arthur fought to defend the honor of the team. Arthur decided to hug him, but Ethan hit him in the face, not wanting to tolerate calf-like tenderness, and almost broke his arm. The tank's strength grew much faster than Ethan had originally expected, which pleased the hero greatly. All this time, Arthur believed that the commander would definitely return home safe and sound. Ethan didn't want him to worry too much because the hero intended to go to the tribunal with him and get him out of trouble. Arriving at the meeting, it was said that 9 members of the White House Guild had denounced Arthur. In this case, the association conducted an open investigation over the course of 2 days. As a result, according to Winchester, Mr. Arthur was found guilty and will be given a preventive measure today. Representatives of various guilds from medium to large gathered in this hall. Ethan was glad that all the big shots were here today, and he knew that their goal was clearly not to investigate the assault. In addition, Donald was appointed president of the Awakened Association, and the hero was glad to see him here. Even in the past life, during the first disaster, people began to unite and decided to start managing the association normally. He was put in charge because firstly, he was the first to be awakened. And secondly, it was the White House that supplied the potions. Looking at Ethan, one of those present in the courtroom wondered if there could be a stranger here. Jean, who was also there, wondered, allowed him to be present because he was the commander of the defendant's team. The main character was very grateful to him and continued to watch the trial with interest. Winchester, standing at the microphone, once again reminded everyone of the details of the incident that had occurred. Linda decided to clarify the reason for Arthur's actions, but according to one of the victims, there was nothing that could justify cruelty. It was the vice leader of the 6th team who was sitting in the hall, wrapped in bandages and completely plastered. Ethan smirked, knowing that this man could have been healed with potions a long time ago. It was as if he had deliberately not been treated to show how badly he had been beaten. But the victim continued to insist that he was suffering incredibly because of the beating by the hero he trusted. Also present in the courtroom was the buffalo's mother, who dreamed of punishing the person responsible for her son's coma. And although Donald felt genuinely sorry for him, the woman needed actions, not words. They kept repeating the accusations, and then the members of Team 6 and the Buffalo Mother began to criticize the guild. Jean insisted that Donald should serve as the association's president, setting an example for the guild. Winchester believed that Arthur's misdeed was obvious and that it was the Awakened Association that should judge him. Donald was attacked from all sides while he silently nodded, intending to take all the suggestions into account. Observing the heated situation, the main character understood what the scoundrel's goal was. Now, the leaders of other guilds intended to enslave the White House Guild. Previously, before the 7 Moon Night disaster, the largest guild was considered to be the Black Forest, which was led by Jin. At the same time, the strongest guild was considered to be the Iron Wool, whose leader was Winchester. After the disaster, the White House had greatly outstripped the other guilds, not only in money, power, and fame, but also in the possession of high-level knowledge. These scumbags understood that at this rate, the gap between the guilds would constantly grow. This could no longer be ignored, and the White House had to be brought under control. So they made a contract with the 6th team asking them to inform on Arthur, and now, polishing everything with the letter of the law, they called on others not to turn a blind eye to such attacks. Ethan heard from all corners of the room that Arthur needed to be stripped of his awakened status and that the White House needed to take responsibility. However, Winchester wanted to take away the hero's awakened status only for a year, without excluding him from the guild. Jin agreed, as a lifetime exclusion or removal of status was an extremely cruel measure. At the same time, the head of the Black Forest understood that Arthur was originally a member of his guild, and Winchester thought that the tank would definitely decide to join his where everyone was basically the same as him. Ethan was touched by their cute plot, which was nothing compared to their future dealings. However, deciding to make them regret their decision for the rest of their lives, the protagonist asked to give him the floor. So that's it, guys. If you want me to continue this series, then like and comment and I will continue. Also subscribe to our Manhwa Ghost YouTube channel for more exciting story. Thank you.